lovely imps. How are you doing today? Jade Monkey Soul Brackus. Oh my god, the chat is flying. Prancing Goldfish, Cookie, Susie Clem says BLM, Token Brazilian, Trans Girl Jade, Skullsy, Mixed Dizzy, Little Morphine Nanny, Electo, Palm Dead, Kitty Kada, Elk Owl, Uncle Gumball, Joey Ravioli, Favilla, Gay Fesh, Bromide Lucid, Mycena, Somniostatic, Asphodel, Matthew McConaughey, Lady Kelgana, Posadas John, Lavender, Devil Atelier, Dire Fox, Bill Portley, Mika Meow, Mr. Krabs 123, Death of Death, Rahab, Alora. I should probably turn the music down ever so slightly. Themic, thank you very, very much for the $5 super chat. Yeah, it was a little too loud. Sorry about that. Cotton D-Pad, Twos, JJ Candelabra, Pulminator, Ugly Pie, Lemon Putty, Octopest. Yeah, it was just a little bit. Sorry. When I switched songs, the audio didn't carry over well because, well, you know, songs have different audio levels. From the YouTube chat, Lark Graves, Lillibroor, Falmer Flamingo, Monsters, Bubble Bobble, Marker 84, The Woolly, Lark Graves, wait, I think I said you twice, that's okay, Lil Lily, Alberto T, Grady HD, Themic, Sultry Sarah, Uller Sloth, Derpy Voodoo, that's a funny name, I like it, Colonel Fraser Holster, good to see you, Colonel, Destiny, Tori Cassia, Tori Lanago, Misk, Lillian Furcifer, Tianjin.e, Twitchy Paws, Fig Fairy, and so many more. So many people are here today. If you are here, please, if you would be so kind to slap that like button, it would mean the world to me. As you know, I've been away for a couple of days. I went camping. Thank you. My hair's actually annoying me just a little bit because it's in my face, but that's okay. It looks better this way than any other way. Yes, Alora, I saw that actually. I was planning on talking about that a little bit today, but we have a lot to talk about today. We are going to have a very, very busy day today because, you see, today we are hiking. That's right, we are hiking Drama Mountain, and it is a mountain of drama indeed. We're gonna, of course, warm up as usual. We're gonna spend our time talking about little things. I'm gonna tell you about my amazing camping trip. I'm gonna tell you what I think of Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom so far. And then we are going to begin our very long hike up Drama Mountain. Now, this is a particularly long drama, and it's been going on for a long time. And I've had a lot of time to think about it. So I'm gonna, of course, go into full detail when we do that, but just keep in mind that there's a good chance that we won't get through everything for the drama today, so we might actually break a record in having to do a 2-part DramaMama. So you might actually get 2 days of drama instead of just one. For all of you little drama frogs out there who are croaking and ribbiting and bouncing and shooting your tongues out and laying long bubbly strings of eggs, all of you are going to be doing a good time. Posadas John, why are you forcing me to learn about drama I've been avoiding? Well, I'm not forcing you, but I think you're gonna stick around out of pure interest. By the way, welcome to all of the amazing Xander Hall viewers. If you are here, come on over to our website, demonmama.com/live. We would love to have you over here. You'll notice the site looks a lot like Zan's because our site is built using the same tool, so it's super easy, and we would love to have you. Guess what? There's already a lot of Xander Hall fans over here because me and Xan work on stuff together, and we are friends, and we hang out, so you guys should come hang out because we got a lot to talk about. God, there's so much to talk about. There is so much to talk about. Streams of eggs, keep your seed to yourself. Well, frogs don't care about that, do they? Ixdrum says, I have an article I want to share. A lesbian bar risks being shuttered because their insurance won't renew due to the bar hosting drag shows. Ah, yes, it's in Texas. Ah, yes, of course. There is actually an incredible there was an incredible amount of what we would like to call the chill effect, or the chilling effect, or a chilling effect, going on all across the United States right now. Despite the dead silence of the usual free speech crowd, the laws being passed in places like Kentucky, Texas, Florida, Montana, the laws being passed in these places are actually making it quite dangerous, and also functionally, materially impossible for a lot of gay people to run businesses, to participate in normal society. It's unfortunate and disgusting. And by the way, this is part and parcel of the anti-gay, anti-trans agenda that is advancing across this country right now. And it is an agenda, and it's pushed by precisely one political faction: the conservative movement in America. The conservative movement in America is, of course, obsessed with gay and trans people, have been for a very long time, but specifically lately they have been obsessed with drag, which they lump together with trans people. It's a very unfortunate period of time that we live in, and we have to fight back against it as hard as possible. And we are going to talk a little bit about politics today. However, today we are not going to be hyper-fixating on the dark state of politics, because we cover that all the time on this show. If you watch my show regularly, you know we talk about this type of politics all the time. Yeah. Anyway, hello, Cherry. Good to see you. Wonderful to see you, in fact. I hope you all had a wonderful time over at Zan's stream. I deeply appreciate the raid. It means the world to me. I got a fresh meme and one more Kaneko Man related thing, which is a fan-made game. Okay, yeah, I'll watch your meme, but I can't promise a whole bunch of stuff to watch a whole bunch of links, because we have an unbelievable amount of stuff to do today because I've been away camping, which reminds me, I want to talk about camping, everybody. My lovely imps, for those who don't know, I mean, I'm sure many of you do, I went camping the other day, and oh, thank you so much, Teeth Stealer. So many people are complimenting my hair. I really appreciate that. I actually was very lazy with my hair today, but it's gotten to the length where I can put it up, and it makes me feel very happy. But let me talk about camping, everybody, real quick. So, I love camping. I love comfortable camping. I love tent camping. When I was younger, we used to go camping all the time. It was a huge part of my life when I was younger. However, for the last few years, I haven't really been able to do it for a number of reasons, the biggest of which being that I started streaming about 3 years ago, and streaming is really busy. It was a pandemic, things were very chaotic, and also I live in a big city now, so it's a little bit more difficult. I live in a big city in a state that I have only really just started to fully learn where everything is. So I've been out of the loop of being able to go camping for a while, and I really, really missed it. Just this last weekend, my partners and I decided that we were going to rent a cabin in the woods and go do a whole bunch of hiking. And we had an absolutely amazing time. You guys probably saw some of my pictures that I posted to the community tab on YouTube. If you haven't, you should just open up another tab of YouTube and go over to the community tab. Or I guess I could just show them right here. Yeah, I guess I can just show them to you right here. Why not? Why not? Let me just show you real quick some of my pictures that I posted. And of course, I took a whole lot more. I haven't gone through them all to decide which ones I actually want to post on the internet and whatnot. But here, I'll just show you right here. Look at this. There's my dog, Yoda. She's beautiful. She's so pretty. Look at her. Isn't she amazing? Here, let me zoom it up even more so you can see the pictures big. There's Yoda. Yoda had a absolutely wonderful time. She was nervous the first night because she was in a new place, and we learned that she's definitely scared of the dark. She was very nervous being out at night outside, but she got a lot better after the first night. It was very funny. We were like, why wouldn't she come out and sit by the fire with us? And she was just like, nope, I want to be inside where the lights are on. However, when we were out on the trails, when we were hiking all over the mountain, which we hiked on Mount Rainier, and we hiked, I don't actually remember the name of the other mountain. It was a lake trail. I'd have to go look it up. But the second trail we did was awesome. We did some hikes on Rainier, and we did some hikes off Rainier. And it was amazing. And Yoda just absolutely loved it. Was she scared of fire? She doesn't like fireplaces in general, but she wouldn't even come outside with us. So I don't know. Mama's raised a city dog. She's not even really a city dog. It's just that where Yoda grew up was a totally different environment than either the forest or the city. She's also just kind of a little bit of a cowardly dog in general. However, she loved being outside. And when we took her, when we first went into the town that we were staying in, on our way in, we stopped to just get some fresh air and stretch our legs next to a rushing stream, and Yoda literally just went straight into the water, like immediately. Like, we did not expect her to want to go into the water immediately, but that was one thing that she did so much throughout the trip. Every opportunity she got to go in the water, she went in the water. She definitely likes to swim, and she definitely likes the water, and that was awesome. She was in high spirits for almost the entire trip. Let me show you here. Here's some other pictures I took. Here is a picture of a mountain near where we were staying. This is not Rainier. This is one of the nearby mountains, which I thought was particularly striking. This was the view that we had driving down the road towards our cabin. So our cabin was nestled right in the mountains, and I mean, it was awesome. The entire, basically the moment that we drove out of the driveway, you could just see mountain views everywhere. The cabin itself was nestled in a bunch of trees, which was really nice and very quiet and serene. But this was the type of view that we had all around, like 360 degrees. It was amazing. It was truly amazing. And let me get another one. Here's a picture of me. You can actually see how long my hair is getting here. This was a picture that I took at the cabin. I thought it looked pretty good. I thought I looked pretty good there. This is Fawn, my partner, who many of you will know. This is where we were actually, this is on Rainier. We were quite high up in the mountain, and Fawn, we were hiking. Okay, so this is a funny story. This is one of the funny stories from the trip. So we went to there was a part on Rainier where you can basically pull off, and there's a stone bridge with a waterfall that runs underneath the stone bridge. Now, we went during a time in which there was a lot of snow melt, so the waterfall was absolutely roaring. However, there was still a ton of snow. I mean, a lot of snow, an almost incomprehensible amount of snow. If you've never been up on a gigantic mountain like Rainier, it was 80 degrees out, and when the wind would blow, it would swoop up cold air and cool you down because of just how much snow there was. Even with the snow melting, even with 80-degree heat pouring down on you, there is enough packed snow that you can walk across the snow, which was wild. And so we did. We were, one of the paths that is normally there was completely covered in snow, to the degree that, like, the safety rails that they put up were buried in snow. So we wanted to get a better picture of the waterfall. So we followed the trail down a little bit, and we unintentionally inspired a bunch of less prepared people to follow us. Now, I'm not like some kind of veteran hiker. Well, okay, I have hiked a lot in my life, but I am not in perfect hiking shape. I'm not in bad shape either. We did a really long hike, and I felt very good about how well I did on that hike. But I'm a little out of practice, and I don't do like mountain climbing or hardcore hikes usually. I do, you know, more leisurely scenic hikes is what I tend to prefer. However, I have mountaineering shoes. I have, you know, stuff. I keep a tight pack with basic stuff on it, you know, when I'm there. And the people who followed us, like, there was a guy who was just slipping down the entire time because he had literally smooth shoes. He was wearing like business shoes, not even, no treads, just like smooth business shoes, and was clambering down on melting snow and fell like multiple times. While I was climbing back up the area that we went, and I have to explain to you, it was really steep. We were like, the area we hiked down to in order to get the pictures of the waterfall were like, it was all snow. It was a path that was beaten out by people's foot, and the footholds were all slippery. It was, you needed to have treads to be able to walk through this. And even still, I fell over once, even with my good shoes, because the snow was so slippery. Now, I fell at a later point where I didn't like tumble down at all. It was at like a tiny hill that just happened to be particularly beaten down. But I watched like an old guy completely tumble down. Like this old guy was just, he had like tennis shoes with no treads on them, and was just like, here I go, oh! And like, we did not, yes, I did bring Death Stranding boots. I have owned mountaineering boots for a while because I like hiking, and I know that I need to have a grip, and I lived in a snowy environment, so I know what it's like, that even with the best white people, I hate to tell you, he wasn't white. Sorry, it wasn't a white person moment. In fact, yeah, he wasn't white. But yeah, yeah, sorry, femboy Leo. We were actually quite outnumbered. The vast majority of people that we encountered in the park were not white. I don't know if there was like a lot of travel this time. I don't know what it was, but anyway, what was I gonna say? Wow, like only white mayo crackers can have a comedic whoopsie. Yeah. He was spiritually white. I don't know about that. Maybe. Anyway, BLM rally on the mountain. Well, actually, I mean, y'all are making good guesses, but anyway, it doesn't really matter. Point is, the guy fell down, and I was like, oh no, and he was fine. He didn't get injured. While we were there, nobody got injured. Although, Doe did fall into a snow hole, thankfully a small one, and dropped a bunch of its stuff, and actually we lost 2 joints, which is kind of funny, because Doe had packed joints to be able to smoke out in the woods, and they fell into a little thing of water and washed away. But thankfully nothing else was lost. No other damage was sustained, and no one was injured. It was just a small like area where the snow gave in and went whoosh, down a little bit. However, I wanted to say, at the top of the trail, the snow was so deep, it was actually terrifying. Now, thankfully, there were a lot of people nearby, and the snowpack was pretty solid, even if it was having some surface melt. But around the trees, you could see down into darkness is how deep the snowpack was. The trees were growing up out of the snow, and you could just see down so far that you couldn't see anymore at the top of the trail. It was, whew, it was pretty spooky, and but it was also pretty striking. Keffals says, I just started my commentary YouTuber arc and finished my video on the recent DJMuel drama. I put an unlisted copy in your DMs if you want an exclusive preview. Well, I'm definitely down for that. I am always here. So wait, are you saying I can watch this? I can do a live react? Because I will, or do you want me to watch it off stream? Do you want me to react to this? Wait, no, it's an unlisted, so you want me to look at it on my own time, not watch it here, right? I can live react. Ho, ho, ho! Well then, we have some bonus! We have some bonus! We will do that, absolutely. Let me finish talking about my camping trip, and then we'll react to this, because that sounds absolutely awesome. I will absolutely react to that. By the way, one other photo that I wanted to show off, which is this right here. This is the summit of Mount Rainier. Now, these photos can only do so much, okay? Like, you can only get so much from like a compressed YouTube upload image of Rainier. But I want you to understand the scale of this. These, like this right here that you're seeing on the screen right around here, these are cliffs of rock that are larger than houses. This here is the largest, it is the highest prominence mountain in the entire continental United States. When you're in the area of Rainier, and I mean in the general region of Rainier, you can basically see it from anywhere, to the degree that people just call it the mountain because it is always in your sight. Unless there is literally something in front of you blocking your view right that moment, if you walk in, if you're on a road, if you're in a clearing, it is towering above you. It is so big, it's unbelievable. And going up Rainier was breathtaking. Not only that, but it was full of life. It was people, animals, birds of, well, I guess birds are animals, but whatever. People, animal, plants, mushrooms. It was absolutely incredible. And yes, to the people asking whether we spotted mushrooms, we did. In fact, I specifically bought a mushroom identification guide before the trip, and my partner Fawn, who you just saw in the picture a few seconds ago, spent basically the entire trip spotting mushrooms. And it was awesome. We had a truly awesome time. Even though I felt a little bit bad about accidentally inspiring unprepared people to try and climb down to get a picture of the waterfall, I still had a really good time doing that anyway. Did I take any cool animal pictures? I didn't get all that many good animal pictures because wildlife photography is actually very difficult. I did get some cool pictures of elk. However, I can't show those because they have very identifiable locations in them, and I don't want to like I don't want to put that stuff out for people to peel into and whatever. So I unfortunately can't show you the photos of the elk. I can tell you the story, however. The town that we were in, literally, we went to a restaurant in town, which was like a bar, saloon, and steakhouse thing. It was like a really, really chill, like, you know, local rural bar. And there were elk all around the restaurant. On Main Street, in this little town, there was just a herd of elk hanging out in people's yards, walking in the street, hanging out around the people. They were completely and utterly unperturbed. And God, it was really cool. But let me talk about one last thing, which is, I guess, the emotional side of, oh, how was the food? The food was awesome, actually. Before we went to that place, I was reading like reviews and stuff, and people said, the food here is very good, especially on prime rib night. And I was like, okay, that sounds good. And then I walked in, and the waitress was like, hey, our special tonight is prime rib. And I'm like, all right, perfect. It worked out perfect. So I got a prime rib, and it was fantastic. It was actually really, really good. Like a proper, like just home-cooked steak, and it was great. Literally, not at home, but like, you know, the style. Very simple. They give you the juice. They give you the mashed potatoes with lots of butter and salt and pepper. It was amazing. How does the Pacific Northwest compare to the East Coast? They're very similar, honestly, in a lot of ways. Obviously, there's a little bit more people at the high, like, traffic tourist areas in the Pacific Northwest. Like, Rainier, if you go to the main areas of Rainier, it is packed. There's a lot of people there. Even like, we're kind of technically before season. A lot of the trails aren't officially open yet, or require you to have what are they called? Like snow tread. I can't remember what they're called. The spikes that you attach to your shoes. The like, whatever they're called, crampons. I think they're called crampons. So like a lot of the trails, they're like, don't climb this unless you have ice axe and crampons. We did not go that hardcore. We're not that hardcore. But even still, there was a ton of people there, especially at the like main tourist locations. And that's on the East Coast. There's a little bit less of that, at least where I'm from, just because the geography is different. Everybody who comes to the Pacific Northwest wants to go to Rainier. Totally makes sense. And keep in mind, that's not all of Rainier. If you go on a trail, you're gonna have a lot of quiet time. There's a million trails. Rainier is huge, especially if you go to one of the more out of the way trails, which we did. You will not bump into too many other people. But at the main tourist locations, there's like a lot of them, like quite a lot. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, there's another thing that I wanted to talk about, which was precipitated by seeing the stars, okay? While we were out there, one of the first, like, and most notable things that, like, that shocked me was getting to see stars again, like, for real. And when, again, I grew up in a very, very rural area. So where I was, if it was if you were like, if you turned all the lights off, you could see an arm of the Milky Way in the place that I grew up. It was so many stars, you can't even believe it. I gotta say, city people have been robbed. And I mean that. They've literally been robbed. It is a really, really unfortunate thing. And it was something that made me feel happy to get to see them again, but also a little sad. Because I have not lived most of my life in big cities. I've lived a decent amount of time cumulatively near large cities. But when I go outside here in Seattle and I try to see the stars, you see a handful of stars by comparison. It doesn't even look like a night sky. The light pollution is so bad that it literally blocks out most of the stars except for the absolute brightest ones. And the place that we went to was perfectly, I mean, it's a small town that we went to. Like where the cabin was like slightly out of a small town. The small town we went to had everything that everybody there needed. There was a cafe, there were 2 or 3 cafes, there was multiple restaurants. We went to a great pizza place. Everything closed a little bit earlier than is generally convenient, but it's not that big of a deal. There's a grocery store and everything like that, but there wasn't light pollution. At night, you could see the stars. And what's wild is that you can actually see pretty well at night, given, especially if it's a clear night, without any abundance of streetlights. The moon and the stars actually provide a decent amount of light, and your eyes adjust to it. City people really, truly have been robbed, and that includes me, because I live in the city now, of being able to see the night sky. And I know that that might sound a little woo or spiritual or whatever, but fuck you, I don't really care. We're gonna be a little spiritual and woo for a second here. There is a connection that an emotional connection that can happen between individuals and between yourself and nature, aspects of nature. The stars are an important part of us understanding where we are in the world, where we are literally, like you can tell to a very helpful degree where you are in the world based on what stars you can see if you know that knowledge. And we don't have that. And in combination with a bunch of other factors, which I'm gonna talk about, I think it has the tendency to produce a feeling of lostness and disconnection from the world, a sort of society level dissociation, and it sucks. Because there was another thing. It wasn't just the stars. I spent a lot of time on this trip thinking about the differences between my life when I was out camping and my life when I live in the city. And of course, my life back when I lived in a rural area, and all those differences therein. And there was another thing that was immediately notable, which was the noise. I did not realize just how much like passive stress levels the noise of the city caused me. Like, I've lived in the city for a long time, and while I tend to be fairly aware of my emotional state, since I have lived in this area, like, you have to understand, you are bombarded with car noise on a perpetual basis to an unbelievable degree. It's not just the ones that you guys can hear sometimes on the mic when a car goes zooming by. I'm talking, there are highways on all sides blasting noise at all hours of the night into every neighborhood and every place, and there's basically nothing you can do about it. And your brain tries to tune it out, but it takes a lot of mental energy, and I didn't realize just how bad it had gotten until I was sitting out there and just able to sit for a second and like hear my thoughts. It was ridiculous. And it's something that has made me think a lot because I obviously, many of you anti-car individuals out there probably already know the statistics. The actual hard science shows that living near busy roads greatly increases your stress levels, but especially greatly increases your risk of like heart disease and heart attack and anxiety-related disorders. It's a pretty shocking thing. I'm not going to go on a whole science tangent here, but you can look all that up if you'd like to. I expected to feel some level of relief not being bombarded by sound, but I did not realize just how much like I had forgotten what it was like to be able to sit in quiet and have the only sound around you be a very gentle sound of trees and leaves moving, maybe some bird song, maybe someone driving somewhere in town for 5 seconds, and then it's gone, and it's just you and the sound of the wind and the sound of nearby water and the sound of birds. It was profound and profoundly relaxing. It was not just like, this feels nice, I can take a nap now. It was like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. Like a pressure had been taken off so that my body was able to do all kinds of other stuff. Like, God, I felt so energized for that whole trip. I slept so much better than I do here in the city, and it was stunning. You guys all know that I tend to have a environmentalist bent. Actually, some of you who've been around for a long time will know that environmentalism was actually my introduction to being a leftist, where before I was kind of apolitical. I had left the church. I was no longer a conservative because I had left that extremely conservative environment, but I hadn't really decided where my political direction was. And it was actually getting in touch with environmentalism, having left my rural home state, which my home state is an abundance of beauty, of natural beauty. It is the entire state has a culture of just like wanting to protect natural beauty to the degree that like my home state doesn't allow billboards. That's how much they like are like, no, you should, like, nature needs to, like, no billboards. They have like light restrictions and all kinds of stuff. It's a very nature focused state. And so leaving that made me come into contact with like the visceral reality of the destruction of nature and the separation of the attempted separation of humans from nature. What's my home state? I grew up in New England, in Maine, the state of Maine. That's right. I'm a Mainer. Hey there, bub. It's a beautiful state. So this is a little rambly, but basically getting some time to like fully step out And it was cool too because, like, it's not like I was disconnected, like in any meaningful way. I was able to, the place that we stayed, you know, there was electricity, you know, we had internet if we wanted it, you know, we had the cellular internet and whatever. It was fine. I even watched a stream late at night when I was like just lazing around. It was great. But like, it was stunning to just realize just how much disregard there is for our basic existence. Like in our daily lives, everything about our life is this bombardment of machinery and economy, and it completely obliterates our ability to see the beauty in the world in so many ways. And I was thinking about that a lot while I was out, and it has redoubled my resolve. I feel more motivated than ever before to spend more time in nature, taking care of nature, and I hate even saying it like that. I hate saying like nature. Humans are a part of nature, and economy very much tries to remove us from nature or to frame us as something separate than nature, but we are animals. We are living beings that exist in an environment. We are connected to our environment in literally countless ways, and we can be benefited or harmed by our environment. And I think a lot of our environments are not built for actual humans. If you go into most major American cities, those environments are built for machines, and they are built for constructs which are businesses, generally. They are designed with businesses in mind. Bridges, roads, lights, parks even are placed to the benefit of businesses. Often in large cities, you'll see that parks are placed near people's, near places of employment, so that those places of employment can say, we have a park that you can go take your 30-minute lunch on, even though, of course, it takes 30 minutes to even get out of your workplace, so you can't actually use the park to take your lunch in, but, you know, whatever. I don't think it's about, people are making some jokes about Ann Prim, but I don't think it's about Ann Prim. Like, I find the switch that people do when you start talking about environmentalism to be like, oh, you're an anarcho-primitivist. Like, no, the waste that we have is unbelievable. And our society does not need to be as wasteful. Sorry, for clarity, Ann Prim is anarcho-primitivism. It's a complicated belief system that more or less says we need to go back. People joke about it being like cavemen, but that's usually not what it is. It is basically saying that the argument of an anarcho-primitivist is that this is me being charitable and trying to be as summary as possible, is basically that life was better for us when we didn't arrange ourselves into industrial states, that we should aim to live a more simplistic and fulfilling life that would be better and more just. But there's a lot of issues with that, of course. I'm not gonna get into those right now. I'm not talking about anarcho-primitivism. However, what I do wanna point out is that our society does have an abominable amount of waste. I joke about Funko Pops all the time, but for real, it's not just Funko Pops. It is every single turn of our lives is full of waste, most of which is generated by corporations, not individuals. Individual people are sort of pushed around by these gigantic structures that destroy to an unbelievable degree in ways that we can barely even fathom. We can actually, we actually can have nice things and a nice world to live in. And I want to think about that more, talk about that more, and experience that more. You don't need a mountain of Funko Pops to have a good world. And in fact, the Funko Pops might make the world worse, as it turns out. It's, yeah. you can't call yourself an environmentalist if you're not vegan. I disagree, and I think that's a silly argument. I absolutely think that you can call yourself an environmentalist and not be a vegan. I do think that vegans make very good environmentalist arguments, and I am in favor of most vegan arguments. I just don't think that that's an accurate thing. Keep in mind, it's not veganism that it's not meat eating that produced the oil industry. Vegans are always such extremists. They're like, God, it's so annoying. I don't want to get, why do I got to get derailed by this shit? I shouldn't have even read that stupid comment. And also keep in mind that lots of vegans drive around their fucking gas guzzling cars. It's stupid, okay? Anyway. Meat is expensive, and yes, meat production is horrible for the environment, but it is not the only thing that affects the environment, not by a long shot. Whataboutism? You don't know what that word means. You should try learning before you. Why is it always, God, why? What is it? Is there something wrong? Is there something wrong with vegans? Oh, God. Anyway. They lack iron. Anyway. No, I don't want to demonize people who are vegans. It's a very good thing to not consume meat. I think it's a good thing to do so. Anyway. That's the end, okay? That's the end of it. I'm gonna stop. As a vegan of 16 years, I can say many of us are dumb as fuck who can't put forward our ideas if our lives depend on it. Very true. Very, very true. Unfortunately. Depressingly true. Thank you, Mr. Krabs. I got it saved in a tab. Anyway, what I was all I wanted to say was I had a really wonderful time camping. I've talked about this for a long time, and I spent a lot of time thinking about just comparing and contrasting my life at various stages and where I've lived and what our cities are designed to do, and how depressing it is. One other thing that I want to talk about specifically. With regard to this topic is there are a lot of lefties or left-leaning people who have this sort of hyper city focused approach where you know, there is this sort of glorification of the city, and there is a glorification of the idea that like the only way to live is if everybody lives in these giant tenement blocks, and they take pictures of like Soviet cities and they go based because like 900 people can live in like a single square, you know, of land or whatever. But there are limitations to that. I don't disagree that there are important ways that we can change cities away from the way that they are now, which of course is suburban sprawl. Suburban sprawl is like the way that American cities are built, and they're built that way ideologically. Like American cities are built to have they're built very horizontally because America has a lot of land, but everybody wants to be sold the American dream, which is to own your own house. And though how many people actually own houses? Now it's to rent your own house, to have your own little square of land, even if that square of land is surrounded by 900 identical structures with identical grass yards, and looks like hell, gets baked by the sun, is terrible for the environment, and costs a lot of money. I understand the instinct to like say basically that, oh yeah, well, you know, the answer of course is to like condense cities down. But there are still huge issues with urbanization, and I think that a lot of lefties should broaden their analysis. That lefties generally, as a broad movement, should recognize that efficiency is not the only thing that matters, especially if you're like call yourself like a communist or whatever, or you say that you espouse communist principles. I think you should really consider that the idea behind the core ideas behind communism is unhitching existence from economy, is instead focusing more on building lives that are actually worth living. And part of that, I think, is being able to see the stars, to close your eyes and have some semblance of quiet and not be bombarded by the sounds of literally exploding combustion engines, to be able to see other living creatures that aren't just humans, birds, insects, flowers, trees, you know, living beings. I just want people to think about it a whole bunch. I want people to think about it more, and I want people to dive into that and just see how nice it is to see the beauty of the organic world, because it's breathtaking and it's wonderful, and it's one of the most motivating things. I'm a big animal person because I think that animals are treated like shit. And I know, I just got mad at vegans. Because I kind of hate the way vegans go about it, but it means the world to me to think about how we can actually build a world that doesn't threaten all living life with being ignited in a fossil fueled fire. Anyway, the trip was wonderful. I had a fantastic time. I got to practice more fire making. I'm pretty good at fire making, as it turns out. I've had a lot of experience through my life, and it was good to remind myself that I can keep myself warm if I need to. Yeah. It was great. It was a great time because I grew up in hell. Yes. Exactly. That's why I'm good at it. What else? Oh yeah, I saw a bunch of really cool birds. While I was out there, I saw a rare bird, in fact. I spotted a cliff swallow, which was adorable. Let me show you what a cliff swallow looks like. I was quite shocked to get to see it, but it is a very adorable bird. Let me just, can I get this picture here? There it is. Here we go. Look at this. Look at this beauty. What a cute bird. How many cliffs did it swallow? I think just one, maybe. It was so cute. And it has a really cute call, too. Let me see if I can find the cliff swallow song. Because I think you guys will like this one. Here we go. This is just calls, though. I don't think this is their song. No, that's their call. Where's their song? I want to hear their song. That's a Mexican one, not a Mexican one. I want to see bird songs of Canada. I think these are close. Let's hear. No, this is music. That's music with ones. I want to hear it. Dang it. Well, I don't know. Maybe I won't be able to find it. I can't find any videos of it. Oh, well. What a shame. They are very, very, very cute. They have a very robotic, they sound like they're singing like a I don't know, like a song that was made by robots. It's like, it's really cool. Anyway, it's so cool. If anybody finds a cool cliff swallow song video, send it to me. But Blablato says, I don't know if you like birds, you should get the board game Wingspan and play it with people you know. It's fun. I did a video on how to play Wingspan. I'm serious. On my channel, I have a video. I'll even show it to you. Showing people how to play Wingspan. Here you go. It's like a review and it teaches you how to play. It's right here. It's from over a year ago. It is amazing. I have so many hours in Wingspan, the digital edition. It's not even funny. I absolutely love that game. I love birds. Do you have the European expansion? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Did you see a pair of great tits? I did not actually see any great tits. Well, of that type. I did see some great tits, though those were on my partners. I did see, let's see, I spotted a sandpiper, which was really cute. A sandpiper, it's a little bird that runs along on the shore. I spotted a cliff swallow. I spotted a flycatcher, which are these tiny little birds that make a very loud noise. I spotted a whole bunch of robins. Those are really, really common, but they're cute nonetheless. What else did I see? I saw, there was another one. I'm trying to remember. I could probably look it up. Hold on. I logged it in my bird spotting app. I have a little app that I use to spot birds. Hold on, let me take a look. Where's my list? Here we go. It was a Townsend's warbler. It's a little yellow bird. That was the other one. That was the other new bird that I'd spotted. I spotted some other birds that I'd already seen, but the Townsend's warbler, which is a little yellow bird, was another one that I saw. And that was great. Anyway, I had a great time camping. I'm gonna be doing it again. Next time, I might actually even stream while camping. I might actually just set up my phone and talk and do a stream out in the woods if I can get the internet set up properly. We'll see, but it was a great time. I feel fantastic. I really needed that because I'll be completely honest, I've been pretty stressed this year. Last year ended on a very stressful note, and this whole year has kind of been a giant grind fest. I've been grinding really hard on the channel. I've been traveling a lot for various reasons, and I haven't gotten a chance to actually like relax a ton. You guys know I traveled twice, once to help Zan move and another time with my partners to go to Utah. The Utah trip, we didn't end up getting to do anything out in nature all that much because of a bunch of crap that happened, and so it was just, you know, it's been one of those years, but I had a great time camping and it made me very happy. Drunk karaoke night. I don't know if I'm into that. But what's this? I don't know what this is. Wait, why is that a download? Why are you sending me a download, Posadas John? I feel so sus about this. I'm gonna check it anyway. What is this? All right. Yeah. Whatever. All right, here's what we're gonna do, okay? That was the camping roundup. It was I told all of the most interesting things that happened, I think, and I rambled about the political implications of getting some time out in nature. But now it's time for me to watch a meme and then react to a video. Keffals has given us a exclusive react, which is pretty amazing. So we're gonna react to Keffals' video after we watch this brief meme, which I'm not gonna lie, this meme looks like, oh, this meme looks like it's gonna be a mixed up, this one looks like it's gonna be a mixed bag for a lot of people in the audience. Let's do it, let's do it.
I'm not done with him.
Thank you.
Bring him back.
It's taking all my brain power to play this Krusty Krab employee.
I gotta go golden. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. I'm dead. Yo, he looks like a SoundCloud rapper.
All right, Jimmy, there are only two sexes. The sex I have with your dad and the sex I have with your mom.
This is so high effort. This is a banger. An absolute banger, Mr. Krabs meme. Carl fucking Platinum. That was good. That was a good one. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I don't think I can do Carl Weezer. I haven't practiced it. You made me an animated one. Oh my God, that's so cute. That's such a cute one. Oh yeah, we actually have to update the creature because the one on the Discord for some reason is fuzzy. That is so cute, Camel Spider. Thank you so much. That is really cute. Yeah, see, the one on the website looks fine, but the one on the Discord is all fuzzy. I don't know what made it fuzzy. You got one more thing? Here's a short clip. All right, here you go. Let's see it. All right, let's see it.
自分たちの無力さをかみしめて死んでいけまさかそれでこそ殺しがいがあるラスタカンシどうだ今度は昇天したろうそれはどうだろう悪魔超人はただでは死な悪魔にもかなわるな水晶儀最下に水星超人の技
Okay, I gotta say, I don't understand a single thing that's going on, but this game has incredible art. That game has absolutely incredible art. It's a Kinnikuman game. That totally makes sense. No, I will not. I know what you're linking me, Zadoki. I'm not doing it on there, but it's kind of cool, okay? All right, everybody, it's time. It's time. It's time. I have to move my hair real quick because it's kind of getting on my nerves. Okay, everybody, it's time. We're going to react to this fresh Keffals video. My lovely, lovely imps, I have been given the exclusive right to react to Keffals' new commentary arc. That's right, Keffals has done a commentary drama video on the downfall of DJMuel. I'm the first streamer to react to one of these edits that isn't Leafy. I feel honored because, as you know, I'm a gajillion times more talented than Leafy No Chin. For those of you who don't know, once upon a time, there was a content creator by the name of DJMuel. And DJMuel, DJMuel got absolutely obliterated by me. Yes, that's right, yours truly. I was the first person to actually react to a video that DJMuel put out that was one of the most disgustingly dishonest videos and just disgusting videos I've ever seen. Now, DJMuel claims to be a communist, claims to be a leftist. DJMuel likes to throw around various quotes from famous leftist thinkers like Marx and Lenin. But DJMuel is full of shit. DJMuel's sort of debut video, the video that got him a lot of attention, was a video about my personal friend and a streamer many of you know, Xanderhall. And this video was... all I can say is that it was a very embarrassing, pathetic, and dishonest attempt at a character assassination. And basically, DJMuel not only explicitly lied about Xanderhall multiple times, but he actually directly mocked Xanderhall based off of lies about extremely traumatic personal things that Xanderhall went through in his life. Specifically, going so far as to do apologia for abuse that Xanderhall suffered at the hands of his partner. Now, if that sounds like a really weird thing to do for some random person on the internet to just like go out of his way and throw himself on the ground to try and do apology, to literally say, you know, it's funny that you got abused, I'm gonna mock you for this thing. It is very weird. Anyway, I was the first person to react to DJMuel's video, but I was hardly the last. To the degree that a number of much larger creators than myself ended up seeing DJMuel's video and going, oh my God, this is trash. So now it appears that Keffals has made a retrospective on the entire DJMuel drama, if it's fair to call it a drama. And we are going to get an exclusive look at that. So without any further ado, now that you know my history with DJMuel, let's check out Keffals' downfall of DJMuel video. Let's do it.
Well, internet, looks like I'm back again, doing another one of these videos. I could be making content about how leftists can start organizing, or I could be doing more stuff about unions, or, you know, how to get involved with direct action, but...
Well, I had a good run as a full-time content creator, but I think I'm gonna have to search for a job, unfortunately. This month is not looking good for donos once again. We'll defo still keep creating, but it's absolutely gonna be less frequent. Thanks to everyone who's supported. Boy, oh boy, that sucks. Sure. Remember what I said in my video? If any of you saw my video, I said explicitly, this is the type of person who I genuinely think should give up content creation because what they put into the world is so pointless, so toxic, and so stupid that there's really no reason for it to be made, and it would actually just be better if they didn't make this sort of thing. And also that he was an incompetent content creator, that not only was his video ugly and stupid, and misinformed, but also that it was just poorly edited and didn't make any sense. Yeah, anyway, let's continue.
I've been going through the YouTube comments of my most recent video where I announced my detransition into a commentary YouTuber, and the message has been received loud and clear. I'm gonna continue with this style of content for a while to see how things go. I'm gonna provide you all with the alternate ending for the story of Leafy, one where transition saved her, and she got off drugs and didn't fry all of her brain cells. In today's video, I want to talk about a lesser known content creator, but one whose entire notoriety is based on lying about people and has accumulated an incredibly toxic reputation. I'm talking, of course, about the Dr. Robotnik lookalike himself, DJMuel. At the beginning of the year, I released a video about him called The Most Disgusting Video Essayist on the Left, and I'll leave a link to that video in the description. Recently, DJMuel...
Keffals, your video did numbers. See, this is what I mean. Not to toot my own horn, but I was the pioneer. But I am very happy to see that so many people ended up covering this guy, because no joke, I'm not exaggerating even a little bit. It was one of the most like disgusting, parasocial, I'm just gonna lie about somebody that I hate on a super, super personal and traumatic issue for really literally no reason. It was really gross. Anyway, I'm fucking happy. I'm fucking happy people blew him the fuck out. There was also that Ecofish. There was a smaller channel, I think it was called Ecofish. There was a channel called Ecofish, and their video went like turbo viral. That video got like hundreds of thousands of views. It was a really good video. Yeah, it had like a lot of editing and stuff, but yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Made the brave and courageous decision to retire from full-time content creation. And by that, I mean no one actually liked his content, and he was riding off of the notoriety of abuse apologia and slandering other content creators as abusers and pedophiles to his audience of woke scolds that evidently didn't like him enough to actually support him as a creator. Before I recap some of the bigger and more lesser-known dramas surrounding DJMuel, my YouTube analytics tells me that I know where you live, so please subscribe to my channel. It's free to do, helps me out a lot, and if you don't, I'm going to... Welp, I had a good run as a full-time content creator, but I think I'm gonna have to search for a job, unfortunately. This month is not looking good for donos once again. We'll defo still keep creating, but it's absolutely gonna be less frequent, thanks to everyone who's supported. Thank God. Wow, you can pretend to be a pro a little more convincingly now. LARPing Lefty gets his first job, how exciting. Have you tried not doing abuse apologia in an attempt to make money? Good luck with the job search. Hope you never come back to YouTube. You will be remembered as one of the most toxic influences on the online left, using the aesthetics of progressivism to defend an abuser and promote lies and harassment towards the victim. Reap what you sow, Chief. Spoken like a true abuser. The only thing I abuse is DoorDash. First Flamenco, now DJMuel, Xander Hall sent these men who crossed him to the literal streets using nothing but his mind, patience, and persistence to outplay them. When will he finally take an L? Too bad not even support from FT Signifier was enough to save him, laugh my ass off. It's time for an honest conversation about being a full-time content creator. The truth is, DJMuel was never a full-time content creator. It was at best a hobby for him. He has 200,000 views in total over 2 years of content, half of which come from 2 drama content cycle videos he's made in desperation for relevance. In the past 3 months, he has streamed 28 days, averaging 43 viewers. Sure, there are a handful of people who support him on Patreon, but these are not full-time job numbers.
Soon after.
I have said literally nothing about drama or debate bros for literally 6 months. I've banned people even in my own community for wanting me to talk about them, yet they're—
This is such a stupid thing to say when your video, one of the videos that you made was the most obvious attention bait, literally just lying to shit on someone who you don't know just because you think that they're like an easy pick.
Fans are all here like vultures shrieking with glee that I'm going through financial difficulty. These fuckers are sick in the head. The only issue they have with me is that I made a video criticizing a guy who has simply done some insanely bad shit. And at the end of that video, I even—
Insanely bad shit, citation needed. Just remember that in DJMuel's actual video, he didn't actually cite basically anything of the insanely bad shit that Xander Hall supposedly did. He spent the entire video just completely jumping the question, completely avoiding actually providing evidence of Xander Hall doing bad things, and instead just poking at every bad thing that has ever happened to Xander Hall. DJMuel completely and utterly ruined his ability to have any bridges in these spaces. Like, just totally roasted. As it turns out, here's a lesson for everybody out there. As it turns out, you can make content about drama without ruining your channel. However, if literally all you do is make up heinous shit in order to stir drama clicks, no one will associate with you, no one. The only people who will associate with you will be people who think they have something to gain from you. And guess what? If you don't have anything to give them, they're not gonna stick around. And DJMuel was not exactly serving up clout on a silver platter, okay?
say I don't want anything bad to happen to the guy or even for people to cancel him. But for some reason it seems to be the worst crime of all time to them, and they've been desperate for me to leave the internet since then. Well, I got news for them. I might need to get a job, but if they think for a second I won't be making content alongside that, they're fucking dumber than I thought. I haven't made anything worth watching since my dog shit abuse apologia video, and joke's on you, I'm gonna keep making that content nobody watches. So needless to say, Twitter was pretty ecstatic about the news. Honestly, I deserve a medal for sifting through all of the Twitter threads about this and getting brain cancer, just to give you a little glimpse of what the reaction looked like so I can spare you from having to do it yourself. The thing about content creation is that it's a pretty unstable job, and I can say this as it's been my full-time job for over 2 years now. You have to actually have a personality, and you can't just define yourself in opposition to something else. The only way you can survive is to adapt and to change, and that's something DJMuel can't do. The only notoriety he's gained in his time online is from 2 drama cycles by creating unique and original videos such as Vosh is not your ally, and even more shocking, Xander Hall is not your ally. Wow, who could have saw that coming? The problem with so many of these smaller content creators in the political live streamer scene is that they have nothing unique or original to say and only pander to tenderqueers and woke scolds, defining themselves almost entirely in opposition to other content creators, acting like the internet is just one big town hall instead of thousands.
By the way, this is super true. This is something I've talked about for a really long time on my channel. Even when I was a lot smaller channel, when I was in the debate scene, there was a whole bunch of these like tiny cliques that formed like attached to the debate scene who literally didn't do anything but try to be professional haters. It's just not a winning business model. Like, there's like a handful of people out there who can make a living being a professional hater, and those are generally people who have absolutely zero scruples whatsoever, but have some level of charisma or talent. Like when I think of somebody like Keemstar. Like, see, Keemstar has absolutely no scruples whatsoever. He will sell out anyone at any time. He'll fuck over anybody to get ahead. However, he can sustain this because he's a relatively funny and charismatic guy in his own way that is able to undercut people and propel himself forward in that way. But if you don't have any other talent except for being a hater, it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable at all. And keep in mind, excuse me, keep in mind, that's about the highest praise I can say for Keemstar, okay? But whether you like him or not, it is true that he has some level of presenter talent. He has the ability to connect with people and make them laugh, even if it's for really shitty reasons. DJMuel and Keemstar are both gnomes. Yeah, well, unfortunately, not all gnomes are made equal, it seems.
Thousands upon thousands of micro communities that all intermingle with each other. But guess what, Incel Robotnik? That's not how the internet works. Vosh having viewers and Destiny having viewers and any other streamer or content creator having viewers that you do not like does not take away from you having viewers, and even if it did, you wouldn't want their viewers in your audience anyways. Except you don't even have viewers. Because while you constantly denounce these content creators as supposed clan members, here's who your best friend and Red Planet podcast co-host is.
Okay, so maybe since you know literally nothing, you should probably, not try to present yourself as a person that knows anything. Also, clearly white, clearly racist. You can't think of a single possible form of anti-black racism. If you found me a black bisexual man, I might throw up in my mouth at the thought of sexual contact with them. You can't hate gay people anymore. Why not? I want to hate whoever the fuck I want to hate. I, for one, would never be involved with a guy who's bisexual. If a guy's like having sex with other guys, and then he's like, oh, maybe I'll try having sex with you. I'm like, I want to hate a person because they're wearing Crocs. Why can't I hate a person because of whatever else trivial? If that reason is trivial, if I can hate a person for wearing Crocs, that's an incredibly trivial reason, and then people can harp on me about how stupid it is for me to hate an entire person because of the Crocs they wear. But you see me fuck, I will hate the fuck out of that Croc wearing freak, and I have no qualms about it.
Now, to DJMuel's credit, he does go to bat for his friend, but he makes up a fictional Gamergate-esque narrative.
I mean, come on, people. You can clearly see that this is absurd and has no basis in reality. It is simply the systematic destruction of a woman on the internet simply because she chose to be outspoken and make political content. Seriously.
The last time I remembered, none of the victims of Gamergate ever said anything as reprehensible as white people are only attracted to other white people because of evolution, and that's why she doesn't want to date black people. I'm like, that's her argument. It's fucking insane. She literally transitioned into Adolf Hitler.
That's a huge section of people to just completely write off as unattractive, and it just seems like kind of strange. Like, is it literally like just the skin color is like unattractive to you? Like, I don't know. It just seems like a weird statement.
It's as simple as evolutionarily, we want to fucking propagate our fucking like shit, and so propagating our own fucking shit involves finding people that are similar to our own shit.
So if you've gotten this far in the video, you might think I'm being cruel or disproportionately mean towards DJMuel. Like, maybe he's just an idiot who also can't get laid and thinks white knighting for girl Hitler can help him in this endeavor. But no, he's actually an incredibly malicious person, and I'll show you why. Before I talk about the big Xanderhell drama that he is mostly known for, I want to talk about the lesser known drama between DJMuel and myself because of him irresponsibly pedo-jacketing another streamer named Chudlogic. When I was new to the political live streaming scene, DJMuel and I were Twitter mutuals, and I even once appeared on the Red Planet podcast alongside him and the streamer formerly known as Bad Bunny. I trusted them, and because of that trust, when I saw DJMuel call Chudlogic a pedophile, I didn't hold back saying as much on my stream.
You like racism?
Pretty sure that guy is like a pedophile.
But like, CTV, how about yourself?
He hit on him. That was fake. All right.
Or Infinity Acre Wood, right? So
I never rolled with it because I don't know if it's actually true. I didn't actually look into it. I just have a lot of people around me like convinced he's a pedophile. But knowing that I have been pedo-jacketed before, I don't feel comfortable like 100% saying yes, he is in fact a pedophile.
Oh, so you just say I think he's a pedophile, and that's okay then? Excellent. Good to know.
Keffals says, for the record, I don't like Chud, but I don't think he's a pedo. Yeah, I don't think he's a pedo either. My history with Chudlogic is well known.
I later found out, however, that this was misinformation, and I confronted him in DMs to tell him about how much I was harassed by using the information he provided to me. I later released those DMs in a video on my channel called Bad Bunny Liar Grifter Manipulator, and I'll leave the timestamps to the full DM leak in the description. I'm going to show you Chudlogic and Xanderhall's reaction.
So you guys may not be aware of this, but like when you get into drama with another streamer, which obviously Keffals has gotten into a lot of drama with Chudlogic, you're scrolling through Twitter and you stumble across what appears to be a thread of evidence this person who you are having beef with is actually a pedophile. You're pretty likely to be like, whoa, okay, all right, well I just got handed the W then, just gotta point to this, and I've won the argument. I've won the whole drama. I've won the debate. It seems like you've had like a W handed to you on a golden platter. So I can't really blame Keffals for trying to take it.
So the plot thickens, guys. The plot thickens. The reason that Keffals said that about me on stream. So I thought that it just came because this is the thing, and this is very revealing for me. I thought that it came out of nowhere, and that Keffals just randomly said that about me. And I thought maybe she was alluding to the drama that I was involved in. But like, I didn't realize that this person had said it to her. So actually, it was DJMuel that had told her this. And she just repeated the claim on stream. Unbelievable. I actually was like, pretty amicable with the guy. I think then the allegations came out, and he obviously sided super hard against me, which, a lot of people did. It is what it is.
Wasn't the girl in question 30 years old? There were like two girls. One was 30 years old, and the other definitively lied to Chudlogic's face about her age. Come on, man. Like, that evidence is out there.
DJMuel is the hidden villain. He's not exactly hidden. You guys have to understand, this whole thing kicked off because DJMuel came out of nowhere with guns blazing towards Zan. Like, DJMuel is just an incredibly sloppy liar who's also annoying and also actually cruel. He tried to like get Xanderhall by being a weird freak and spreading misinformation about Xanderhall and doing apologia for the abuse that Xanderhall had with no evidence. Like, he literally lied about what actually happened in that situation. DJMuel is just a giant piece of shit who didn't even think before opening his mouth.
See, DJMuel has a habit of, just kind of making shit up, even though there's already pretty substantial hard evidence to debunk whatever claims he's trying to make about people.
But then she did apologize to me. But then since then, he is like, at every opportunity that's plausible to do so, obviously he is a completely failed
Oh yeah, he did the fake Lenin quote too.
He's a content creator.
This man has like an Avengers lineup of debate streamers in his mind. It's like me, Vosh, I don't even, probably DemonMama maybe.
Funnily enough, it was actually DemonMama. This is like a little while ago. DramaMama asked me to raid a charity stream, and I thought, okay, yeah, sure, I'll raid a charity stream, why not? And it was Bad Bunny's charity stream. And even at that time I was a bit like, ooh, I mean, now I've obviously got very strong opinions on Bad Bunny, but back then I was a bit like,
hey, I stand by that charity stream, okay? That charity stream, we made a lot of money. We made a lot of money and put it towards GoFundMes for people in need. I stand by that charity stream regardless of any drama that people have had with Bad Bunny. It was still based, that charity stream was based.
He was like a bit of a bitch. You know, that was kind of my perspective. But whatever, I'll raid a charity stream anyway just to do the right thing.
DJMuel is the hidden goat of all BreadTube. True.
So, raided a charity stream. She's like, oh, hey, ChudLogic, thanks for the raid. You know, kind of normal like. And this fucking DJMuel fellas, they're like with a face like a slapped ass. He's not happy with it, clearly. And I know that DJMuel is someone that had spoken quite hard against me with the allegations. And I just sort of like, just left, didn't say anything and just thought nothing more of it, right? A few days later, DJMuel puts out this tweet and he's like, just to remind everyone, ChudLogic's a groomer. And kind of tries to relitigate the whole thing. And Bad Bunny retweeted it. So, just to clarify the sequence of events, I had, in good faith, raided a charity stream. Okay, just because it's a charity stream.
Oh, yeah,
obviously,
this was
didn't want to bring any
DJMuel.
drama into it. Didn't want to, you know, literally could have just raided it and left it at that, and that was that. But no, this fucker has to go out and put a thread out and call me a groomer again, trying to relitigate it, like, months later. Look at this,
shit.
like, this is how these people operate. They're so fucking dishonest. And they come in their little, oh, I'm so sorry that happened. I never would have asked you to do that. I really appreciate you, though. And then look how quick the tone changes.
I appreciate what you do a lot, and you defo put yourself in the crosshairs with that. But, like, yeah, it's a super fucked up situation, and he is a groomer.
And I really am sad that Keffals had to get the blowback for this because, you know, while yes, you know, a responsibility for spreading misinfo and all of that, and yes, it did need to be called out. Very clearly, you can tell here from this private interaction, Keffals is pretty upset that she unknowingly spread misinfo, which has harmed her credibility. Now, does this mean that there's a learning, like, lesson to come from this? Obviously, yeah. But it goes to show just how much of a liar this DJMuel guy is. You can't take him seriously.
I'm going to be honest with you, right? In this situation, I don't think that Keffals has really done anything wrong. Like, you know, she wanted some more information because she felt that she'd been misled in regards to my situation from tweets he'd put out. And he provided the information, and then 12 hours later, he's fucking reeing in her DMs. Keffals is right. Why should she trust you? You've put out a piece of information that even people who they know.
It's Not a Cookie says, just got here and I'm absolutely swooning over DJMama's new haircut. Believe it or not, it's just that my hair is grown out and I just did it up a little bit today, but thank you very much. I'm extremely happy that my hair is out of the awkward period and I can actually do things with it now. Thank you so much.
Own community were disagreeing with. If you look at a chat when she called me that, people were saying, hang on a sec, hang on a sec, hang on a sec.
You know, that's a scary idea, that he actually ends up, the online left forgets about these lies, and like in a year from now, he falsely accuses someone else, and people buy it. It's a scary idea.
Needless to say, I'm glad that making content isn't financially viable anymore for DJMuel. He's a disgusting person who claims that he wants nothing to do with drama, and would rather do political organizing and mutual aid and all sorts of real activist stuff. Yeah, so but here's the thing, no one stopped him from doing that. Engaging in drama was entirely 100% his own decision, and it was a decision he made because he realized it was good for views. The problem is, the moment that drama isn't relevant anymore, no one wants to stick around for his smug face and terrible opinions. And this isn't even getting into the hit piece he did on Xanderhall. Well, I don't want to rehash every single thing about this, there are a few things I want to go over. First of all, he automatically assumed Xanderhall was lying about her ex being addicted to meth in a video essay that he said he spent months researching, which Merrick was able to confirm in literally less than 30 seconds.
Anyway, he says that in the police report that she was definitely done for methamphetamine for being in possession. Look at these police reports. It doesn't say in the police report that she was definitely done for methamphetamine. Now, look at these police reports. It doesn't say anywhere here that she was done for meth. It says that she was done for being in possession of a controlled substance. You do know what a controlled substance is, don't you, Xanderhall? Many things. But no, Xanderman needs you to think that it is meth. You know, the bad drug that all the crazy, unhinged druggies do. All the crazy, unhinged druggies that steal things and hurt people and rob people and rape people.
Just so they can get their fix.
And making out that Lonnie is a person like that would fit his narrative. Pretty convenient.
Oh, sorry, controlled substance. Okay, yeah.
So let's see, 11,377. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. No fucking way. No fucking way. Look at that. Possession of methamphetamine.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, so not only did DJMuel get completely blown out in real time on Merrick's stream, Merrick is Pog, by the way, but also, if I remember correctly, and I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly about this video, this was all in service of an argument that Xander Hall was somehow was the bad guy and was trying to use the police against his ex, even though she got arrested on her own while out with friends, unrelated to Xander Hall whatsoever. He was trying to say that Xander Hall was using the police, even though they had already split at that point. Just, again, DJ, just maliciously stupid, maliciously manipulative.
Amphetamine.
Oh yeah, that's right, of course. As people are pointing out in chat, literally Zan's ex even commented on the video and was like, why would you make this video? Because it actually made things worse for Lonnie as well.
Somebody clip this. Somebody needs to fucking clip this. Holy shit, somebody fucking clip that. Oh, you're kidding me. You Weasley little fucking liar.
I just want to take a second, though, to point out how performative and awful this guy is in so many different ways. He's supposed to be a leftist, but then he makes a cheap shot at Xander Hall, saying he doesn't think Xander Hall attended college, which can only make you assume that he's looking down on anyone from a poor family or anyone who struggled with a learning disability with his shit-eating grin.
I'm pretty fucking sure that Xander Hall didn't go to college, so I don't know how he knows what an actual frat house party is, but anyway, that's by the by.
Or the fact that he said that Xander Hall should have makeup sex with his abusive ex, which is just like...
that was the line that pushed me over the edge. The saying that all that Xander Hall needed to do after being literally financially abused, lied, and having thousands upon thousands of dollars stolen from him from under his nose was have makeup sex was one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen put to video. And keep in mind, there are lots of pieces of shit who will say horrible, hurtful crap about people's personal lives. But most of them don't do it while trying to moral high horse and be more leftist than thou. But DJMuel did it. DJMuel's entire thing was about how Zan is a bad leftist and I am a good leftist. But I'm just gonna say that basically you need to have makeup sex with your abuser and everything will be okay. Yeah, fuck this guy so much. I literally forgot that was like the line.
What the fuck, dude?
No debrief, no makeup sex, just sweep it all under the carpet. Don't even think about your poor, homeless ex-girlfriend.
But the funniest part of this entire video is him trying to attack Xander Hall for saying his ex would leave rotten food in the fridge.
He complains that all the food in the fridge would go bad, and I'm not being funny, man, but like, Xander Hall, have you never been in control of a fridge in your entire life? It happens all the time, because unfortunately capitalism doesn't allow us a lot of time to actually address things like that. Plus, if you've got ADHD like me, planning and cooking is such a drama. Like, cooking is a whole ass thing, dude. Lots of people get Uber Eats. I'm gonna be getting an Uber Eat after I've recorded this video, because I've got no energy to cook.
He just told on himself so badly.
It is indeed true. People do get Uber Eats, but most people don't blame their inability to cook the eggs in the fridge before they go bad on capitalism.
Because as it was revealed, he had only streamed 28 days in the last 3 months. Now, if that's his regular streaming schedule, that means that he only streams 3 days a week, leaving 4 days a week where he could cook easily. And don't even give me the ADHD.
Okay, Keffals, putting that clip in there is the kill shot, I think. I know that I made a big stink about how much of a piece of shit this guy is, but let's be real, that was the kill shot right there. That is one of the funniest quotes. And I remember, oh, please tell me you have the part where he calls it, what's he call it? He calls it emotional labor. Is that what he calls it? What's it? Domestic labor? I can't remember what he calls it. Oh, please.
Sob story.
It was right after that. Right after he said that, he called it, what was the term? Reproductive labor. That's right. He called it reproductive labor, not recognizing that that is not what reproductive labor means, okay? Reproductive labor is not, reproductive labor is not the labor that you have to do if you're a woman, because women can reproduce and need to cook and clean. That is not what reproductive labor is, but he calls it reproductive labor right after where that clip cuts off. Yeah, he certainly wasn't cooking. That's true. That's true. We know that much.
Be like a regular adult and take some Adderall. I do it. Vosh does it. Loads of other content creators have to do it.
Wrong! Wrong! Exposed! Liar! Liar! You guys are liars. Nobody is taking Adderall right now because there's an Adderall shortage. Exposed! Debunked! Fucking blown the fuck out. None of you are. I know you aren't.
Because we're all ADHD brained as shit.
How can you call yourself any kind of leftist when you've got an opinion like that?
There's literally no excuse. Like, I don't even like making these arguments, but it's like honestly infuriating.
Why is the Adderall always gone? Wait, for real? The reason is because the DEA, at least in the US, the reason why there's an Adderall shortage is because the DEA tightened the production amount. So the DEA controls how much Adderall is actually made. And the DEA put restrictions because to combat the methamphetamine epidemic, which is funny because the methamphetamine epidemic isn't Adderall. It isn't even college kids using Adderall. It's fucking street meth, which has, but you know, whatever. Yes. Thank you, LB. LB says my hair looks sick. Thank you so much. Yeah, so instead what they're doing is putting the squeeze on. It's funny, isn't it? Isn't it amazing how even if you do everything by the books, the DEA still puts the squeeze on you for no reason, just to make your life more difficult? Yeah, anyway, let's continue.
Infuriating. It's like they made him up in a lab to be literally the worst socialist ever. Like he's literally everything that right-wingers think socialists are. He literally said, oh, you know, I only work 3 days a week. I have 4 days off every week, but I can't cook. I'm too lazy to cook because I have all these problems and shit that I made up. The last thing I'm going to say about this is that he's so obviously manipulative with how he frames things. If he really cared about the victim, which he believes is Lonnie, he would listen to her. Because in situations involving domestic abuse, you're supposed to listen to the victim. But instead of doing that, he continues, to this day, to double down on calling Xander Hall an abuser and making up lies about the situation, even though Lonnie herself has commented on the video multiple times, saying it.
Yikes, this did not deserve 40K views.
It shouldn't have had as many views as it did, and that it was a dog shit video. But anyway, that's basically everything I have to say about the DJMuel situation. Dude sucks, and he deserves worse than this, quite honestly. This video is probably going to get demonetized just like my last 2 videos did, so if you'd like to support the channel, you can subscribe to my Patreon for only
$5 a month.
Love you all. See you in the next video.
Still one of the funniest. I know everybody's gonna get mad when I say this, but $5 a month was a moment of comedic genius. I don't care. I do not care. Do not give me your arguments. I don't care what you think or feel about Bad Bunny. $5 a month was one of the most legendary moments on the internet, and it will probably be around for at least a few more years because it was too fucking funny. It was too fucking funny, okay? Keffals. Excellently edited video, very funny. Love to see you taking down DJMuel. Happy to see you giving him a little boot on the ass on the way out. I do believe that there are some people who just should not create YouTube content. Just like how I believe there are some people who should not be doctors, there are some people who should not be lawyers, and there are some people who should not be firefighters, etc., etc. Likewise, there are some people who should not be YouTubers. That doesn't mean that I think that their platform should be destroyed or they should be banned. I just think they should stop. And DJMuel seems to be following my advice and not making content as much anymore, which he was already making basically none, so he's basically stopping. I am a YouTuber! I am a YouTuber! I am a YouTuber! That's gonna be DJMuel for the next like 6 months. I am a YouTuber! I am a YouTuber! Yeah. Anyway, Keffals, excellent video. If you guys liked our reaction to that video, make sure that you hit like and subscribe on this video that you're watching right now, but also go over, subscribe to Keffals. Keffals is doing a whole bunch of new style of content, which is super awesome. And you all should go support Keffals because Keffals is funny as hell and makes really slick edited videos just like this one. So hop on over and show some love to Keffals. That was a really fun video. Keffals, thank you so much for the exclusive watch. I very much enjoyed that. Definitely made me laugh. So, yeah, Keffals W if you ask me. So, hell yeah. Yeah, that's that. Oh, let me read some donos. I got a whole bunch of donations during that piece, and I didn't get a chance to read them, so I'm gonna read them real quick. And then we got a whole bunch of content. We have a crazy amount of content to do. It looks like, given how much we've done so far, we're probably just gonna jump straight into the drama tonight. I don't think I'm even gonna do like, there's not all that much politics to even talk about. I might just save that for another stream this week. We have a lot of drama to do, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But anyway, let's read these donos. Taters with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Evelyn with the tier 1 sub. Evelyn says, I started playing Signalis. Thank you for the recommendation. I am adoring the game so far. Signalis is awesome. If you like horror games, if you like the Silent Hill or Resident Evil series, and you want a extremely artistic, lovingly crafted, and highly inspired by Silent Hill and Resident Evil game, y'all should go check out Signalis. It is one of my favorite games that I played this year. Absolutely breathtaking horror game. Glad that you're liking it. J Spoon with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much, J Spoon. Twitchy Paws with the $5. Oh wait, that was an old one. But thank you anyway, Twitchy Paws. And from the YouTube chat, we have Ron's KFC with the incredibly generous $10 super chat. Thank you very, very much. McDonald's is always hiring DJMuel. I bet that McDonald's would be a much better fit than YouTube for DJMuel, and he might even learn how to cook. Ron's KFC also with another $10 super chat says, oh, hey, he got out of his house. That's why he got a real job. Yeah, it turns out grass touching can be very, very valuable. Did you play Fear and Hunger or the sequel? Even Vosh is hyping it up. It's on my list. I believe I'm going to play it next after I finish, Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, which I even forgot to talk about Tears of the Kingdom. It is, I'm really excited to play Fear and Hunger. I had never heard of it until I saw a Super Eye Patch Wolf video on Fear and Hunger, and it sold me that I wanted to go check it out because it sounds like my type of game, like hardcore. I love punishing immersive games. Immersive sims are like my shit. I absolutely love them. So inject that shit directly into my veins. I'll be checking it out. Yeah. Yep. Okay, real quick, I'm gonna do, before we do the drama segment, real quick, I am going to talk about Tears of the Kingdom. And also, hold on a second, let's do this real quick. My lovely, lovely imps, I have gotten to play Tears of the Kingdom. It came out while I was camping. but I wisely downloaded it in advance. And so I was able to play a little bit over the weekend while I was camping. And since I got back, I have been basically tunneling into Tears of the Kingdom, which is the newest Legend of Zelda game from the tiny indie game company called Nintendo. Tears of the Kingdom is amazing. And I mean, it is amazing, amazing, okay? I have played every single Legend of Zelda game that has ever come out, with the exception of the CDI Legend of Zelda, which I have watched playthroughs of, and Skyward Sword. Oddly enough, I didn't play Skyward Sword, and I don't remember why. It is... and I love Legend of Zelda. In fact, I had an image prepared to show you to display just how much Legend of Zelda, specifically Majora's Mask, means to me. This is my tattoo. The first tattoo that I ever got is the Song of Healing from Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, which is tattooed right on the back of my neck. Now, because of the position, it's a little hard for me to show it to you live, but this is a picture of it so you can see. It says follow along after me, and it has all of the masks that you attain with the Song of Healing, and then down here it has Fierce Deity and Majora's Mask. It's a very important tattoo to me. It is it was a arguably a spiritual decision to get that tattoo, as nerdy as it is to get a Legend of Zelda tattoo whatsoever. Majora's Mask is one of the most important video games, still on the top of my favorite games list. It's up there tied with Pathologic, yeah, Majora's Mask and Pathologic are like my tied games for most important game of all time for me. I absolutely love Tears of the Kingdom. And part of the reason why I love Tears of the Kingdom is because it is giving me Majora's Mask vibes in a lot of ways. Majora's Mask was a very interesting game, and it was interesting because it was made basically exclusively with pieces of another game. Majora's Mask was created on an incredibly short time frame. They were given a remarkably tiny budget, and they were not given a lot of resources generally from Nintendo. They had to make a game for the N64 that was following up the most popular Legend of Zelda game ever, Ocarina of Time, with basically no tools to do so. And they succeeded, and they surpassed it, in my opinion. Majora's Mask is in my opinion the artistic apex of the Legend of Zelda series. There is something and part of the reason for this is because Majora's Mask reaches beyond the game and into the world. It tells its own story in the game, you know, via the game. The game is a surreal blending of memories. You see characters that you recognize from Ocarina of Time, but their names aren't the same, their voices aren't always the same, and who they are isn't the same. Link is lost in his own mind, essentially, and it creates this extremely eerie, sad, and breathtaking experience of seeing these familiar things, but changed somehow in a way that you can't quite explain. And the entire story of this game is about taking a world, a jumbled up and broken world, and making it a place that people can live in. And I'm getting a lot of the same vibes so far. I haven't beaten it. This is my first impressions video from Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom is basically everything that was in Breath of the Wild is also in Tears of the Kingdom. Unlike Majora's Mask, however, this one was actually funded and seems to have had serious support from the studio, which means that in addition to having all of the characters, tools, and world that existed prior in Breath of the Wild, which I loved Breath of the Wild, you also have so much more. I'm not going to spoil anything, okay? I'm not gonna spoil anything about the game whatsoever, except to say that it is a huge expansion of the world that was already established in Breath of the Wild, and it's amazing. And instead of sort of focusing exclusively on the legends of the past that was the story of Breath of the Wild, instead, in Tears of the Kingdom, you're exploring the world as it is. You are engaging with the world in very real time, and the past, the future, and the present meld together via your experience as Link, and it's awesome. I don't want to spoil anything because there's still a ton of people who haven't even started the game yet, but I'm telling you, it's really, really great. There is just so much artistic joy and love exuding from this game. The character designs are are deranged. They're making people go crazy, okay? And I have to do a shout out here, okay? Shout out to another streamer that many of you will be familiar with, Vosh. Vosh put out a video recently, and I happened to catch this one live while I was, interestingly, playing Tears of the Kingdom. Vosh somehow managed to turn horny posting about one of the main characters in this game into an 1.5 hour long politics segment. And I gotta say, that right there is streamer talent, okay? Turning your horny posting about one of the characters into that's talent, okay? I gotta say, massive praise from me. Oh my God, it was so good, all right? It was so good. I'm not gonna say anything further. It was a great segment, it was fun. Yes, the characters in this game are insanely hot. All of them. Breath of the Wild was a very horny game. And I should say Legend of Zelda generally has always been a pretty horny game series in a lot of ways. If you know, you know. If you don't, let's just say there are a lot of not so subtly included kinks, fetishes, and just general horniness in all of these games, okay? Just a lot. There's just a lot. It's basically never ending. Ever since Legend of Zelda left the pixel era, it's been off the charts levels of horniness, okay? Yeah, it's Blablato says Midna true form. Oh, you're gonna piss off the Midna imp form people. You listen, let me tell you, there is more art of Midna's goblin form than there is of Midna's true form. I'm just saying, just so you know, okay? There's way more porn of Imp Midna, but so much more, okay? It is incredible, all right? Everybody is saying, of course, the new goat character is hot, but hardly the only new character in this series that is very hot. There is a lot of love put into the designs, and there was a lot of horniness put into a lot of the designs as well, and I am totally here for it. I can't say, you know, I have to wait until I give a final conclusion on how I feel about Tears of the Kingdom, but so far, I am absolutely loving it. One of the problems of Breath of the Wild, and keep in mind, I really liked Breath of the Wild, but one of the problems of Breath of the Wild was that the game felt like it was spread too thin. Like they didn't have enough time they had this enormous, just gigantic and beautiful map, but they didn't have time to fill it all up with stuff. There was a lot of beautiful like sights, and there was a lot of cool moments, and there was some really good stuff in Breath of the Wild, but a lot of the world just felt like it wasn't done. But let me tell you, that is not a problem in Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom, it's like, because they didn't completely reinvent the wheel, because they had this foundation to stand on, they've been able to fill it out in a way that's very nice. And I should note, Tears of the Kingdom manages to build off of a foundation without just being more of the same. Tears of the Kingdom has you engage with the game in a very different way, and I respect that a lot. There was a lot of changes to the game that were made as far as how you're supposed to play. The battle gameplay is very different than Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild's like combat was fairly straightforward. In this game, you've got like 4 different spells. You have to be opening menus. I've had to completely change the way that I play a Zelda game, and I love that. I really like that they did that. Even though, somewhat like Majora's Mask, even though it's built out of the same pieces, the same basic pieces as the last game. You're still in Hyrule, you're playing the same Link, a lot of the characters are the same characters that you met in the last game. There's things that are so different that it creates this sense, this amazing sense. It's a whole spectrum of wonderful emotions, okay? And I can't say anything else without spoiling any more, but I'm really impressed with how they managed to take a familiar foundation and make something new with it. It's awesome. Yeah. It's a really, really good game, and I'm very happy with the direction that they're going with it. Did they toss item durability where you need 80 weapons for one fight? No. But there is, without spoiling for anybody, they made a change to the way that items work in this game that completely and utterly changes the way that you will engage with the durability system. A lot of people complained about the durability system in Breath of the Wild. I complained about the durability system in Breath of the Wild. One of the reasons why was because it made it feel like a lot of the treasure felt trivialized. But let me tell you, they've really changed how you engage with the durability system, and it proves that durability systems in and of themselves aren't necessarily bad. I don't want to spoil anything, but let me just say you will be amazed if you keep an open mind and are able to flex with new mechanics. You'll find that the durability system melts into this really, really fun mechanic. Yeah. Did climbing in the rain get fixed? Climbing in the rain? It makes it impossible for me to play? Wait, the new system makes it impossible for you to play, or the old durability one? Sliding in the rain was important. I liked that. Wait, I like that. That system is good. That system is really good. That was one of my favorite things. The simulation elements in Breath of the Wild was one of the best things. The fact that like snowy weather makes you colder, rainy weather makes it harder to climb, sunny weather, lightning or like thunderstorms will put you at danger of lightning strikes. Being able to engage in the world that way makes the world feel awesome. Yeah, I loved that. I love that stuff. I remember a time when I really needed to climb something, but it was rainy as hell and it looked like it was gonna rain for like a day. So I had to figure out how to get shelter so I could make a fire. And so I had to find like a weird shaped rock to build a fire under so that I could hide under there and crouch next to my fire until the rain stopped. I love that. I love that so much. Anyway. Do you think you'll make a Legend of Zelda tier list? Yeah, absolutely. That would be really awesome. I would absolutely love that. Sounds amazing. Oh yes, Velvet says there's like 100 ways to solve every problem. It's actually deranged how many ways you can solve things in this game. This game is totally fine with letting you do the most broken stuff. Okay, let me tell you a quick story, okay? Okay, I'm gonna tell you a quick story about my experience with Tears of the Kingdom, spoiler free. For the first maybe 6 hours that I played the game, I had completely missed the place that you were supposed to go to first. Just by pure chance, when I left the little tutorial area and landed on the landed on the ground out of the tutorial area, I talked to a NPC who told me, hey, look over there, there's Kakariko Village. And I was like, okay, I should go to Kakariko Village. And then from there on, I ended up being on a giant goose chase looking for a place that everybody said, oh, you should go talk to Pura in Lookout Lodge or something, Lookout Landing. And yeah, Retcon says, I didn't find Lookout Landing for 6 hours. And I was like, and they kept people go, you should go to Lookout Landing, but they didn't tell me where Lookout Landing is. Now, and so I was missing key items for the game, and I explored for 6 hours. I was killing hard enemies. I was finding the most ridiculous solutions to get into places. I was building these idiotically large bridges to like cross gaps that you should otherwise be able to easily get across if you find the starting item. This game it's so good on that front. It lets you solve problems in so many ways. I literally I was just manually marking things on my map with the little stamp tool because I didn't have the mapping tool. And I had a great time. It didn't bother me even a little bit. I thought it was the way it was supposed to be. I thought they were just like, yeah, whatever. All right, let's check out this Zelda meme. All I'm gonna say, Tears of the Kingdom, awesome, amazing designs, extremely horny game. I'm really enjoying it so far, and I'm gonna be playing a lot of it. So yeah, I wanna go play it right now, but I have to do drama. We got a whole bunch of drama to talk about. I do, I wanna go play it right now. I gotta work. I got a job I gotta do. I gotta entertain you motherfuckers. Anyway, by the way, if you are watching, make sure that you're subscribed to DJMuel right now by pressing the subscribe button down below, and also press the like button. Give me your likes. Let me see how many likes we got. We've had between 550 and 600 viewers, but we only have 345 likes. So if you all could please so generously just quickly press the like button on YouTube, it would mean the world to me, and it would guarantee we have a ton more viewers coming in for us about to dive, or should I say hike up Drama Mountain, which we're about to do. Anyway, let's watch this meme real quick.
Hola. Me has atrapado. En medio, suavemente. Te traigo mi suave. Regresé de entre los muertos con música de YouTube que cumple con los derechos de autor. Disfruta de la gloriosa suavidad conmigo bajo mi gobierno. Viviremos a 1000 suavemente mi corazón. Es tiempo de suavemente. Te das cuenta de que suavemente es para siempre. La luna y el sol morirán, pero la suavidad es suave. Las estrellas brillarán intensamente. Todos sabrán suavemente lo que suave es. Suavemente de nuevo 1.000.000 de veces. Suavemente multiplicado por otro 1.000.000. Disfruta de la gloriosa suavidad conmigo bajo mi gobierno. Viviremos a 1000 suavemente mi corazón. Es tiempo de suavemente. Te das cuenta de que suavemente es para siempre. La luna y el sol morirán, pero la suavidad es suave. Las estrellas brillarán intensamente. Todos sabrán suavemente lo que suave es. Suavemente de nuevo 1.000.000 de veces. Suavemente multiplicado por otro 1.000.000. Por siempre y para siempre. Suavemente. Suave.
That was great. That was great. Oh, that was really good. I love it. Oh, that was impressive. Spiritually accurate to how Ganondorf is in this game. They really went really hard with Ganondorf. I can't spoil anything else. I gotta stop. I have to stop because, my God. My God. Chinless Ganondorf. Oh, another Mr. Krabs W. True, you've had some dubs today. Absolutely impressive. Yeah, Ganondorf with no beard. Impressive. Incredible, actually. Oh yeah, Con D-pad. Some months ago you played a song that sounded like a robotic woi 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 woi, but I couldn't find it. Does anyone know? Yes, I know what it is. Hold on, I'll get it for you. I'll get you the exact track right now. Hold on. Hold on. It's a Delay Lama song. Hold on, I have it on my playlist here. Give me a second. I'll give it to you. It is a banger. It's an absolute banger. Here it is. I'll play it right now. Here we go. Banger. Banger. You know, it's funny. Every time I play this song, people are like, this sounds weird. And then they later ask me for the link. It's just a banger. Is it a weird Vocaloid synth pedal? Yes, it is. Is it also absolutely god tier composition? It sounds amazing and will get stuck in your head like crazy? Yes, it is. Link it, I already did, I linked it, here we go, I'm linking it again. Bam, there you go, there's the link. You all have it. By the way, this is one of those ancient YouTube videos. This video is from 2007. I don't know if this person has uploaded, oh yeah, and I have like one of the top comments on this video is my comment. From like but that was from, actually my old YouTube account might even have a comment on here somewhere. Legendary. Legendary. Yeah, it's from 15 years ago. Absurd. I think I discovered this in 2010. So that would have been 3 years after it actually came out. Yeah, I do remember that, Gay Fesh. That's awesome. All right, everybody, it's time though. It's time, no more goofing around. It's time. It's time, everybody. It's time. We have to hit the main content or we're gonna run out of time and I'm gonna get too tired. Oh. You ready, everybody? It is time. Everybody strap in. Oh, cool. No, JJ Candelabra. I discovered this many years ago. Many, many years ago. I have a very broad music taste and I find some wild songs, but I'm very inspired by it. Here's a nice music clip. This is not... I knew it. You gnomed me. You think you can gnome me. Okay. Here we go, everybody. My lovely, lovely imps. Today, we are going to be hiking Drama Mountain. So strap on your hiking boots, bundle up, make sure you've packed plenty of water, don't eat too much cheese or anything else that could cause you stomach discomfort on the mountain. Do not drink the river water, and of course, make sure that you've applied your sunscreen, because today we have a very long, very grueling hike on Mount Iilluminaughtii. For those of you who are unaware, Illuminaughtii is a very popular YouTube channel, approximately somewhere in the ballpark, formerly in the ballpark of about 2 million subscribers, a very successful YouTube channel. And Illuminaughtii has been making content for quite some time. And this month, in the last 30 days or so, there has been a basically never-ending drama centered right around the main face of the Illuminaughtii channel, a lady by the name of Blair. Now, this drama actually started with a claim from Blair against another very, very popular YouTube channel by the name of Legal Eagle. However, that's not actually what we're going to be focusing on for the majority of this long form drama deep dive. In fact, we're going to be talking about a totally unrelated situation that sort of happened in the wake of the allegations by Illuminaughtii against Legal Eagle. Now, just so that everybody's on the same page, I'm gonna summarize very quickly basically what happened in the Illuminaughtii Legal Eagle situation. Illuminaughtii on Twitter wrote up a post tagging Legal Eagle and accusing their channel of plagiarism. Now, plagiarism is a very major allegation. It is especially a major allegation to make against a lawyer. And Legal Eagle, of course, is a YouTuber, but also a lawyer. It's actually, plagiarism is one of the types of criminal behavior that can get you permanently barred from being a lawyer. It's a very serious allegation. And the allegation that was made by Blair of Illuminaughtii was that the Legal Eagle editing team had repeatedly approached, in Blair's words, repeatedly approached Illuminauti's editing team and had ended up copying some special effects that were later used in videos. And this blew up pretty big. Obviously, a huge YouTube channel accusing a lawyer and who is also an enormous YouTuber of plagiarism is a pretty big deal. So there were a lot of eyes on it. But when it sort of came down to the time to provide evidence, the evidence that was provided was, let's just say, very underwhelming. The evidence was that a special effects plugin that highlighted text was used both by Illuminaughtii and by Legal Eagle, and also that a sort of what looked like a torn piece of notebook paper that had text sort of appear on it was used both by Legal Eagle and by Illuminaughtii. Now, of course, most people would immediately point out that, at least to the average person, that does not scream of plagiarism, because these are actually effects that you can generate using pre-created plugins. Like a tool to highlight text on a video with a highlighter, it can be downloaded for like a couple of bucks from a lot of video stores, like digital video effects stores. They are pre-created effects, and the ones that were provided actually didn't even look similar. They weren't even the same plugin that was being used. So there was an immediate sort of backlash to this allegation of plagiarism, to the degree that some truly enormous names on YouTube ended up getting involved, including, most notably, a video essayist by the name of H Bomber Guy, who is significantly larger than both Legal Eagle and Illuminaughtii, who went very, very hard on Illuminaughtii and basically said, what are you fucking talking about? I have better examples of you doing plagiarism, and then provided a clip of Illuminaughtii delivering word for word from a documentary without clearly citing it on the screen. Yeah, I can show you the actual tweet right here of this particular incident. Personally, Illuminaughtii, this is H Bomber Guy, I would define plagiarism as something a bit more specific. For example, copying someone else's documentary directly into your script, which then this shows a clip from the documentary alongside a clip from Illuminaughtii. Sometime afterwards, Illuminaughtii ended up issuing a public apology and a retraction of the claims of plagiarism. However, I believe it was like, and don't quote me hardcore on this, again, this is not what we're focusing on. It was about 7 to 10 days later that Illuminaughtii ended up issuing a retraction on the claims of plagiarism. Now, that would have been enough, but amid this, another situation arose, and that is the drama that we are going to be focusing on today. Now, before I actually get into talking about the drama itself, I know I've just talked about the sort of precursor drama. There's going to be a bit of a, like I said, strap in. This is a hike, so be prepared and get comfortable and ready, because we got a lot to talk about. I need to talk about drama in general. I need to talk about why I'm even talking about drama. I have talked about drama on this channel a lot. It's not my main content by any means, not even close. However, there have been many times in the history of this channel when I have felt it necessary or valuable to weigh in on drama. In this particular incident, I took a very long time to decide whether or not I wanted to actually get involved. The allegations against Legal Eagle by Iilluminaughtii happened in late April, somewhere around April 18th or 19th. So I've been sitting on it for quite some time. And there's a couple of reasons why I've made the decision to finally talk about this and go over it on my channel. Drama is weird. If you talk about drama too much on your channel, your channel becomes dependent on drama. And I have never ever wanted to have a channel that's dependent on drama. And I don't have a channel that's dependent on drama. However, some dramas have echoing repercussions in a space. Some dramas are, they cause such an upheaval among content creators and the communities of those content creators that it can make a whole space more toxic, that it can actually severely impact the direction that groups of creators and their audiences go in. And I think, unfortunately, that this is one of them. I think that this is one of those dramas that can have a pretty major impact, and there's a number of reasons for this. The first being, of course, that Illuminauttii's channel is centered around exposing abusive structures. I have been a huge fan of Illuminauttii's content for a very long time, and I am going to attempt to withhold a final conclusion on my opinions until the end, until we've gone through all of the receipts. As you guys know, when I do drama content, which I usually call DramaMamas, I'm all about looking at the actual receipts. I fucking hate misinformation on the internet, and I hate context collapse. And unfortunately, the removal of context is something that happens constantly on the internet and is sometimes unavoidable. However, like I said, not to get too rambly here. I know I'm already rambling a bit. I'm sorry, it's a lot to deal with. What I'm gonna say is we're gonna look at the evidence first, and I'll give you all of my conclusions at the end. But I wanna say, I've been a fan of Illuminauttii's content for a long time because Illuminaughtii tends to take on cults, abusive businesses, and specifically multi-level marketing schemes. Multi-level marketing schemes are infamous in the United States. They're all over the place. Everything from stuff like Mary Kay to those like weird health drinks to bags, LuLaRoe bags. There's all kinds of multi-level marketing schemes that are set up in America, and a lot of them are very abusive, in my opinion. Not just like mildly abusive, they are built on horrific exploitation of people who don't know any better. They tend to target people who are tight on money. They tend to target people who are going through life crises. And in that way, a lot of multi-level marketing schemes function a lot like cults. And Illuminauttii, a big chunk of Illuminauttii's most popular content has been exposing and taking down these types of structures. Additionally, Illuminaughtii is a pretty vocal left-leaning person. As many of you will know, I operate in a space of leftist-leaning politics. I talk about politics a lot from a left-leaning perspective. I'm very open about that. It's I think it's very valuable, and I make my arguments for that all the time. And this space has a weird network of connections, but nonetheless, there is a certain there's a certain set of beliefs and practices that people are expected to be held up to when you make your content specifically about a left-leaning politics. You know what I mean? People expect that you are not going to be engaging in abusive business practices, that you are not going to be, you know, two-faced and hypocritical in your practices. There's just an expectation if you brand your content that way, people are going to hold you to that standard. And unfortunately, in this particular situation, basically all of the things that I've just mentioned have at one point or another come into contest. Regardless of where you fall as far as a conclusion to the drama, it is simply true that Illuminati's values as an individual and as a channel have come very strongly into question, and it has reflected poorly on a lot of the content that people really like from her channel. A lot of the content calling out abusive practices, you know, manipulative businesses, manipulative cult-like business structures. These values have been called into question. There's nearly 3 hours of direct source material. It's going to be a while. Yes, it is. I told you this is going to be a hike. So that was sort of the understanding where this drama started, which we're not going to fixate on too much because it's honestly not as important. And secondly, I wanted to talk about why this drama is important to me enough that I'm actually going to take time of day, a decent amount of time out of my stream schedule to talk about it. And finally, I want to talk about drama in general, real quick. Whenever there's drama on the internet, there is also, hand in hand, a lot of abuse. I don't know how to fix this problem right now. The internet as it exists currently has a lot of issues with abuse and harassment. The internet is structured to inspire extremely weird parasocial attachments that are, frankly, it's basically like every YouTuber that you know has like some level of weird paparazzi. Not literal paparazzi, but like paparazzi, internet paparazzi who try to follow them around, build narratives, post things about them randomly at all times. Even small content creators have an unbelievable amount of people who are weirdly fixated on them in really unhealthy ways. And it's basically YouTube and other platforms are designed to be this way in a way that makes it very hard to sift through all of the deranged shit. Even when there is some genuinely bad behavior going on or done by a content creator, it can be really, really hard to sift through that. And especially on certain social media sites, sometimes it actually seems like none of it matters at all. Like the truth actually doesn't matter. That like people just sort of decide however they feel about a content creator, and then they run with that narrative, and they associate with people who agree with that narrative, and they disassociate with people who disagree with that narrative, and that the actual truth doesn't matter. But I believe the truth does matter. I actually think that it's really, really important when shit like this happens that we do our absolute best to be thorough, to not repeat things without evidence, to not go ham, to not spread misinformation, to not dogpile and harass and do deranged and unhealthy things. And the only way that I really, as like an internet entertainer, I spend my time making y'all laugh and learn some things, hopefully, and occasionally help you all sift through complicated situations like this one. I think that something that I can do is ensure that, at least for my part, that whatever commentary I make is thorough and based on what actually happened and based on the evidence that's actually provided, instead of a never-ending game of telephone via secondhand narratives. Does all of this make sense? I know that this is a little bit of a long wind-up. But I'm just hoping that this is all making sense as to why I'm doing this wind-up. I don't know what accountability means on the internet anymore, or maybe ever. It's very difficult to know what any of that means. But that doesn't mean that we can ignore everything that happens. It doesn't mean that when there is, you know, influential people, you know, in political spaces, in social spaces, and otherwise, that their stories can be completely ignored. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm hoping that we can try and make some sense out of this, and that the people who watch my coverage of this will walk away feeling more informed and having more informed opinions than basically anybody else. That's my goal. My goal is to make sure that when you watch this stuff and you're getting caught up on a drama that everybody is talking about and everybody is saying things about, that you'll be able to look at these things and know whether or not a claim is true or not, or whether or not it's fair. And the reason why I think this is important is because, well, we have to do something, okay? We have to be able to do, we are very limited in our ability to positively affect a lot of these spaces. It's very easy to negatively affect spaces. Anybody can log on the internet and call somebody a shithead or send a slur at somebody. There's a lot of ways to negatively affect social spaces online, but it's difficult to do so positively. But I think that one of the ways that we can positively affect spaces is by A, knowing what happened when something major is alleged, or when many major things are alleged, and like know what actually happened, and B, know when people aren't telling the truth, or when people are acting out of some kind of personal spite, so that you can go, I'm not gonna jump on board with people doing this, okay? Yeah, cruelty is the path of least resistance. It's absolutely true. And here's the thing. As is going to become immediately apparent as we go through everything that's here, there have been a lot of very serious allegations made here. I have been the target of extremely spurious and extremely serious allegations multiple times throughout the history of my career on this website. Some of you will know that the biggest drama that I was recently personally involved in, believe it or not, it's been like 6 months since I've been involved in any drama. It's a miracle. The channel's been growing like crazy. By the way, if you are here and you're ready for this, press like and subscribe down below, because I would love to have you as an imp. We are growing like crazy, and I would love to have you counted among us. There's a reason why so many people are jumping on board and hearing the signal. Yeah, no, I have not been involved in any major drama in about 6 months. In fact, I've been very deliberate to not get involved in that. And I'm happy. But this particular drama has turned into people with very large platforms making very, very serious allegations. And I get really annoyed when people make allegations without evidence. And let me tell you, there is some pretty serious allegations going around in this particular situation, okay? People tried to drag you into drama, Shoe on Head. That was the last drama. That was the one that was 6 months ago. Back in December, Shoe on Head, I correctly, verifiably correctly criticized Shoe on Head, and Shoe on Head just made up an insane thing about me and then sent it out to her audience of 1.5 million people. Hundreds of thousands of people watched a video of her putting my face on the screen and accusing me of being a fucking pedophile defender falsely. Even though I did literally no such thing, she shows a clip that has no connection to her allegation. So that's the type of shit I'm talking about. That's the type of shit that really, really pisses me off. So I have a personal investment in trying to make clear when dramas and allegations go out of control, okay? So without any further ado, let's dive in to this drama. Okay. So The first thing, I mentioned that Illuminaughtii made some allegations against Legal Eagle, which turned out to be spurious and which she ultimately rescinded. Illuminaughtii no longer stands by her allegations of plagiarism, which, okay, credit for taking them back. However, now that we've seen it, the allegation of plagiarism was an unbelievable stretch. It was not a good look for Illuminaughtii. That was, I mean, again, Illuminaughtii herself recanted the allegations and offered an apology to Legal Eagle. But again, that's a serious allegation, a really serious allegation. Plagiarism is a high crime in creative spaces. Brandy with the $10 super chat. I'll probably be asleep soon. Thank you for the stream. You're very welcome. Thank you for supporting this show. This show is viewer supported, and it means the world to me that you would support it. You came just in time. Yes, you did. Tell your friends. It's a potentially career-ending allegation, so it's very serious to fly off the handle with low evidence. That's what started it. However, shortly afterwards, another quite large YouTube content creator by the name of The Click wrote a thread about Illuminaughtii, and this thread quickly picked up steam. Now, many people will point out, well, that seems pretty opportunistic, doesn't it? That Illuminaughtii basically got in hot water, that she created hot water for herself. She made an allegation against Legal Eagle that she then later retracted because it was spurious. I think it's fair to say it was a spurious allegation. She should not have made the allegation in the first place. And the claims were not fairly done. So was it opportunistic of The Click to put out this thread? I would argue, to a certain degree, yes. But also, YouTube is an attention economy. Sometimes people are going to bring their grievances forward, even if they're unrelated, when somebody is trending. And if those allegations stand on their own, or if they have any substance to them, they might take off. This is just something that happens. And I don't really know if you can discredit anybody just because of that. I just wanted to get that out of the way because I've seen a lot of people saying, oh, this was super opportunistic. Well, I don't know. It is opportunistic to take advantage of spotlight being on somebody, but that's why we're here, to look at the actual situation. So here is the YouTuber that we are going to be talking about. This is a channel known as The Click. They have made 1,000 videos. They have 1.23 million subscribers. They are a quite large verified YouTube channel. They've been going for a very, very, very long time. We're doing The Click first, kind of. We're doing The Click's Twitter allegations first. They're a 10-year-old channel. Yes, they are a 10-year-old channel, and most importantly, to what we're going to be talking about today, The Click is a former collaborator and employee. It's kind of unclear exactly how the structure worked, but a former co-worker at the very least with Illuminaughtii. Now, all of the people that we are going to be talking about today, every single one of them is somebody who formerly worked with and collaborated with Illuminaughtii. And I think that that's important to keep in mind as to the level of connection that these people have, okay? Fortnite says, it's kind of like claiming that the alleged rape victims of Donald Trump coming out during the election means that you shouldn't believe them because it's opportunistic. Yes, it's just the way that it works when you're talking about people who have large platforms. Anyway, let's take a look at what The Click wrote on Twitter on April 23. So again, this is just a few days after the drama, okay? Here we go. Hey peeps, I've seen the recent drama regarding Illuminaughtii. This is of course referring to the spurious allegations against Legal Eagle from Illuminaughtii. I would like to clarify I am not affiliated with her and haven't been for over 2 years. So 2 years ago, they used to work together. I left her and her collaboration group, which was called Sad Milk, due to similar behavior as seen in recent events. Lashing out at friends and fans, paranoia, and generally poor anger management, to name a few. Eventually, I believe pretty much the whole group ended up leaving her. The last meeting I ever had with her, she spent half an hour, I think, hard to remember exactly, screaming at me for an array of random things. She called me a bad friend, lazy, and a bunch of random accusations that didn't really have anything to do with me. There is, quote, there is no way you can have the resume you claim and be this fucking stupid, and so on. No one ever even raised their voice back at her. Now, so far, what we have is a situation of interpersonal verbal abuse. Somebody being very harsh and cruel to another individual. That, in and of itself, is not much for us to operate with. So I don't have much to say about that, but let's continue. I left along with several other members, half the group at the time. She spent the next few months spreading lies and half-truths about us on the Sad Milk Reddit page and vague posts on Twitter. I have all the screenshots. Now, personally, I think that it would have been good to include the screenshots here. This is a pretty major allegation, okay? Spreading lies and half-truths about us on the Sad Milk Reddit page and vague posts on Twitter. I still have all the screenshots. Now, let me say something real quick. I want to commentate on this real quick. YouTube is a reputation game in a lot of ways, especially in certain types of content creation. Now, some content creators can get by doing largely solo content. However, it is simply true that your channel will grow easier if you have a good reputation and if people are willing to recommend you. As many of you guys know from watching my channel, a lot of my longtime fans will know that after the first 6 months of my channel or so, 6 to 8 months of my channel, there was a solid 1.5 years where a number of very large creators were spending an exorbitant amount of time destroying my reputation falsely online. And it made it very difficult for me to grow my channel because other content creators wouldn't collaborate with me. They wouldn't send their followers over to me. They wouldn't react to my videos. And now, finally, a very long time later, I have sort of been history has proven that the things that were said about me were fucking bullshit, okay? But the fact of the matter is that YouTube is in a lot of ways a reputation game. If you get your reputation damaged, especially if you get it damaged really badly, it can severely damage your career. It can completely destroy your career. And it's really, really hard to recover if your reputation is damaged. Whether that reputation damage is true or false, it's very difficult to bounce back from that. So what he's alleging here is pretty serious. The click is basically saying that from the official fan page of their collaboration group, Blair used that as a platform to damage the reputation and potentially take fans away from former collaborators. Now, that's a pretty serious thing to do, okay? It is very normal for collaborations to end. It is very normal for collaborations to not work out. YouTube is a pretty bumpy career path. There's a lot of things, there's a lot of unknowns, a lot of things can happen. People can have changes in their lives. Some people just change the direction of their channel. It's normal for collaborations to stop. What's not normal is for collaborations to end in a way that results in one or two of the members to completely start losing their following. So this is a pretty major allegation. It's a pretty major allegation, but also it comes with pretty major consequences if it's true. She would turn friends against you or specifically team up with people she knew didn't like you so that she had allies against you, rallying mainly banned problematic community members known to be liars and conflict seekers. Now, this is also a wild allegation. This is a hard allegation to prove, and yet we will find out, of course, if the evidence actually exists for this. But if you have a tight-knit community for a collaboration project, if there's like for example, if a big falling out between creators that work together all the time can be really bad. As an example, imagine if Hassan and H3H3 went separate ways. Hassan and H3H3 are both gigantic channels with an incredible amount of overlap because they do a podcast together. If they fell apart and one of them was basically talking to an enormous amount of the community and saying, this person's a piece of shit, this person's a piece of shit, that could completely siphon fans away. And it could actually gain a lot for one of people and hurt the other one quite a lot. It would be huge, okay? Like, this is a pretty serious thing that can happen in collaborative projects. And also, like I said, why most people try to end collaborative projects on good terms. Yeah, I don't, okay, Retcon brings up Game Grumps. I don't know how Game Grumps survived. Well, they took some pretty major damage, like they all did. Like Game Grumps lost a lot of fans in the short term, and JonTron, of course, ended up losing a lot of fans because of his own thing. But even in that case, they didn't, even when it was theorized that John and Aaron had pretty major differences, they didn't split on like bad terms, at least not publicly. They kept it pretty chill. And then JonTron ended up sort of destroying his own career independently. And even still, even parting on relatively peaceful terms, at least publicly, it still did damage to the channel. These things are pretty major. Yeah. All right, let's continue. Let's continue. When people started questioning that maybe she was the reason that everyone left the project, this is Sad Milk is the name of the project, there was a very convenient digging up of 11 to 14-year-old videos of me. Stuff that I made back when I started my channel in 2009 when I was a teenager. And as you can probably guess, some of the jokes from that time age like milk. I publicly owned up to my past mistakes and apologized, doing my best to be transparent and honest about my past. Fairly straightforward. Thank you, Chromium Bookmarks. Chromium Bookmarks says, DJMuel, I love your hair today. Thank you so much. I also am feeling very good about my hair today. Thank you. Again, this is a content creator who's been making content for over 10 years. His current channel is 10 years old. We're gonna find out all the details about this. You don't need to make, Nut says, you don't need to say sorry for YouTube videos you made when you're 12. I don't care. Look, I tend to be pretty forgiving to content that people make when they're literal kids, okay? No child is ready to be exposed to the internet, okay? And when I was like 15, I was still in a cult. Like, when you're a kid, you don't have a whole lot of say over what you do, and if you put stuff on the internet because you're trying to have a good time, you're probably gonna say some pretty stupid stuff. I generally don't care what people said in the past when they were kids. I mean, unless it's like they did a literal, like, I don't know, even unless they like killed somebody or something like that, obviously, but anyway, I don't want to spend a lot of time on that. I think it's a pretty dirty move to bring up content that's like over a decade and a half old. Oh shit, DJMuel before leaving the cult videos would have been choice. Actually, there is a video, okay? And I made a homophobic joke. I'm gonna own up to it. So, it's gone off the internet now, but I made a joke about I did a joke review about Super Mario Galaxy. And the joke was that it was gay. because if you look on the cover, the original cover of Super Mario Galaxy, there is a star next to the letters I am Mr. Gay. And so I made that a joke, or you are Mr. Gay. That's right, you are Mr. Gay. And I made a joke. I was like, what the hell's wrong with this game? You are Mr. Gay? What the fuck? That's fucked up. I'm not gay. And I made a joke like that. Cancel me, I guess. Cancel me. I was 13 or 14 years old. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I am the gayest person. That was like 2 years before my entire family had a meltdown over whether or not I was gay. But yes, of course. And then indeed, DJMuel was gay. It was a literal stupid joke I made when I was in a Christian cult. Okay? So like, again, I don't care much about what jokes people make when they are literally dumb kids with unformed brains, okay? It doesn't really matter that much. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, let's continue, okay? Let's continue. I don't want to get too distracted with this. Illuminaughtii would still harp on it, ignoring the fact that it had already been addressed, trying to direct as much attention to those videos as possible, publicly stating it was a bad apology along with vague posting about it in the comments on the collaboration channel. Now, this to me seems like a pretty shitty thing to do. Regardless of how much of a falling out you have with your collaborators, using the official account of the collaboration project that people left to like shit talk them in the comments seems like a pretty dirty move generally. I mean, I think there are some exceptions, at least on a personal level. I think there are some exceptions to that rule. You know, like if somebody if you had a collaboration channel and then like your collaborator tried to kill you or something, I think it makes sense that you would probably want to tell that story. But so far, we don't have Blair's side of the story yet, but we will. On the surface though, this seems like a pretty major thing or a pretty shitty thing to do to someone that you split on because of creative differences. What we have so far is basically that there were creative differences on the team. That's what the click has basically said. He said, we decided to go different ways because she yelled a lot and didn't like what we were doing with the content. And so, you know, it's pretty shitty to do that, in my opinion, generally. But we don't have hard evidence yet. Maybe in an attempt to get people to assume I had been kicked out for poor behavior rather than leave because of her own behavior. Blair, Illuminaughtii, assuming it was her as she was the one who had channel access, also liked to pull what I could only describe as very petty acts of revenge. For example, some people left comments on the collaboration channel saying it's good that Click left. They obviously got ratioed hard as people were there for the individual creators. She would manually go in and delete ratioing of comments, but leave original hate comments. Also a very petty thing to do. Generally poor form, if this is true, general poor form to like delete positive comments about former collaborators and leave only negative comments. That is like some 1984 manipulation crap, okay? But again, keep in mind, this is just the Click's, you know, sort of personal explanation of what happened. This is not like, there's not been any hard evidence provided or anything like that so far. Sorry, I just noticed there's like a big spider up on my ceiling, and I'm hoping it stays up there. Damn you, spider. Stay up there. I can't get it. It's way up on my ceiling is huge. You guys have no idea how tall I can't even get up there. Are you afraid of spiders? I am mildly afraid of spiders. I am not like terrified of spiders, but they do distract me because they are creepy to me. We actually don't kill spiders. We actually let them outside. But anyway, whatever. I didn't mean to get distracted by a spider. Let's continue. Stay up there, buddy. Don't come down here. Anyway, she tried to gain control of my Discord when it surpassed hers in size. Also a huge allegation. By tossing around accusations at staff and trying to get rid of my team and replacing it with hers. Giving me an ultimatum to fire my entire senior team or be publicly fired from Sad Milk myself. Again, Sad Milk is the collaboration channel, so keep that in mind. This is gonna be a term that comes up a lot. I was still a YouTube freshie at the time, and she was quite intimidating, claiming that she had connections and clout, reputation, and powerful friends. So everyone stayed mostly silent and had to constantly look over our shoulders for the next year. None of us were even mentioning the whole thing. We were even worried talking in our own Discords as it became apparent that she had spies within our moderation ranks. Yikes. Yikes. That's spooky. We were just hoping we wouldn't have our reputation completely destroyed for simply walking away. This is just a brief summary of events. It's sad to see that she hasn't changed. Now, this account, you might notice, is very low on receipts. However, so far, this is more or less just a claim that that she was unfair to the team, that she was rude to them. There are a few allegations that I think truly warrant receipts, but most of the allegations here are basically, I think that Blair is unprofessional and treated me like hell. While I think that it would have been better to provide actual images for certain things, like here, for example, where he says, I have screenshots of her using the official account to spread lies, this would have been a good spot for receipts. Like, it would have been a really good spot for receipts. However, most of this is simply saying, I feel like this person that I used to work with is pretty bad. So we don't have a whole lot to go off of here. This is pretty clearly just one person stating their personal experience. And to be fair, while these tweets did pretty well, they didn't exactly go like super viral. Again, the click has 1.23 million, and there's like 8,000 likes on the first tweet, and it declines pretty quickly after that. So this brings us to the to a much larger set of allegations, okay? Hold on a second, let me bring these up. Hold on, I gotta grab this real quick. We gotta make sure we got all our links in line because it's about to get really crazy in here, okay? It's about to go pretty wild. So this thread happened, the first thread that we're talking about happened on April 23rd. And then another former Sad Milk collaborator wrote another thread, quote tweeting and building off of the thread that the click created. Introduce Wonderstruck guy, AKA Wonder. Wonder was another major contributor to the Sad Milk project and wrote a relatively long and pretty major thread here, okay? And we're gonna go into this real quick. Now this was made the same day as the thread by the click. Forgive me for being this scattered, emotions and all, gotta love them. A Sad Milk thread. After being threatened with a breach for speaking out, I can confirm that the behavior Blair exhibits is entirely accurate here, referring to the thread that we just read from the click. I am aware of the bridges I burned and I remain where I am. After Sad Milk split, it was a constant negative echo chamber that I took part in. Regardless, I used to edit for Sad Milk. Blair made no effort to take direction. She made everything about herself. Sad Milk at the time was the nearest thing I had to family, which sounds pathetic, but the content creator space is a very isolating one. It is true. Content creation, video making on YouTube, etc., it is a very isolating experience. It can be very difficult. Everything is done digitally. You don't do a whole lot of things in person. So having an opportunity to work with real people is a pretty major deal. Also, as we are going to find out, not to spoiler anything, but Wonder was 19 years old. Wonder was 19 years old when he started working on the Sad Milk project, which is a very young age to begin getting involved in a major YouTube project. He was very, very young, okay? The amount of hours I would spend online making drafts, editor tutorials for new hires, staying up to try to get some editing in if editors were shorthanded. I missed Christmas with my brother and father fixing the mistake of the editor she hired, and I didn't even get a thank you, and it took me more than half a month to get paid. Meanwhile, she delays payments to editors so she can purchase expensive clothes, visit BMW dealerships, and spend hundreds on food in a day. Now, so far, again, much like the click thread, these seem like sort of character judgments. I think this person is irresponsible, and I think she treated me poorly when I was working in this project. While I do hold my beliefs towards certain matters, I don't know what that means. Every month or so, there was a new villain of the week. They would 1 second be a normal person in our lives, and the next second suddenly a hidden monster through, you guessed it, Blair's mouth. So now what he's saying is that Blair would sort of attempt to direct who was the good guy and the bad guy of the month. To say Sad Milk split on creative differences is a joke. It's a flat out lie. Again, I'm aware of the bridges burned, but I can confirm that a call took place where she screamed, cursed, and had a meltdown towards not the click and one topic at a time. It was a train wreck. So, previous allegations from the click and this creator, one topic at a time, are being verified by a third member of the group. Now, if I remember correctly, the primary members of Sad Milk were 5. The Click, Wonder, Blair, Oz Media, who we will learn about soon, and OT, aka one topic at a time. 3 of the members so far, actually 4, have actually ended up basically verifying one another's stories with regards to this, which is, and this right here is pretty important because Wonder was one of the people who remained on after the creative differences and is verifying that what the click said happened. So that in and of itself is a word of mouth, but nonetheless a important thing to keep note of. It was supposed to be a fun group project, and we had become profitable, even if just to a small extent. Blair wanted to be a creative lead, and we went from doing fun creative topics more in line with the Reddit we would all cover on our own channels to doing unenthusiastic view content. Blair took control and wouldn't listen to how the videos should be made, and so we got hyper loud music with childlike sprites paired with adult humor, which just made being a part of Sad Milk humiliating. My friends and I would watch Sad Milk and laugh, but not at the content, but rather at how awful it had become. Not due to anyone not being entertaining, but the lack of quality control. It was an editorial nightmare. It's why I, in part, stopped editing because my really well-made content got roped into that by proxy. Blair did not care. It was hers, and anyone who dared try to take the reins was a threat. After Click, OT, and Salty left, oh, Salty is a character, sorry, there were 6 members. I forgot Salty, who does not come up in this very much. I don't know that we've heard from Salty yet. At least I haven't seen anything from Salty. Left, I did almost all of the heavy lifting, which is a thankless job for being small on the internet and also being very young. Just remember that. I tried making us schedules. I motivated Blair during another mental breakdown of hers to not delete the channel or the Discord since I actively read through the comments on both, and we had people who we mattered to. Now, that's a pretty major allegation to make, and also a pretty serious thing. If you have a collaboration project and one of the members who has taken directorial control threatens to delete the channel, a channel that is making you your income, that's a pretty major issue. Now, I don't know if we will ever get any evidence of this actually happening. So far, all we have here is is an anecdotal claim, basically saying this was my experience with this project and why I left. What we are getting here is simply, I don't think this person is responsible, and while I was there, the channel was threatened to be deleted. It's like threatening to say, I'm going to delete the company we all work for. Yeah, it is. It's a pretty major thing. Now, that's a pretty scary thing to deal with. I think that would be scary regardless of how involved you were with the team, but especially if you were a co-collaborator, who had just stayed with the channel after a number of members left. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. After months of behind-the-scenes insults towards Click and OT, it became so stale and negative. Yeah, we all took part, but after it going on so long, it just became day after day Blair would sit and check Click and OT's social blade. She would make fake accounts to stalk them. Now keep in mind, Wonder is not Click and OT. Wonder and Click and OT have no current associations. Wonder is basically saying, seconding the thread that Click made and claiming that he witnessed this happening. So this grants some credence to the Click story, if only via somebody saying, I saw this happening. But as far as we can tell, and as far as we know, as far as anybody can tell, there's no real motivation or gain as to why Wonder would not tell the truth about this particular aspect. Not just them, but a large portion of the commentary community. I've personally seen her try to get her lawyer to shut down anyone who says anything against her, and they ruined her day by saying, yeah, we can't really do anything. It's insane. It's insane. Innocent people don't work so hard to try and silence others. We would get no work done. I can't count how many times I pleaded and set up meeting for us to do something and nobody cared. I thought I had a friend who was hurting, then I saw that I had moved to villain. And like everyone else, I got shut out, trash talked, and the people I had made efforts to be friend with wouldn't even acknowledge my existence. For me though, I had already moved states under good faith that I was bettering my life. In 30 days of living with Blair, it was a nightmare. Now this is where it gets weird. In 30 days of living with Blair, it was a nightmare. Now when I originally saw this, that was the biggest red flag that I saw right away, which was, wait a second, they were living together. I'm gonna take a second here and say, there's a lot of messiness in YouTube, in the YouTube world, okay? There is not a lot of professionalism in the YouTube world. However, streamers and YouTubers are somewhat infamous for getting themselves involved in particularly difficult situations. Many people will know one of the dramas that we covered in the past was the Sky House situation, which was a mostly Blizzard game streamers all lived together under one millionaire's house, and he had like 25 people living in like a 2-bedroom apartment. They were all like sleeping on top of each other, and a bunch of really bad shit happened under inside the house. It was a horrible nightmare situation. There's just been and I mean, we've all seen, many of us have seen the OTK drama, not OTK. Yeah, there was OTK drama too, but there was the Offline TV was another one where there was a company-sponsored house where content creators were living together, and it got really bad. That's not to say that content creators can't live together ever. It's just to say it's a red flag. It's not always a bad thing, but living with your employer has a lot of opportunities to go wrong, okay? And people, depending on the structure, there's lots of reasons why people make these decisions, and there's also lots of structures with it. There are much more even ways than others. Like, for example, if two YouTubers decide to rent an apartment together, that's one thing. Versus you signing on to a existing content creator who wants you to be a part of his YouTube house, where as a part of your contract, you live there and make content 24 hours a day. You see how there's a pretty big difference between like two content creators just getting a place together. But again, it's a red flag. It's a red flag. In 30 days of living with Blair, it was a nightmare. I felt like I was trapped in her home always. She makes everyone her enemy. She called Wonder checking in to see if I'm okay, an invasion of privacy. I sent her numerous messages trying to show her I wanted to be her friend. She lives like an actual monster. Her home is a mess, like hoarders bad. Constant subtweets about me on Twitter and ignoring me, and if I dare say anything back, her Discord manager would happily remind me of my contract. This was the second red flag for me in this story, okay? This was the second red flag. A contract signed that appears to have some sort of NDA or non-disparagement clause. This is disgusting. And this was the picture that was depicted. As you can see, there's like a lot of clothes everywhere. It's very messy. There's a lot of trash on the floor. Now, I want to point something out, which is that at this point, there was no evidence that this was a real photo. We had no reason to assume that this was a real photo, and I do think that that's a big mistake on Wonder's part. Now, I'll say, not to spoil, but we do later find out, we actually find out from Iilluminaughtii herself that this is a real photo, and also that multiple other photos exist, which have now been cross-verified by multiple sources. So while we didn't know at the time of this thread being published, which is a mistake in my opinion on Wonder's part, not actually providing any evidence that this is real or cross-collaboration, we now know from Blair herself this is a real photo, as are a number of other photos that, I'm gonna be completely honest, do look like nightmare house situations. The other photos included, including the testimony of someone who lived with her the longest, the person who actually owned the house that they were all living in, will confirm later that the living conditions were actually very bad. So we know now that Wonder was not lying about this particular thing. My therapist, who she accuses me of stealing because she recommended that therapist, suggests I leave that house at all costs, and I did. The details I can't get into further due to legalities, but I ended up with no car, hardly any clothes and money to my name, and no home. Now I'm working full-time again. I had no time for my channel, and I had cried, bled, and worked through hell to get it up. So I watched it die, since my main concern now was just food on my table, all because I made friends with one of the most vile people on the platform. Nobody wanted to talk with me, and I was too afraid to fully go public because I didn't know the reach that this massive creator had. I had everything IRL and online taken from me. She personally threw my YouTube play button in the trash. If that isn't symbolic, man, I don't know what is. Now that is a massive allegation. And unfortunately, as far as we can tell, as we will see as we go on, even though no evidence was provided in the moment, it does appear that this is actually true. And we'll get to that point, and I'll point it out. But again, at this point, this was just a claim from Wonder, sort of offhand. I have spent the last 2 years of my life rebuilding from the ground up due to this woman, Iilluminaughtii. The only difference is that I get to come back stronger as a person. She doesn't. She can't take that away from everyone that she has screwed over. Blair, you can't hide anymore. Sooner or later, you are going to push everyone who cared about you away, and you'd realize the world isn't out to get you. But you made your fears a reality all on your own. I'm not afraid of you. You don't get that from me anymore, never again. I apologize for how long this thread is. I understand this place probably isn't the best place to do it, but I'm so sick of knowing all this information and never being able to say anything. Have a good day. Be well, everyone. Okay, so most of this thread is fairly interpersonal allegations. Allegations that she was an unstable person to work with, allegations that she was cruel, that she was harsh, that she yelled at people, that creative differences was a poor excuse. And also, I will note though, this is a second voice who was involved in the project who is attesting that they witnessed the behaviors that the clique was talking about. Oh, I have all of those videos set up, don't worry. Now, there are problems with this thread. There is not a lot of hard evidence provided in this thread. And at the time, it was very vulnerable to basically just becoming rumor fodder because of that lack of evidence. However, I also don't think that a content creator telling their personal experience with another content creator is in and of itself a bad thing. However, because of the way that platforms operate, because of the fact that everyone has audiences, it's important to be very thorough with these things. Otherwise, they can get spread and they can become a bigger problem immediately. You know, they can become a bigger problem very quickly. It can spiral into a cancellation or a dogpile or harassment. Now, something I think is important to consider here is that Wonder has 9,282 Twitter followers, okay? Wonder is not a large account and does not have the largest platform, okay? On YouTube, Wonder has 7.9 thousand subscribers. Now, I don't know if this was the original channel. I don't know if, I think they have another channel, but that means they're a really, really small creator. Like a tiny creator. And they're making, you know, sort of very personal, experiential allegations here. And they're also not calling for anything bad to happen to Blair. They are simply saying, I had a bad time with Blair and Blair hurt me, and here's how I feel about it. What we are about to see, however, is that Blair chose to react to this. Now, this is a complicated part, okay? We're gonna watch Blair's reaction and we're gonna go through it. I do think that when people have allegations slung against them, that they have a general right to respond. I have had many things slung against me, sometimes by content creators who are smaller than me, sometimes by content creators that are larger. I do think that people have a general chance to respond. However, I think there's room to critique how people respond to things. And I think that generally the response should be proportional to the initial act. Wonderstruck guy was his original, I believe. All right, let's take a look at that. Yeah, Wonderstruck guy, this was his original channel. Yeah, this is the original channel and the channel that we'll go from there, which is 112,000, sorry, excuse me, 112,000 subscribers. Still, Illuminaughtii, somewhere in the ballpark of 1.5 to 1.6 million, almost 2 million subs. Wonderstruck guy, 100K. And nowhere near the amount of Twitter clout. Now, in my opinion, most of the allegations that were made here they're not nice. They don't reflect well on Illuminaughtii. But I don't believe that any of these allegations that we have read here are what I would call career enders. Keep in mind that, like I said, the drama that started this was Blair making an allegation of plagiarism, which is a huge allegation. Now, while these threads could certainly seem to be, you know, very harsh towards Blair, could certainly do some reputational damage, neither Wonder does not have the reach to just with his personal story do reputational damage to Illuminati. The clique does, but the clique also mostly kept it a conversation about why the falling out happened. And also keep in mind that the clique's allegations of Illuminati basically obsessively trying to damage his reputation has now been verified by another member of the group. And of course, as this goes on, we will find out that it is verified by a third, perhaps the most important member of the group, the person who was most involved with Blair, which is Oz Media. We will see that in a little bit. We'll get there. So it's very, very, it's a complicated situation to sort, but most of the allegations here are largely interpersonal, with the exception of the clique saying, hey, you damaged my reputation by going around and saying horrible things about me from our collaboration platform, which that's a pretty bad and serious thing to do. So we're going to have to find out whether or not, where we're at right now in our long hike up Drama Mountain, is we have to find out whether or not there is evidence that the cliques, that she actually did that. Because if she did do that, if Illuminati did use the official platform of Sad Milk to disparage members after they'd left the group, especially if those members of the group were bound by an NDA and that they supposedly broke up because of creative differences, that's really bad. That could be career damaging. And so I think it's very important that the clique provides evidence here. However, before we can find out anything further that the clique says, Blair responded to all of this drama. So we have to watch Blair's response to this drama. We've done a lot of reading so far, but you'll be happy to know that we are now going to get to the audio-visual portion of this DramaMama giant special, okay? So I hope that you are all strapped in and ready to go, because we are about to listen to Illuminati's response to these allegations. Now again, these allegations that were made so far don't look good for Illuminati, but for the most part, with a few exceptions, basically are experiential. It's somebody saying, I had a bad experience with you. I think you're, you know, bad and not good and terrible and all of this. None of these allegations rise to the level of career enders or anything really into legal action, with the exception of maybe saying, you know, the throwing away the play button, that's pretty bad. You could probably make a small claims thing for that. Are we going to be watching the Click and Wonderstruck guys' videos on this stuff? Oh yes, we absolutely are. Now this is where it's going to get very intense, okay? And I need to warn you in advance, it is right here in the drama with Illuminati's response that this drama goes off the deep end. It is right here that we start to deal with some very, very intense stuff. In this video, we are going to have allegations of pedophilia and pedophilia defense. We are going to have allegations, we are going to have references to abuse, severe abuse. We are going to have references to suicide, and I believe that's everything for this video. So just keep in mind, it's about to get very, very intense, and I think this response here is where it really started to get a lot of attention. And again, the Click has a pretty large platform, but that thread was not the be-all, end-all, and the Click didn't do a video about this. Wonder at the time. The Click has since done a video, which we will watch. And so has Wonder. But at the time, they were just Twitter threads from fairly small, by comparison, Twitter accounts. Okay? Dust Aeon says, God, I love whenever DJMuel covers drama like this. It's so in-depth and I'm all here for it. You're welcome. That's what DramaMama is all about. DramaMama is about getting you in the loop with the information so that you can actually think about these situations and come to a conclusion for yourself. If you're loving this, by the way, take this opportunity to please press the like button and please make sure that you are subscribed to DJMuel. I don't do a whole ton of drama content, but when I do it really thoroughly, and I know that if you are watching this and liking this, you're gonna love my other content because I put just as much love and energy into my other content as I do here. All right, let's do this. Now, Illuminautti's video. Okay, this is the video made by the official Illuminaughtii channel, which is currently at 1.55 million subscribers. This video alone has almost 1 million views. It was published 5 days after the threads were published. So keep in mind, the original thread has 297 impressions on Twitter, which doesn't really mean very much. 297,000 impressions on Twitter is a lot. Don't get me wrong, but Twitter impressions are not the same thing. What this means is that the biggest platform for this entire conversation so far has been commanded by Illuminaughtii. So just keep that in mind as we're watching this. Let's go.
Hey everyone. Well, there's no really fun or interesting way to start this conversation. So you guys know what you're here for, and I'm just gonna jump into it the way I know how to. So I'm sure, as all of you know, many things have been said about me in the past week and a half-ish. And I'm someone who often doesn't speak my side of things, and that's something that's also been noted. Just for kind of full transparency in this, I'm going to be working from some of my notes that I've written to accomplish 2 main things. The first is mainly to keep me on track with the subject matter and off of tangents. I know I like to go off on tangents and talk about various topics all the time, but this is not that time. The second reason is really just to keep my emotions in check. A lot of the things that I'm going to talk about in the most of this video, to be totally honest with you, are things kind of from the past. They involve old friends, people that I used to consider close friends and I used to trust and really enjoy spending time with. And kind of reopening a lot of these wounds is really painful. It's really uncomfortable, and it's not something I ever thought I would ever have to speak about, especially not in this kind of way. After a few days of self-reflection and really thinking about what I want to say and how I want to talk about these things, I think now is the right time. To be perfectly honest, I'm feeling pretty vulnerable to have this conversation with so many people and so publicly, especially since some of the things that I'm going to talk about today are really personal and things in my private life that should have never become content fodder. So let me try something new today, and I'm going to address these issues. Now, before we get into debunking many false statements that have been made about me, I want to start with an apology. I have apologized privately to Legal Eagle the day after this incident occurred, though I have not been publicizing that until right now. Maybe this is something I should have said sooner, but I needed the time to think through the events that have preceded. And for those unaware, a short story. My editors came to me about how parts of a Legal Eagle video looked similar to our videos. And then there were messages and an email from one of Legal Eagle's editors asking for more information about how we do certain effects. I looked at the compared images that were brought to me and I said, wow, that does look pretty similar, and I impulsively posted about it.
Okay. Now, this was my first problem with this video. And I still have a problem with this response. Impulsively accusing another large YouTube creator of plagiarism on a public social media platform that you have that's very large is a really, really, really bad decision. And now it's almost like she's trying to pin it on the editors, that the editors came forward and were like, hey, look at this stuff. But keep in mind that the evidence provided was an email from one of Legal Eagle's editors asking another editor, hey, what type of Adobe After Effects plugins, which, keep in mind, are not original. Plugins are used by thousands of people. They're a pre-made tool that you're supposed to be able to use to achieve a certain effect. Notice that just like before, she pushed the responsibility onto her editor. Well, that's what we're going to have to see that, because we haven't seen all of that yet. Oh, in the original post, you're saying. Yes, she did do that in the original post. She has kind of pushed responsibility on this to the editor, despite the fact that she used her personal account to levy this allegation. So there's this weird thing going on right now in this video that's like a non-apology apology. It's like, well, I'm sorry that I got blown out for this frivolous claim, but, you know, it was my editors. I was really trying to stand up for my editors. And I think that's, I don't respect that. I think you should just say, I jumped the gun and I blew it on this one. I'm really sorry, Legal Eagle. That was way out of line for me to accuse you of that. That would be what I would consider to be an honorable apology in this particular situation. Now, this is just me as a viewer who is aware of this drama saying, I think it's bad to pin it on your editors when you were the one who jumped the gun and made a potentially career-ending allegation. And again, plagiarism won't just end your career on YouTube. It can end your career as a lawyer. That is a severe, severe allegation. Yes, people are pointing out in chat that this was very clearly, look, you can actually read the email. She put the email up on the screen. Here we go. Here it is on the screen. Hey Blair, I work as an editor for Legal Eagle, and I was wondering if there was an After Effects plugin you guys use for things like the intro to the first NFL video, where the lighter colors appear to stick out in 3D. We could probably recreate it, but we figured there was probably a faster method that you guys were using. Here's the video I'm talking about, so you know what I mean. Now, this is an important detail. Even though I said we weren't going to focus too much on this drama, we're not. This email that she's showing on the screen is not even about the same After Effects plugin that she later accused the editors of plagiarizing. She accused them of plagiarizing a highlighter effect and plagiarizing a torn piece of paper effect. This is for an NFL color pop effect. So this allegation is just so frivolous. It's so unbelievably spurious. I can't assert it is so, she was so in the wrong to make an allegation of plagiarism against Legal Eagle. And this evidence does not back up her case. In fact, it further shows that she needs to apologize way more profusely, in my opinion. And this is clearly just a friendly request for advice. Now keep in mind, I wish we had the original. I think she deleted the original thread, but in the original thread, she framed this as a threat. In the original thread, she said they threatened here when they say we could recreate it, but we figured there was probably a faster method you guys were using. She framed that as a threat from Legal Eagle's team that they were going to do it regardless, which is beyond dishonest, just beyond dishonest. Doe says, my face when I find out the guy sitting next to me is also using a Dixon Ticonderoga #2 pencil. Ah! True! Fucking true! Oh my God. It is again, this is a very spurious claim. Anyway, let's continue.
Asking for more information about how we do certain effects. I looked at the compared images that were brought to me and I said, wow, that does look pretty similar, and I impulsively posted about it on Twitter. Truthfully, I should have looked into this more instead of just putting the information out there the second I had a gut reaction about it. I should have asked him what the emails were about, but I didn't, and I made a mistake, and plain and simple, I was wrong.
No, so you didn't just make a mistake. This is the thing. Sorry, I need to correct this right away. Now, of course, this is deleted on Twitter. All this has been deleted, but actually, I was not able to get an archive of these original tweets. Does anybody have the actual archive? If anybody in my chat has the archive of the thread, this is one of the problems with Twitter is people delete shit all the time. If anyone has the archive of the original thread, I would love to show you, because she didn't just sort of make a mistake. She also alleged that in that email that they were basically threatening to take the stuff anyway. If anybody has the internet archive link to that, if you want one, people have done commentary about it. If anybody can find it, I would love to show the original thread just so I can show you that I'm not misremembering the original allegations.
Legal and team, I just want to reiterate that I messed up, and I'm sorry for any stress this may have caused you and of course to your team. I know I apologized privately and removed the tweets with that apology, and I'm now publicly sharing that information with all of you. And I want to extend that apology to—
Oh, thank you. Oh, we got the Little Joel one? I would love to use the Little Joel one if we got that. Hold on, let me bring that up. This is a receipt I should have had on hand, but I was really planning on not focusing on this part, but I think it's helpful to have this anyway. Hold on. I can't believe I'm gonna be bringing up a Little Joel one. Hold on. Here it is.
Hey everybody, so Little Joel isn't a drama channel. I've never really engaged with—
Not legal eagle editors broaching my editors to take my video style, and when they didn't give up the info, they literally copied it. And by the way, I have the messages from my editors and found an email from them too. Just change the color from purple to blue, huh? Interesting. I went through my emails and I found this just outright saying, yeah, I'm gonna do this, but if you could make it easier for me, I'd appreciate it. Do you see what I'm saying here? Here's the actual screenshots. Of course, these are deleted now. So here's the first one. Broaching my editors to take my video's style. No, that's not what they did at all. And when they didn't give it up, they literally copied it. No, they didn't. That's false as well. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying about this video already having issues and misrepresenting that makes this apology come off very, very hollow? She's apologizing she's apologizing while misrepresenting what actually happened. But let's continue.
My audience and to listeners who are disappointed in me for this, because I'm also disappointed in myself. It was a quick drawn decision and it wasn't thought out. I promise to do better. Now, as we continue in this video, I do want to give you a heads up that there will be trigger warnings for various sections as needed. I also want to go ahead and let you know that I will be providing a public Google Drive containing any and all relevant information that I will address in this video, similar to how I provide a source document for every episode of mine. Let's start with the first accusation and go from there. After Legal Eagle responded in his tweets, there was another tweet that arose in tandem to this situation. And that tweet was made by another YouTuber called HBomberGuy. And this YouTuber is someone who also creates longer form content. As someone who creates this type of content and researches various topics, the main thing to keep in mind is the source material used. Things like articles.
HBomberGuy says, just to clarify, one of Legal Eagle's editors asked one of your editors what plugin they used for a personal video they were working on for their own channel. I take plagiarism really seriously, so I'm interested in an explanation exactly what is wrong here. Well, the answer is, of course, nothing. There was nothing wrong. That editor did absolutely nothing wrong in sending a polite email going, hey, I'm working on a personal video. I would like some advice. You found the full thread? There we go. Here we have it. Just in case anyone worries that those were faked. This is an Internet Archive link right here. Not Legal Eagle's editors broaching. There's the quote that exactly word for word from the one that we showed from Little Joel's one. Thank you very much, Heavy Gretel. I really appreciate that. Oh yeah, I forgot about this part too. Further accusations. They also went to my Discord server to try and get more to cop the style. Am I allowed to post a video essay I made that was inspired by Blair's channel, or is there like no self-promotion allowed? Also, is there any way I can talk to one of the video editors? I edit for Legal Eagle and I wanted to know how they did a specific effect. This is literally just politely asking. And this is what she used. Now keep in mind, right above, we have evidence this was not what they were asking about. They were asking about a different effect. And yet down below, this is what she says was apparently plagiarism here. This. This has a tear, and this has a completely different style of tear. Now, I don't know about you guys, but to me, that does not rise to the level of plagiarism. Here's the other one. This is her video, and this is their video. A highlighter effect, which is a plugin that every single, that any person can download off the internet, and these don't even look the same. This one has like a very clean computer-like effect, and this one looks like it's done by a marker. They don't even look even remotely alike. To be honest, I wouldn't have believed any of this was trying to replicate my videos if not for the email and Discord stuff that was done preemptive to their video coming out. Like, talk about, can I copy your homework? Yeah, but just make it a little different, shaking my head. Okay, let's continue the video now.
Interviews, videos, documentaries, academic essays, and so on and so forth. As video essayists, this is a core concept to both Harris and myself. Before I get into the accusation itself, I want to address the topic of plagiarism. And that word has been tossed around a ton, and it's not something to be taken lightly. And I just want to take a minute
Just remember, Blair was the one who accused plagiarism to begin with. So Blair was the one tossing it around and taking it lightly, even in this video with her apology that I did not think was very good. That's fine. People make bad apologies, but still, she was the one who was tossing it around.
To define this word. On screen are definitions for the word plagiarism as defined by Merriam-Webster, Dictionary.com, and the University of Oxford. I'm showing multiple sources defining plagiarism, but the overall definition is going to boil down to this. Plagiarism is to take someone else's idea as their own or to not credit the source. With that definition being clearly identified, let's go ahead and take a look at what Harris brought to the Twitter table. Harris posted this video saying, and I quote,
Notice right here on the one that she shows on the screen, plagiarism is presenting work or ideas from another source as your own, with or without consent of the original author, by incorporating it into your work without full acknowledgement. Without full acknowledgement. That is the important part. We'll get there.
Plagiarism,
Let's go.
but the overall definition is or to not credit the source. With that definition being clearly identified, let's go ahead and take a look at what Harris brought to the Twitter table. Harris posted this video saying, and I quote, "Personally, at Illuminaughtii, I would define plagiarism as something a bit more specific. For example, copying someone else's documentary directly into your script." End quote. However, in his own video, he shows where I'm audibly quoting a direct line from the documentary, and even visually you can see it on the screen with the quotation marks. Additionally, you can even see the dual ellipses on either end of that quote, indicating that more of that source was being cited. When you go to my sourcing page for this particular episode, you can also see that the documentary is listed as a source. It has been 3 years since I posted this episode, and I've been really grateful to be able to continually learn and grow with time. Since then, I have learned to be much more overt and obvious with citations, something that may not have been perfectly clear to me 3 years ago. I apologize for the oversight of not making that quote more clear. At the time of recording, it was really obvious to me that it was a citation of the documentary, especially in full context of that section of my video, because that section was wholly dedicated to Brian Deere's work. And for some clarification, I would like to provide both you and Harris with the script that I was working off of. It will be available in the Google Drive. While I believe—
But this doesn't actually answer the question. Of course, H Bomber Guy was not making a serious accusation of plagiarism. He was doing a, you seem like a hypocrite. But also, having a document at the bottom that has a citation that you don't show on the screen is not full acknowledgement, okay? I'll keep an eye on that. I haven't I haven't seen that one. I'll take a look at it. But anyway, let's. It's PragerU shit. Yes, I know it is a little bit PragerU shit. But again, this doesn't answer what this doesn't debunk plagiarism. If you don't properly cite, you may as it's the same. It's nearly as like not properly citing something is almost as bad, especially if you are using verbatim the words from another documentary. That's very bad. This is not a good answer.
Emphasizing the key phrase of the quote about stopping injections on autistic children was, and still is, very important to point out. The quote should have been fully displayed on screen. This was certainly a poor editing choice, and it's an editing style that I no longer utilize, but it's most certainly not plagiarism. But with that being said, I still want to take accountability where it's needed, so I still would like to apologize for the citation not being made more clear visually in that video. Harris, I am also someone who takes plagiarism seriously, and I do see where your criticism comes from, but unfortunately, this was simply an oversight on an editing error, but not an act of plagiarism. To me, at the time of the recording, the entire section was very obviously a citation.
And none of this matters. None of this matters because H-Bomber guy wasn't seriously accusing you of plagiarism. You very seriously accused Legal Eagle of plagiarism, and H-Bomber guy made a joke saying, actually, what you do seems more like plagiarism.
Even
Whatever.
as seen in
it
the script.
Matter. It
there
doesn't matter.
was a visual change to break up the many words that would otherwise be just chunked onto the screen, which, looking back at it, despite not being so visually appealing to have tons of words on the screen, this should have been an opportunity to provide that full quote to avoid any confusion like this whatsoever. Based on the definition of the word plagiarism, his claims are simply false. Not only is the source quoted on screen, it's also cited in the sources list, which, again, I will provide in the Google Drive. As a more seasoned video essayist now, I've been lucky that I'm able to continue learning how to showcase facts and other relevant materials in an interesting and educational way. And I'm really excited that I get to continue doing that. I'd like to think that in the last 3 years, myself and my team have grown to create better content that is educational and entertaining, and this is clearly an example of how we have improved since that time. I have nothing but love for everyone on my team, from editors, writers, artists, and even some of the not so fun kind of clerical duties like payroll.
Pay attention to that, okay? Okay?
Always going to have their back, even if sometimes things slip through the cracks. We're a team of people who make human mistakes. We're going to continue to improve content as the years continue, and we'll always be able to learn and improve from the past.
Here we go.
Before I address any one person individually, I want to kind of cover everything in a general and broader scope regarding Sad Milk. Sad Milk was a collaboration channel started by 6 friends in 2020. It was kind of essentially group Reddit readings and just looking at cringe things online and reacting to it. It was no big deal on the surface. This channel and this project was just meant to be something goofy, easy, and kind of cringy, but a shared channel that we could all get a kick out of. It was just supposed to be a bunch of friends hanging out, reacting to funny images, and just having a good time together. I mean, the channel name was literally called Sad Milk, so it wasn't really something that anyone was taking too seriously. Discussing Sad Milk now in current day is always a little bit bittersweet for me. It was a fun project among friends that turned sour. The issues I'm about to address cost me some of my closest friends at that time. When the Sad Milk channel was formed, I initially took the lead and I made the channel, I made the Discord, I got my mods from my server to help run the new Discord, I hired and managed video editors to help us produce more content. I was the one who was sourcing the topics and files for each video, and I was the one who had set the schedules for recording too. The reality of the situation was this: with creators in different time zones, it was logistically pretty hard to get everyone together at one place in one time. We tried to do it organically multiple times, but unfortunately someone would always end up missing from the recordings. There's a lot of work behind the scenes that goes into a YouTube channel, and I bore the brunt of it for this project. And it wasn't something that I was doing to have total control, as some members have suggested. I managed the schedules.
Oh, wait a second. Maybe I forgot something. Hold on. I may have made a small mistake myself. I may have forgotten a thread. Hold on a second. Let me double check. May have made a small timeline mistake. I thought that this thread happened after this. Hold on a second. Hold on, let me get this. This is from the 27th. Hold on a second. No, wait, 24th, sorry. Here we go. Yep, I got the timeline slightly wrong on this. I thought this came afterwards. Okay, let's go through this real quick. My bad, I got the timeline on this particular one. So we have one more little thread we have to go through because I didn't realize she addressed it in this video. That's a small error on my part. Yeah, unsubscribe. My timeline was slightly fucked up on the multi-threads. This is Oz Media. Oz Media was another of the 6 collaborators. Now, you'll notice that all of the collaborators involved with Sad Milk, except for Oz Media and Blair, left the project. Oz Media is going to become a very important individual as this goes on, but they also wrote a thread when the Click and this was a day after the Click and Wonders thread. So we're gonna read this real quick. I think it's time I actually speak out on the current Twitter threads regarding Sad Milk in 2020 to 2021. I cannot express how scared I am to do this, the fear I have in my gut to even speak out. However, I do feel it's important to say my piece on this subject matter. Yeah, it's a mess, but the tweet threads posted by Wonder and Click and what they have stated about Sad Milk is the truth. I will be adding those threads below. The whole project was a mess from start to finish. I really wish I didn't need to do this. With the flurry of DMs I've been getting, I don't have a choice. Blair, I'm sorry, but you have hurt me. I need to speak without being told by you, oh, I'm just the villain, I'm always in the wrong, or something along those lines. Words I have heard from you consistently. I want to be heard for once. I need to clear my mind and conscience after holding this in for 2 years. Forgive me, but this is what needs to be done. When looking at the whole of the project, it was mostly controlled and run by Blair. Her main worry was that because of her, in her words, lack of personality, she felt as though her contribution to Sad Milk needed to be the managerial bureaucracy behind the scenes to justify her presence. This led to a defensive approach when anyone would attempt to assist with the nitty-gritty behind the scenes, despite her claiming that no one wanted to help her. One of the factors she claims to be the final nail in the coffin of Sad Milk. Blair was indeed the aggressor. She always has been. As an example of this behavior, look at the Legal Eagle situation. Blair has the habit of starting fights, but will almost never publicly apologize if proven wrong. She will instead hide behind a private apology, and from my perspective, act as though this makes everything better. After all, she would express to me that admitting error would only make her look stupid and weak. This will be followed by her blocking people on Twitter, silencing her detractors through YouTube channel bans, deleting comments, and putting her accounts on the download to prevent interaction. So this is 3 contributing members of Sad Milk, all of whom left on different terms. The Click left on bad terms, claiming that they were yelled at and that they felt like it was a toxic environment. Wonder left Sad Milk at a much later point. We'll discover they were fired for a bunch of stuff. We're gonna get to that. And Oz Media never left Sad Milk. Oz Media was a part of Sad Milk until the end, as far as I understand it. Like, at least as they were on for the longest of any of these members. So all 3 of these members who left at varying points of the project all verify that individually are willing to say that yes, Blair used the official accounts to disparage and manipulate the messages about former collaborators. In my opinion, that is fairly credible. I find it stretches belief that 3 completely different people with different experiences with the project would all say, yes, I attest it is true that the channel was used to disparage, delete comments, manipulate the messages, and basically purport negative or promote negative reputational, you know, a negative reputation about former collaborators with the channel. Oz Media was Illuminati's ex-fiance. Yes, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We haven't got there. For example, on Sad Milk, she would blacklist former collaborators from being mentioned, but manually approve hateful comments towards them, which in my opinion were specifically ones which instead praised her or the remaining members, including me. Oz Media is admitting that they were the beneficiary of this behavior. This is her MO. It has been for the 4 years that I've known her. It actually perfectly ties into how we first met and began to be on speaking terms in April of 2019. Sad Milk was very much like this. At the first sign of dissonance, her response was to have me confront OT and Click with a list of talking points in an attempt to show them how wrong they were, which I accepted. This brings me to, well, me. What is missing from both Click and Wonder's threads is the fact that I acted as Blair's front runner. Anything Blair needed to say went through me first. Essentially, I acted as a spokesman. This was a common factor in our relationship. I would always act as a filter to keep her out of drama or from saying things that would be seen as offensive or a kindle for a larger fire. I stopped doing this in January. This does not excuse me from protecting her for this long, but it is the truth. I could take the approach and say that I was manipulated, which perhaps I was, but I still knew that what I was doing was wrong. I always did, and it always hurt. It left a huge black mark on my spirit and my ability to feel comfortable in my own skin. I had moved to Colorado, got a house, and I lived with her at the time. So two collaborators, both of which are attesting to certain very abusive and dirty behaviors, both lived with her in a what appears to be some kind of attempted YouTuber house. Again, the red flag has progressed into the danger zone. This is no longer a red flag. It is now an uh-oh. It is now a oh God. She was in my life every day, and I would hear theories and villainous explanations directed at anyone who wronged her. It was hard to avoid, let alone not fall for them. I believed it was my responsibility to protect my friend from something that in my view was clearly hurting her, something that I felt was eating at her and making her daily life worse. Things which in hindsight could have been solved with a conversation, but she was unwilling. Instead, the conspiring, backstabbing, and rumor machine were put into full swing. I, as much as Wonder and Salty, were forced by Blair to choose between her or Click and OT. Of course I chose the person I lived with. What was I gonna do, move again? I guess I could have. Once I chose my side, I was met with praise and adoration from her and her mod staff. It was at the time I felt like I was making the right decision. Fuck man, boy was I wrong. I've lost so many friends, isolated myself, been at her side despite feeling like my connections to the world were being severed. I always acted as her talking piece, from yelling at one topic to berating Click and the other things I did in service of someone who at the time I believed every word of. I trusted Blair to hell and back, and I thought I was doing good. I have learned since then through both self-reflection and conversation with old friends just how much I was unintentionally, hopefully, used. There, of course, is more, much more than I could ever hope to cram into this stupid Twitter thread, and I know I'm gonna get angry DMs and phone calls. Blair, I need you to know that you hurt me more than you realize. I know you're scanning this and having your team read over it, maybe even looking at sending me a legal threat as you parade around to do so. But I want you to apologize for once in your life and take accountability. Please, Blair, you would rather paint the world red than admit that you have a fault. Okay, so now we are caught up on this particular thread. I apologize. I thought that this came after this video, but it did not. There we go. The timeline has been righted. So once again, this is a thread that mostly discusses personal issues that this creator had with Blair. Some of which appear to have been, at least according to 3 separate people who were formerly involved in the Sad Milk project, have been litigated by Blair in the public eye via the official Sad Milk channel. So I I have seen a lot of people claiming that this is some sort of situation of like disgruntled former employees, but they were collaborators. And in some cases, they were also employees. It is messy, I will grant that. But this does not seem to me to be a situation of 3 former disgruntled employees. The situation is different for all 3 of these individuals, and all of them attest to having personally witnessed Blair use the official Sad Milk account to damage the reputations and careers of these 3 people. And with a few exceptions, these threads focus on their interpersonal struggles and center around one thing: the primary allegation that has been levied against Blair by all 3 of these people is manipulating messaging to damage the reputation of former collaborators, which, in my opinion, is a very unprofessional and very bad thing to do for a number of reasons. People should be able to exit a project with you without you destroying them. It's actually a bad thing to go out of your way to personally harm someone just because they stopped working on a project that you're involved with, okay? I think that that's a bad thing. And we have 3 separate former collaborators who are attesting that this is what happened, that there was basically a use of the official platforms, a use of Blair's large platforms to damage people who didn't do what she wanted, to the degree that she wouldn't even functionally let them leave the project peacefully. The way that it played out, they were targeted just for leaving the project. That is a very bad thing. That is a abusive situation. That is an abusive workplace. If you can't leave a project of your own volition, we can all acknowledge that many workplaces are already abusive by the simple nature of them existing in a system where you have to have money in order to eat. But this goes a step further. This means you're being targeted at the very least, the evidence that we've seen so far, the very least, on a reputational level, just for no longer wanting to be involved with the content creator who all 3 of these people said they felt mistreated by. And here's the thing: you don't need to have evidence to say that you felt mistreated by someone. You're allowed to feel like somebody didn't treat you well. And saying that somebody didn't treat you well is not a career-ending allegation, nor is it a serious allegation. It is a personal claim. You see what I mean? Okay, now that we've read that, let us continue with this video.
The editors, because it was just something that needed to be done. People weren't stepping up to the plate, and I did, and I ultimately bit off more than I could chew. It was a lot of work, if we're being honest, and I was beginning to burn out pretty quickly. Had I known how I would have been treated through this channel and afterwards, I never would have joined this project.
This is something that struck me as very strange the first time I saw this video, which is to say, all 3 of the former members said that it was supposed to be a fun project that wasn't supposed to be overwhelming. Blair herself said that it was her who was driving the pressure to create the project, and she's saying that she was driving herself into burnout, but somehow it's their fault. All of these other people, by her own admission and by their admission, said that they didn't want it to be a high-pressure project, and it appears, according to Blair herself, that she was the one that was like trying to push the grind set mentality, that was trying to like push that, but it was burning her out, and the other members of the group were not interested in taking it to that level. So to me, it sounds like this is a problem that Blair created, that other members weren't happy with, that she could have just said, no, okay, I'm not gonna do that work if nobody's interested in taking it that seriously. Do you see what I mean? This was something that struck me the first time I watched this, and I think that my initial impression there, you know, holds strong. Like, let's just listen to this one more time real quick.
And it wasn't something that I was doing to have total control of recording. to do it organically multiple times, but unfortunately someone would always end up missing from the recordings. There's a lot of work behind the scenes that goes into a YouTube channel, and I bore the brunt of it for this project. And it wasn't something that I was doing to have total control, as some members have suggested. I managed the schedules and the editors because it was just something that needed to be done. People weren't stepping up to the plate, and I did, and I ultimately bit off more than I could chew. It was a lot of work, if we're being honest, and I was beginning to burn out pretty quickly. Had I known how I would have been treated through this channel and afterwards, I never would have joined this project. Essentially, everyone in the group had two main responsibilities for Sad Milk. The first was that you had to show up to the scheduled recording, and the second was you had to pay your portion of the editor's fees as they arise. After the editors were paid, any earnings that were left in the channel were split into 6 equal pieces for each person. Since this was a project among friends, we all initially agreed to just split the earnings 6 ways, even though I was taking on some extra responsibilities. When it was time to pay the editors, I wasn't answered or told that they would just get it to me later. I had to do this at various points with a vast majority of the members of the group. They would eventually get around to reimburse.
Okay, so this is a lot of text. This is a lot of text, okay? Reached the credit limit, had a bunch of outgoing stuff for the company, and Sad Milk fell on the wrong side. I will transfer it as soon as checked off the outstanding stuff when I get the paperwork in a couple of days. So this appears to be one incident, okay? This is March 30th, 2020 and March 31st, 2020. So Click is late on a payment. Illuminaughtii gets mad about it here. About the delay. The Click says, I'm aware and I apologize. I'll tell you what, I'll transfer the money from my own account and figure out the expense replacement later. I should have done so sooner. It's not fair for someone else had money out of pocket because of my slow bank. I'll send it today. I never intended for Sad Milk to be a back burner thing, and I hope it doesn't leave that as a lasting impression. So this is one incident that she's provided. She is alleged that people were not paying. She's alleged that all of the other members were not paying their bills. And she has provided one incident of the Click not paying his bill and immediately profusely apologizing. I will make sure not to be late on anything like this in the future. I assure you it's a one-time thing. Okay, so this is a pretty, saying that you weren't paying your financial responsibility is a pretty major allegation, which she has said the other members were involved in, and has only provided evidence in a video for Click on one occasion.
Me only after I expressed in group meetings how I was upset that I have to do everything, and I also got stuck footing the bill too. What quickly transpired was that members either couldn't or wouldn't reimburse me for the editors. For clarity,
evidence needed? This is an accusation that they were stealing money from you and the company, functionally. Okay, God. So do you see how I said that the allegations start to get very serious? That in the first one, we have mostly interpersonal allegations. The biggest allegations were that Blair was a jerk and that Blair reputationally damaged them. The claim of reputation damage is acknowledged by at least 3 of the former members. Half of the team said, we witnessed Blair using the official account to damage our reputations. However, she is now accusing the team, without saying who on the team, of not paying their fair share of their obligations, of their monetary obligations, and she provided exactly one receipt that shows that the Click actually did pay, he was just late. And on top of all of this, by her own admission, she was the one driving this push. Real quick, just as a thought experiment, I want you to imagine that you sign up for a fun project with your friends. Let's say it's a D&D group. Okay, we'll just do a D&D group. Let's say you sign up to do a D&D group with your friends. And it's supposed to be a fun thing. And you all agree to show up on a certain time of the week. And you all agree to share snack money between you, okay? And then one member of the group starts to say, we need to have more sessions. We need to have 2 sessions and then 3 sessions a week. And then every single session, they're ordering like the most expensive pizza in town. And then the next time, the most expensive fish in town, and then the most expensive curry in town, and saying, we have to split it 6 ways. You guys agreed that we'll meet up on time and that we'll share the expenses. So that's a situation where one member is driving the increased costs and also is driving the increased commitment. And that seems to be, by Blair's own admission, what was happening here. Blair said that the other members were not interested in taking this project as seriously as she wanted to. She was pushing them to make more videos. She was pushing them to pay more editors. She was pushing them to do these things, and then was getting frustrated when they couldn't do it. Now, of course, there is going to be more information on this as time goes on, but not all of these members had established channels like she did. Keep in mind that at the time that this was all happening, Blair's channel was the largest by a long shot. Some of these channels still aren't all that big. It's an odd structure that's going on here. Oh, I lost something. Where did it go? Oh. Dang it. I knew that was going to happen eventually. Ah, well. I lost my little thing. Oh, well. Too bad. Okay, let's continue. How's the spider? It has disappeared, which is uncomfortable, but whatever. That's how it goes. That's just how it goes. Sometimes the spiders just disappear. I'm hoping it's not on me, but whatever. When did the Sad Milk stuff happen? Sad Milk stopped creating stuff 2 years ago. Let's continue. Let's continue.
I do want to disclose that we as a group later revised our agreement after paying all editors and creative freelancers that 5% of remaining earnings would go directly to me for the administrative work that I was doing. After that, the remaining earnings would then be split amongst the group evenly. Ultimately, the channel made very little, and it actually cost a lot more than we earned a majority of the time. Something the Click brought up in his Twitter thread was that I was...
But again, everybody else has stated, and also Blair explicitly stated this was supposed to be a fun project. So who was driving the costs going up so high? Well, by Blair's own admission, it was Blair. Blair was taking it seriously and driving the project forward, by Blair's own admission. So all of these people who signed up for a fun project are now getting roped into having to pay money.
Angry and yelled in a meeting, but what he didn't share was the context of that meeting. As I've previously stated, the scheduling and money issues had been an ongoing problem. In the meeting that he vaguely references on Twitter, this is what actually happened. I had become more and more frustrated about how I was doing all of the work, I was doing all of the maintenance, and then I was also having to financially foot the bill to the project. As I said, it was burning me out pretty quickly, and I was thinking about leaving the group. Ozmedia suggests...
Trans Girl Jade says she had more money and more subscribers than the other 5 members combined. I don't know about the truth about the money, but I do believe it is true that at the time she had more subscribers than all of the other members combined. I do believe that's true.
Suggested that he try to run the meeting and I not attend, and I agreed. But One Topic and Click were very insistent that I be there, even though I said I was not ready to talk and I needed more time. So when I entered the call, I tried to let everyone know that I was uncomfortable with having this conversation and I was not ready to have it. Again, I would like to point out that at this point in time, these were still my friends. These were people that I liked and cared about. Letting your...
Sea Snake Jury says the Click actually responded with a video filled with evidence. We'll be watching that next, don't you worry. The Click video, yeah, we gotta continue though.
Friends know, hey, I'm not okay right now. I'm really stressed and hurt. While you all get to stream, I still have to pick up the pieces to keep this channel going is a really difficult conversation to have. Before the meeting started, I was told that if I didn't show up, that they would not have the conversation with me and everything would just stagnate. So I tried to put the channel and my friends' needs above my own. Reluctantly, I joined the conversation, and as I was speaking, One Topic talked over me, and out of frustration of this happening yet again, I raised my voice and said, "Can you shut up and let me talk for once?" And he left the call, and that's the last time I ever spoke with him. Looking back at it now, I should not have spoken to my friend like that. I felt that I wasn't given time to process and think things through, and in process of, emotion vomit came out. One topic, I would like to apologize for that, this time publicly. Clearly, this was a situation that affected all of us very deeply and personally, and this was an exciting idea, but one that never really took off the way I think we thought it could. To all of the members of Sad Milk, I just want to say that I'm very sorry that I caused you stress throughout this project. I want to take a couple minutes to bring up the click.
To summarize that section, she provided no evidence that people weren't paying for the bills. She, by her own admission, was responsible for driving up the bills in the project, that every other member was under the understanding that this was supposed to be a fun side project for them to do things together with, and not supposed to be some kind of like serious business or whatever. Every other member has attested to that. With the exception of the one, I always forget the name of the one who didn't talk on this at all. That member, as to my knowledge, has remained silent. Anyway, the allegations of not paying back the company is a pretty major allegation, and no evidence was provided for that. So she apologizes, but then jumps into attack mode. This entire video is, well, let's just keep watching. Let's go.
And the many claims that he made on Twitter recently.
Yes,
the click
also
brings
I will
up
point out that now we have her own admission and 3 other members saying that she screamed at or shouted over another member of the group for a project that was supposed to be a fun project that she was driving up the cost for by her own admission, and by her own admission that she was responsible for increasing the intensity of the schedule. It sounds like, indeed, this was a very toxic work environment, and it sounds like the toxic work environment was created by Blair. And it seems like she admitted that in her own words, even if she doesn't see it that way.
How, as he puts it, a very convenient series of videos resurfaced with him saying some not so savory things after he left Sad Milk. His old videos, as he puts it, aged like milk. They did. I'm not going to dive into it further. The information's out there if you so choose to look. And as Click stated, those videos are 11 to 14 years old. And to be perfectly clear here, those videos are not any of the reasons as to why we split ways in Sad Milk, as Click tries to insinuate. Even back in 2020, I had stated that those—
Wait, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. We just read the thread. He didn't say that. He said that those videos were used to disparage him after he left Sad Milk. So she's just wrong there. That's just, he didn't make that claim.
Videos had nothing to do with the ending of Sad Milk. I was actually unaware of those videos at the time of our friendship, but had I been aware of them, that friendship would have likely ended sooner.
Am I wrong?
Unfortunately,
I don't think he said that.
when those videos surfaced, it wasn't really all that shocking to me, as
he said, hold on, let me just double check this real quick. Hold on, I've got the thread right here. Let's take a look real quick and we'll make sure that's what he said. Because I don't think that's what he said. I believe, hold on, we'll go right here. We'll look at it right now. Here's the thread. Hold on, where's the videos? When people started questioning that maybe she was the reason everyone left, there was a very convenient updigging of 11 to 14-year-old videos of me. Yeah, he didn't say that. He left because of the fight that happened that she admitted when she yelled at the other member. He left at the same time as that. He said, here, back up here, and they've all agreed that that was when it happened. I left along with several other members, half the group at the time. They lost 3 members there when that yelling happened. And then later, so she just is wrong. She just lied about what he said. And she showed the thread on the stream and she misrepresented what he said.
Media and I had actually talked about how Click had been using the R slur while we played games together. I thought, or I wanted to assume, that I had misheard, but Oz said that he was uncomfortable with it and said something, but the language continued. Click, you are right. Those videos in question are old, and at this point, they're kind of irrelevant. People can learn and people can change. That being said, at the time in 2020, Click was still using horrifying language and slurs that have long been deemed unacceptable. I'd now like to address the Click's claims that I had any involvement in trying to gain control of his Discord server.
So I think what she's referring to is the R slur. Was that in 2020, the Click still used the R slur. I think that's what she means by horrifying slurs. Now, I want to point out, no evidence. She provides no evidence whatsoever in this segment. She accuses him of using horrifying language and slurs and provides 0 receipts for that. None. There was no receipts provided here. Interesting. An interesting move, isn't it? To make an accusation that someone is using slurs, not just a slur, but slurs and horrifying language, no evidence provided. Now, I'll point out also, none of the other people accused her of anything like that. Everything that they accused her of was interpersonal, with the exception of all of them saying that she used official accounts to disparage them. She said the line, "If I knew he said this language, I would not have been friends with him in the first place." But didn't we already establish that she did know that? She made a team with him because they were familiar with each other's whatever. It doesn't matter. That's such a dumb throwaway. Let's go.
By, as he says, tossing around accusations at staff.
Yeah. It seems pretty obvious here that she's not being straightforward, that she's not being honest, and she's trying to save face here.
Because unfortunately, there were some truly sinister things occurring in the Click's Discord that were brought to my attention. For this next section, I would like to provide a trigger warning. There will be mentions of explicit sexual language, mentions of pedophilia, graphic imagery, and inappropriate behavior around minors. Before I go any further into this, I want to mention that there's going to be resources in my description box regarding what I'm about to discuss now. I do think it's relevant to bring up that in 2019, the Click's channel was terminated by YouTube for sexual content. At the time, a few YouTubers, including myself and Oz Media, band together to help reinstate Click's channel. Oz spoke to his MCN representative, and I spoke with YouTube directly. This is something that I now look back on with so much regret. Had I known at the time what was going on behind the scenes, I never would have participated in helping Click with his channel.
Okay. So, Click got his channel falsely removed, and now she's saying she regrets using her connections at YouTube. So she does admit that she has connections at YouTube, according to her own words, and that she regrets using them to help him clear his false ban. Let's find out the reasoning for why she says that.
Allow me to explain the situation a little bit. The Click and I had shared Discord moderators around the time of Sad Milk being created. Due to the Click's inaction, our shared moderators had brought a situation in his server to my attention, a situation involving pedophilia. In Click's Discord, there was a 19-year-old bragging about...
Here's where it's going to get very serious.
...about a 12-year-old that he was claiming to be involved with. A moderator reached out to get more information on this situation. This 19-year-old then reiterates, and I am directly quoting this here, "I talked with my therapist about it, even too, and he told me as long as I don't touch her, it's okay." Click and his team did not pursue any immediate action to ban, restrict, or report this individual. So those shared mods came to me, and they told me that they were uncomfortable. So we used this individual's ID number, and we banned them from the Sad Milk server and from my server, and we reported them to Discord's trust and safety team, who we hope did pursue this further. Then I went to contact Click to see what was going on, and it was mainly because I didn't want to believe that he would blow off someone clearly discussing such an inappropriate relationship. In fact, this was right off the heels of one of his admins sharing pornographic content to people that they knew were minors. One thing that I would like to point out here is how these users were pushing pornographic materials to a minor who explicitly states that their parent is in the room with them, so they were hiding their phone. I would like to point out that
Now, this is a pretty huge allegation here. What Illuminaughtii has alleged is that the clique ignored and, by implication, fostered an environment of pedophilic predation in his server. Personally, I think that there needs to be a lot of evidence provided for this. So let's find out if evidence is proffered, if evidence is brought forward for us to look at for this particular situation. Let's take a look.
Common tactic for abusers who are attempting to groom children is that they expose them to pornography and other sexual content in an attempt to desensitize the child. I'll provide Rain's page on grooming for further information. And if you're a child currently in a similar situation, I urge you to speak to a trusted adult or authorities. And again, resources will be provided below. Having to relook at these messages again still makes my stomach turn, even 3 years later. When Click didn't initially take action, I switched tactics with him and I called One Topic, who was and still is, to my understanding, one of the Click's closest friends on social media. I got into a call with both of them and I shared these files with them, and One Topic opened the files, he was horrified, and he said, and I quote, "I've read one and I don't want access to those screenshots." It was after this conversation that Click took action and reported and removed that individual from his server. I've read one and I don't want access to those. He was horrible. Both of them.
So hold on a second. Let's see if we can get the date on these real quick.
Parent is in the room.
So this incident was like 2 months prior to their conversation. Hold on. This incident was, we have no date for this incident. We have no date or timeline on when this happened. Okay, just so we're clear, we have no timeline on this.
Into a call with both of them, and I shared the quote that Click took action and reported and removed that individual from his server. I really wouldn't lightly make accusations like this unless I had seen them for myself. And let me be abundantly clear here, I am not trying to accuse the Click of pedophilia, nor do I have any reason to believe that he could be a pedophile. However, he cultivated an environment that was a breeding ground for inappropriate behavior with minors to occur, and
an explicit allegation that the Click was cultivating a dangerous pedophilic environment for minors. That is a massive allegation.
That's exactly what happened. Having our shared moderators approach me in my server about this very serious situation in his server was extremely uncomfortable, but something the moderation team felt needed action that was not being taken. Furthermore, referring to these shared moderators that we had as spies, as he said on Twitter, it only dismisses the fact that he allowed this sexually explicit language to occur around.
He allowed sexually explicit language to occur around minors. Remember this language, everybody. This is a very direct allegation that the Click allowed this to happen around minors. It didn't just happen, he allowed it, okay? Keep that allegation in mind.
Minors. He referred to them as spies, which only shows that he didn't really see any issue with the state of his server. Mark, I'm going to address you directly here. On your Discord server that had, and likely still has, minors present, you as an adult need to do the right thing and actually pay attention to what goes down in your server or ensure a team will take action against inappropriate behavior. I am sorry to those minors who were spoken to in such an inappropriate way. You were, and some of you—
Yes, that's the Click's real name, which I think is a weird thing to bring up here.
—likely are still children. Adults should not be having sexually charged conversations with you or sharing sexually explicit photos with you.
Hold on a second. That didn't happen. Notice the language here. She says, oh, I'm not calling him a pedophile. Adults should not be having sexually charged conversations. Hold on. Let's see here. I want to listen to this again real quick.
Minors present, you as an adult need to do the right thing and actually pay attention to what goes down in your server or ensure a team will take action against inappropriate behavior. I am sorry to those minors who were spoken to in such an inappropriate way. You were, and some of you likely are, still children. Adults should not be having sexually charged conversations with you or sharing sexually explicit photos with you. This is and always has been unacceptable. I will be providing links in the description box for a few resources for anyone who has been negatively impacted by these events. I did what I could.
Yeah, I'm not calling him a pedophile. I'm just saying that I'm just vaguely gesturing at him being responsible for the actions of pedophiles. And keep in mind, the only image we have, now she said that these mods were sending sexually explicit messages to children. But we didn't actually get very good evidence of that. We saw an image of what appeared to be a chat room, but we have no idea the context of that yet.
But I wish I could have done more.
Yeah, remember, this is supposed to be an apology video. Yeah, I know, right? Weird, huh? Let's keep going.
And I wish that the Click had more accountability of his own server. I also hope that since my falling out with Click, that he has learned from his past errors and worked to better himself. I hope that he and his current moderation team are holding themselves to a higher standard. The past 3 years have been challenging to all of us, and I think it's safe to say that living through a global pandemic has changed us in one way or another. Click, I hope you have learned to not tolerate such behavior in your server. I hope that you have learned from this and that you'll continue to strive to do better.
All of this is implying he was tolerating it in the first place, which we only have Blair's word on. The screenshots provided here do not have dates and times. We don't know if what she's saying is actually true. We only have her word to go on for an allegation that he was facilitating and tolerating pedophilia in his server, that he was facilitating grooming and predation on children. A massive criminal, life-ruining allegation, and we don't even have a timeline provided by Blair.
I truly regret ever being friends with you, and I hope that I can finally close the door on that chapter in my life. I want nothing to do with you, and I can only hope that I will no longer be associated with you after all of this.
Oh, Retcon, I have bad news for you. I hope you rest well, but this is going to get so much worse. You see, my lovely imps, we are on a long hike, and what we have been on so far is the easy part of the hike. It's like when you're walking through the meadows of flowers, but you see that there's like this winding road up a rock wall that you have to do next. The part where your thighs and your calves and your feet are gonna start burning and your lungs are gonna be pumping to try and get all the air that you can. That's where we're heading into right just now. Now, thankfully, we have a nice tight group. We've got a nice hiking group of about 527 people together hiking up Drama Mountain right now. And we're all going to be very safe. But I will tell you, it's about to get very grueling. So now would be the perfect opportunity to support the channel by pressing the like button down below, by taking a breath and leaving a nice comment if you're watching this video in the future. Comments mean the world to the channel. If you want my channel to be bigger and better, please do so. And also to press subscribe down below. I put in a lot of work and passion into my channel, and the support means the world to me. Thank you very much. Let us continue our hike up Drama Mountain. This is like a pilgrimage. It's a big hike. Let's go.
When it comes to discussing Wonderstruck, his actions are some of the most confusing I've had to deal with. I'm going to address his concerns, though a lot of it is fairly tricky since he hinges his accusations on anecdotal commentary. In responding to his baseless
So have you. Notably, so has Blair.
Claims, I will provide evidence as necessary, as well as point out when things I mention are anecdotal, so I completely understand if you choose to dismiss my anecdotal commentary as it arises.
Thank you, Anthony
His
Schuler.
thread on Twitter makes
Appreciate
many
that.
claims about who I am as a person and how I've treated him. I hope to come at this with a level head and a very thorough explanation of events.
We read this thread. This thread should be fresh in your mind. So let's see if Blair correctly characterizes the thread and if she responds in a reasonable manner.
With that being said, let's start with Wonder's accusation of wage theft. That's a big one, and it's important. I talk often about how paying your people is important, so I know how ironic it must look to have that accusation thrown back at me. To begin, let me explain Wonder's employment history with me. During Sad Milk, all of us were contractors to that channel. we were paid as contractors so we could handle taxes in our respective countries on our own, as not all members were American citizens. As many of you are aware—
Actually, wait a second. I have a better idea. We should watch the clicks video response before we get into the wonder thing. I think that actually would be a wiser way and a better way for us to keep the evidence fresh in our mind. I think it actually would make sense for us to pause here before we get into the wonder conversation and watch the clicks response. Yeah, everybody seems to be supporting that. I think that's a good idea. All right, we're gonna do that instead. Let me grab that video and we're gonna swap over. I know that we're hopping over, but I think this will be actually much better to what I'm trying to accomplish, which is to keep this whole story correct in everybody's mind, so we have a correct timeline and everything. I've done, as you can tell, I've really put a lot of effort into making sure that we are doing this in an order that is understandable, so that the facts and the actual evidence is in people's minds, so we can think about this. Okay? So, we have just finished listening to the pretty severe allegations that were levied by Illuminati against the clique. What we are now, that's fine, Blablato. We'll try to avoid that. It's okay. The clique's video is pretty compact by comparison. Now we are going to watch the clique's response, which is of course responding to the allegations of fostering an environment of pedophilia and a number of other things. So here's the video right here. This video also, similar to Blair's video, has almost 1 million views, and this was made very shortly after Blair's video. This is the clique, and he is responding to the allegations that were just made against him. Let's do it.
Should I do the classic like YouTube addressal thing, like then I turn on the camera? No, okay, let's skip that. Well, good evening, laddies, lasses, and lassos. Welcome to the clique. You smell amazing today. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Excuse the mess. I'm in the process of upgrading my PC for streaming. I very much need to upgrade. I realize some of the PCs I have in it are like 8 years old. So yeah, time flies, doesn't it? So I wasn't really planning on recording anything for a couple of days, but a situation came up that I couldn't really ignore, and I think it's time I talked about it. So this video is going to be a bit more scripted than usual, hence while I'm reading here, yes, I can read, to stay on topic and be as concise as possible. My intention is that this is the last address of this situation. I've gone back and forth about how I wanted to make this video, and I think it's been a long time coming. I don't feel great about bringing drama to my main channel, as I know that's not what people are here for. For a little bit of context, I made a thread a few days ago outlining in rough detail why I left the old Sad Milk collaboration channel, partially to clarify that I wasn't associating with Illuminati anymore in more recent events and my reasoning for that. She kept getting into trouble and people kept asking me about it and kind of roping me into it. This blew up way more than what I intended and also made some other people come forward with their own stories, both in private and in public. The old Sad Milk members, old editors, ex-staff, you name it. And this whole thing blew up way more than I ever intended it to. Commentary channels picking it up, making stories, viral videos. It was interesting to see, for sure. A response video was made by her, which, among other things, dove into some pretty gnarly accusations about myself and presented a very dark picture about my morals, my Discord, and how I run things in my community. I wrote out a few different scripts for this video, some of them very long and extensive, but after some reflection I realized I don't want to drag this out. I'm not a drama channel and I don't work with hit pieces. My main grievance with Illuminati wasn't necessarily the behavior that made me leave. It's in the past and she lost many friends over it. I think I can let that speak for itself. My main grievance was her insistence to create new rumors and slander about myself, one topic, and others after we left, and how she wouldn't...
This allegation by the clique was backed up by 2 other members, including the member that stayed in Sad Milk all the way until the end. So while we have not had hard evidence yet of the allegation that she was using the official account, we have had 2 other members come forward and say that that was true.
Leave us alone. This was super hard to address in any capacity, as she rarely made the accusations directly, always talking through someone else's mouth or hyping up some young impressionable fan or associate to the point they would try to expose me, or simply vague posting on Twitter with very suggestible timings. I will reference all of this later on in the video. Very easy for me and my colleagues to tell where all this was coming from, but really hard to actually prove to an outside audience, therefore almost impossible to defend yourself against. The talking points she tried so hard to sneakily spread for the longest time are actually the exact same talking points she brought up in her video. And I was also sent evidence of this by an ex-staff of hers that reached out to me during all this. So even though it was not my intention, my thread that ultimately led to her video pretty much baited out the fact that she was the one behind these claims and ideas all along. I also have full receipts for everything later on in the video. So I'm going to address her most grievous allegations factually and concisely, with full receipts, context, and any additional information that might be needed. Finally, after 2.5 years, I get to set the record straight. Number 1, the Discord situation. Content warning, mention of predatory behavior and adult topics. The situation brought up mentions a pedo joining my Discord. It is said that neither I nor my team took action against this predatory person and actively chose to do nothing to resolve the situation, basically just letting them run amok. Click did not address it or wasn't fast enough, etc. Here are the DMs of said creep, full username, etc. that she has already showed in her video. Now, the first detail that was conveniently left out of the accusations is that I was asleep. In my time zone, this occurred around 2 AM, and within the span of me sleeping, this random creep in question had already gotten banned. I took the liberty to dig through the old ban logs of my server, and here it is. He was banned at 2:14 AM.
We just looked, and in Blair's own receipts, she claimed her call with the other member, with OT, her call of concern happened on this same day. So her allegation that he wasn't doing anything is literally straight up, no questions asked.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
My time zone. She brought one topic into a chat room as she shown in her video and her accusation.
Here it is right here with the times, 9:53 AM, the same day, within hours. So her allegation that he did nothing is because it didn't happen within hours and he was asleep during that time.
However, her statement in these DMs about Click knowing is very odd, as I would have been very unconscious when the ban was happening. She might be referring to me knowing by the time I woke up, but the fact remains I wasn't there, nor did I endorse this random creep. Hey, I don't mean to bother you, but can we talk soon when you're free? I'm in a bit of a conundrum and I don't know what to do. Yeah, what's going down? Can I call? GF is getting ready for work. How sensitive is the topic? Very. It involves the P word. What is going on? In Click server and Click knowing. 19-year-old and 12-year-old combo public server, blah blah blah, did nothing, and this was on the heels of Click's admin sending naughty stuff. And one topic says, hang on, I'll walk over to my mic. Okay, ready? Thank you, always. But as stated, a ban was already issued before I even woke up, about 14 hours before Blair brought this up with OT, if her timestamps are correct.
When she brought it up to OT, the person had already been banned. Server action had already been taken before she panically ran over to Click's friend to make a big deal out of it. So, Blair's allegation of the Click fostering pedophilia is one big fat lie. A giant misinformed manipulative lie. Absolutely her core claim against the Click that she in her apology video went out of her way to allege against her former collaborator is a big fat lie. Obliterated.
So this was actually not a ban I was even personally involved with. It's also important to note that this is, sadly, the norm. Our server alone has 44,000 members and almost 3,000 bans. It is a well-known fact that Discord has real problems when it comes to exploitative individuals and communities using their platform. We as creators do our best to clean this up as well as the platform teams. Neither I nor my team condone this sort of exploitative behavior and do our best to address it when it comes to our attention. This isn't a Clicks Discord issue, it's a Discord issue. By the time I woke up, the staff spaces were in chaos. I assume she had asked her crossover staff to leave my server after the two teams clashed, fighting, tossing around odd allegations, and blame. Keep in mind, the creep that joined the VC was already banned for many hours. And this is what I saw when I woke up in the morning. Tons of messages in staff chats, arguments, white names from people leaving. I tried to get an explanation to what had happened, and it took me a good few hours to dig through everything, talk to people, try to de-escalate, and evaluate who had done wrong, and so on. The situation recap wasn't exactly presented to me on a silver platter. In the allegations against me, it is claimed that I didn't react or respond to the situation. Number 1, being at sleep at 2 a.m. detail was completely left out. 2, the fact that he was actually banned before this whole thing was left out. And 3, a receipt of Illuminaughtii reaching out to me to get me to respond wasn't shown in her video or allegations. And the reason for this is that it doesn't exist. The person who
Isn't that interesting?
reached out to resolve this was actually myself. And here are the DMs where I did so. Probably worth going to you too, as this thing seems to be blowing up. What have you seen of the recent events on the server? If we got time,
Here it is. Later that day, on September 15th. Holy fuck. Hard evidence that not only did she not reach out first, but that he actually reached out first. That what Illuminaughtii put forward in her video is a disgusting and pathetic lie that has no other goal than damaging the reputation of her former collaborator that she no longer likes, on the hopes that people actually won't look into it that deeply. And the sad thing, the entire reason why I do DramaMamas where we try to get all the information and all the receipts in line is specifically because of this type of shit. This type of fucking shit.
I think a quick VC would be good, because this is going on the Warpath, it seems. Warpath referring to the teams arguing and fighting, not actually the ban itself. As I said, that had been issued 16 hours before this conversation took place. One sec, I'm on a call with OT. Can I bring him in too? Sure, no problem. Here is a zip file, which is all the images that she showed in her video of the DMs with the creep, etc, etc. By the way, gonna talk to my admins in 15. That's when this person is back and can VC. Okay, I'm writing in the group DM right now. I will let you guys know when all actions have been carried out. I am proud of you. It sounds from this chat, starting from the time I was caught up on the night's events to the time after our...
Should we jump back real quick? Should we just jump back real quick? Here we go. Let's go back just a second here. Where is it here?
Sexually explicit language with minors, collecting them from this, like these files with them.
Hold on, let me just get to the right spot here.
Referred to them as actually pay attention. Has to address you directly here. Really see any issue with the state of his server. Mark, I'm going to address you directly here. On your Discord server that had, and likely still has, minors present, you as an adult need to do the right thing and actually pay attention to what goes down in your server or ensure a team will take action against inappropriate behavior. I am sorry to those minors who were spoken to in such an inappropriate way. You were, and some of you likely are, still children. Adults should not be having sexually charged conversations with you or sharing sexually explicit photos with you. This is and always has been unacceptable. I will be providing links in the description box for a few resources for anyone who has been negatively impacted. I wish that the Click had more accountability of his own server.
And now let's see what she said in the past.
Right now. I will let you guys know when all actions have been carried out. I am proud of you. It sounds from this chat, starting from the time I was caught up on the night's events.
See, this shit right here is where it starts to really undermine whether or not you can trust Illuminaughtii at all. You see, trust is important online, okay? There is no way that you can possibly verify every single thing that someone says. No one, no matter how thorough you are, it is impossible, especially when it comes to content creators. But in Blair's video, we now have an example of her not only lying explicitly, but also going out of her way to do this huge song and dance about, Mark, I hope you've learned your lesson to not foster an area that is dangerous to children. When in the past, she's just like, oh, I'm proud of you, did such a good job. What this says, and of course, we already had an example of her lying in the past, in the video that she showed before, lying about what the clique actually said. And also, previous to that, her misrepresenting what she said and what actually happened in the legal situation, which she conveniently deleted the tweets to, such that we had to find them on the Internet Archive. So in just one video alone, we have multiple examples of Blair bending the truth and outright lying to an unbelievable degree in order to advance a narrative that is very favorable to herself and does damage to somebody that she seemingly wants to do damage to. That will destroy trust, and it should destroy trust.
To the time after our voice call that it worked out quite well. Of course, important to know that this conversation was also an outreach to resolve the Discord Teams issue, not about the ban itself. To further clarify, the ban had been issued 16 hours before this conversation and before I ever woke up. And yes, it was later brought to my attention that there were a couple of mods who failed to act initially. This was evaluated by me and the team to take proper action. It's important to keep in mind that these people aren't trained law enforcement, but community volunteers. Myself and the admin team I work closely with do our best to resolve any situations that occur in the Discord. Also important to know that this screenshot from the group call that she brought up is simply OT not wanting some random creep statements in his work drive. It's not that he was so torn up about my disgusting Discord as is insinuated in the video for some reason. If OT was really so disgusted with me and how I run things, isn't it odd that we've been close friends for the 2.5 years after this happened? It's a very odd thing to try to twist in her video. Of course, she would retell the story quite differently to anyone who would listen. Here's a screenshot where she's sharing that same group call and saying, "This is that call where I railed Click for not doing anything for months."
Oh my God. He got receipts from other people who she was trying to spread this lie to, and she accused him of not doing anything for months when it was taken care of before she made this call. Holy fucking shit. That is so manipulative, it's unbelievable.
Note that this date is in October, a couple of weeks after we had left Sad Milk. The statement about us leaving was made in November, but we had actually left a month prior. So the twisting of these events have been going on for quite a while. As for the staff member sharing inappropriate artwork in Discord, this happened about 5 weeks prior, so I'm not sure why it's being tied into all this, but I can say from experience with running Discord servers that it happens every few months that a staff member misbehaves and is removed from the team. Oftentimes, it leads to a couple of staff members getting removed as troublemakers tend to enhance each other. This specific individual was removed from the team by me. The individual had been slowly spiraling, starting off with passive-aggressive behavior towards other staff and minor misdemeanors. When they failed to improve their behavior after a feedback session and also got worse when they started sharing not safe for work artwork in staff chats, they were removed. I think
there's the context. So, when Illuminaughtii said that the clique knowingly fostered an environment where members of the mod team were sending explicit material to children, what the truth actually was is that a mod spammed porn, like an image of porn in a mod chat, and that there was a volunteer mod in there who was under the age of 18. So that's the fourth thing in this video that has been extremely misleading, if not outright false. saying that some bad mod on bad behavior, dumping a porn image into a group chat, is the same thing, or presenting that as sending porn images to minors with the goal of grooming them, is insane. She called that grooming, and she also accused Click of explicitly tolerating and facilitating that. This is an unacceptable amount of dishonesty. This is a disgusting level of dishonesty.
It's an important specification that it was lewd artwork and not real-life nudes. I actually talked to Illuminaughtii one-on-one about...
Wait a second. It was a hentai image. It wasn't even actual nudes. It was a hentai image.
When they started sharing not safe for work artwork in staff chats, they were removed. I think it's an important specification that it was lewd artwork and not real-life nudes.
Interesting that she left that out too. What the fuck? How manipulative and dishonest can you be? Keep in mind that 1 million people, almost 1 million people, saw Illuminautie's video in which she directly accuses her former collaborator and co-worker of facilitating a pedophile space because one rogue mod dumped some hentai images in a group chat, and because of another situation that she straight up just made the fuck up. That is a level of lying that does undermine all of Illuminautie's ability to be trusted. This is a level of public dishonesty, hot on the tails of her completely dishonestly accusing another content creator of plagiarism, that puts Blair in a position of being a menace. Blair is going after random other creators that she doesn't like and accusing them of career-ruining things from her massive platform. Manipulating evidence, manipulating the framing. And the Click has the evidence to prove it. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about what Illuminaughtii did here. That is just what has happened. From Illuminautie's own video, even if we ignore all of the threads before, just from Illuminautie's video to this, Illuminaughtii has completely misrepresented the truth and outright, unbelievably lied. Yikes. Jesus fucking Christ.
I actually talked to Illuminaughtii one-on-one about this very thing. As you can see from this chat, this was already resolved a while back by that time. In the same conversation, we also talk about the out-of-context other screenshots she shared in her own video. It's odd, if she wanted to paint a full picture of these events, she didn't include my own words on the matter, but just insinuations. Words she had access to this whole time. We did set up a rule set after the event occurred that the mod chat should live up to the same standards as the rest of the server rules, to avoid people getting carried away with their friends in mods chats. Furthermore, the individuals who partook were directly talked to and accepted that what they had shared wasn't server appropriate. I do also believe we demodded one of the instigators, who was a bit of a troublemaker, but it's a long time ago, I don't recall the names. Again, this is a situation I personally addressed once it was brought to my attention. It sadly happens sometimes that people in your community do or say things that you yourself don't endorse or stand for. I think every creator can relate to that fact. I think it's about how you build your community in general.
How the hell are you gonna lie, especially in today's society with the internet that is forever? See, this is why I opened this video. This is why I opened this video talking about why I think that once in a while it's valuable for us to do these long trudges through drama. Because I want to encourage people to not fire from the hip. I want to encourage people to get out of the no context mindset. There are a lot, and I mean a lot of people who just watched Illuminautie's video and walked away with the conclusion that the Click was facilitating pedophilia on his server, that the Click was a disgusting piece of shit, and that Illuminati did everything right. That is the sort of shit that can seriously damage a creator's reputation. It can ruin a career, depending on how far it goes. And clearly, according to 3 separate people, these allegations have been pushed all over the place from the official account that they were formerly involved in. That's a nightmare scenario, okay? If you go and you work on a fun project with friends and it ends with you getting accused of fucking facilitating pedophilia falsely to hundreds of thousands of people on the internet, that is not okay. That is so, it is in fact, everything that is wrong with the internet in its current form right now. Let's continue.
Values you endorse and how you act when situations happen, because situations will happen. And to be clear, the chats were cleaned out because I wanted to ensure the chats were as safe as possible. In retrospect, I do believe the situation escalated to the point it did, so she could replace my staff and have more control over my Discord and community. But it's hard to tell if it's intentional or a byproduct of just constant conflict escalation and nitpicking. And if you still don't believe me, you can check out my Discord yourself. It's linked in every description of my channel, and my staff and I do our best to make it as wholesome and supportive as possible. We have chill chat rooms, meme channels, a Minecraft community server, art contests, edits and fan art sharing, stream clips channels, you name it. It's just a good vibe. So I'm surprised it's being painted in such a dark way when it's right there. You can actually just go look. Nice little Discord plug. Hashtag sponsored by my Discord, heck yeah. Number 2, click using abhorrent language. Content warning, mention of slurs. I will be brief here because there isn't really much substance. She claims I was tossing around slurs when gaming with friends. The only evidence she has in a group chat where she's talking to Aziwazi, among a few others. So it isn't an actual receipt of anything I did or said. It's not even a conversation I'm in, but just a few anonymous names venting in a group chat. However, to try to make sense of this, I actually asked Oz about this screenshot directly, and he had this to say. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the R-slur thing was about. I not only don't have any memories of it, but would only have to assume based on my past actions that...
So, the only screenshot, the only piece of evidence that was provided was a conversation between Illuminati and Oz Media, and now Oz Media is addressing this in real time.
I either, A, over-embellished to further feel accepted of the tone of one instance, never of course realizing the damage it would cause. I'm sorry about this if that is the case. B, Blair and I had discussions in relation to this and had created a behind-the-scenes narrative of what to say. This was also very common when we lived under the same roof.
Now that is an insane thing to admit to. Keep in mind that even in Oz Media's thread, Oz Media admitted to multiple times being involved in the deliberate creation of misinformation narratives to screw over former members of the group, which is an absolutely insane thing. This is one of the things I think that is going to be most damaging out of this in the long run, is that any creator watching this should know, will have nightmare flashbacks and should know, oh my God, there are so many red flags. I will not touch any project that these people are involved with, because this is some truly deranged nightmare life type shit. The type of things that just make your life emotionally and fiscally impossible to live. It's the type of people you never want to be involved with, the type of people you want to avoid at all costs. Manipulative, controlling people who are so obsessed with their own image that they will go out of their way to destroy you if you don't do what they want. Insane shit. Absolutely insane.
C, there was also watching how Blair would twist and omit truths to people. While I don't have any direct proof of this, I will say that watching Blair just say the right amount of truth to people to get their praise and adoration may have swayed me to do the same. Edit, there's also a chance that you said this like way back in 2019. I think the language I used in the group chat was more to put distance between us, not great on my part. It would have to be one of those, or a mix, honestly, because I don't remember you saying it. Not saying it didn't happen, of course, but I don't have any memories of it. I'm sorry for the pain that comment cost, man. Apologies will never, of course, repair the actions that I have made, and when all this went down. I'm sure there is more shitty things I've done or said that I honestly, for the life of me, can't remember. As for Blair claiming you use abhorrent language such as the N-word, the only evidence she ever gave us was, by her word, claiming that when the two of you are playing Dark Souls 3, you refer to enemies or shadows or ash as endlets, or something along the lines of that in December of 2019. This was...
So, once again, there is no evidence. She accused him of using racial slurs, and all that she has is...
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Even Oz Media says that the only person he ever heard this from was Blair.
Not brought up until after Sad Milk split. And to be clear, I don't hold a grudge about this against Oz in the least. I can't say for sure, but to me it looks like Oz was just being pushed to prove his loyalty in a way. I wish you all the best, man, and I hope you get to rebuild your channel or whatever you want to do with your life. Before we move on, I'm just gonna point out some funny hypocrisy. She said she would never be friends with someone that used that language. Yet she regularly played games with me as a friend during this time, where I allegedly kept on saying these things. Which one is it? I don't
was
think...
what we pointed out, which is that by her own admission, she continued making content despite, by her own narrative, the use of slurs supposedly happening when she was hanging out with him. So her own story defeats her own argument here.
You can have both. And to add an extra layer of transparency on my own behalf, I didn't actually know the R word could be considered derogatory up until maybe 2020. So it's possible I said it before that point, but I don't recall specifics. When people came to me around this time and told me they had had the word used against them simply for being neurodivergent, I was surprised, as that had not been the case around me when I grew up. But I personally stopped using it in my content or for posts I read out, and also did my best to remove jokes containing the word in older content. Simply because I didn't want my community to get the wrong idea about the values I held. I personally don't find the world too outrageous and still hear it on a regular basis on YouTube or in the online world, but I did opt out of using it in my content after this was being brought up to me by my fans. 3. She regrets our friendship and regrets helping me fix my wrongful channel termination due to the events mentioned. Content warning, it sucks to have your channel deleted. I don't know, man. This is just a punch under the belt, isn't it? Why was this in the video? To be clear, my channel was restored by the help of my network, which is a service I pay for. She might have tagged YouTube on Twitter or chatted with support, and I appreciate my friends who had my back throughout all this. I even thanked them in my return video, her included. Here it is. But the fact remains, she wasn't the one who saved my channel. If you want to get into specifics, Oz and Salty are the ones who networked me with this network initially. But the rest was done by myself and the network. We fought for 3 weeks over Christmas to get my channel back. Very odd high horse to try to climb on top of and claiming I should have lost my entire livelihood because of the events stated earlier in this video. Jeesh, man. On a happy note, here's a little celebration chat I had with my network rep after we got the channel back. Whee!
Oh my god.
Emojis. Whoa.
Number 4. The Illuminati smear campaigns. Content warning, vulgar language, mentions of predatory behavior. These following screenshots are reflective of behavior I think we have all seen, that the community can and has attested to. Vague tweets happened, whether you were a former friend or a current one, so it was clear to anyone who had experienced this before. But it's the specific timing I would like to bring attention to. Here is Sad Milk posting on the 1st of November, 3:28 AM, that Salty Click and OT will not be continuing the new journey with Sad Milk and we're leaving the channel. And here's a tweet from Illuminati saying, casual reminder, pedophilia is never a gray area. It is wrong.
I'm sorry, hold on. Let's get the timelines on that. The literal same day from the official Sad Milk account saying Salty OT and Click will not be continuing, and then
that
retweeting
Salty Click and OT will not be continuing the new journey with Sad Milk and we're leaving a gray area. It is wrong.
Within literal minutes. No, sorry. Hours. My bad. I thought that said 6. Within less than 3 hours, retweeting a, yeah, sorry, we've parted ways with these people. By the way, pedophilia is not acceptable. Fucking insane. That is the ultimate subtweet. That is the biggest. I'm not legally calling you a pedophile, but I want my community to know that I'm calling you a pedophile. That's fucking nuts.
Salty Click and OT will not be continuing the new journey with Sad Milk and we're leaving the channel.
Fucking shit.
And here's a tweet from Illuminati saying, casual reminder, pedophilia is never a gray area. It is wrong. If someone you know won't take action, then they are complicit to the problem, and so on and so forth. And here are some of the threads. In isolation, there is nothing wrong with this statement. It's one.
Blablato says he should have posted this in his thread. He should have, but at the same time, he didn't do anything wrong by just telling his bad experience with Blair on Twitter. There's nothing explicitly and inherently wrong, especially now that we know that she did do all this stuff. It's not the cleanest move. I think it would have been smarter for him to open with receipts, but also he didn't do anything wrong. He was just expressing his truthful experience, and he's proven that he's telling the truth, and Blair has proven that she's a liar. What we've seen so far is Blair lie and manipulate, and Click have the evidence. So even if his original thread was lacking in screenshots, he didn't make any major allegations except for the one, which was, I feel like she's been using the public channel to disparage me and damage my career, which it appears is true. From all we can tell, there is multiple other people who are a member of the team that said they witnessed her or also who participated in this. Keep in mind that Oz Media admits to having helped Blair do this.
One that I obviously support. However, the timing certainly struck us and the community as odd. Immediately after announcing her departure from Sadmilk, within 3 hours, this statement was made by Iilluminaughtii and retweeted by Sadmilk. This, as anyone would know, started many rumors. Worth mentioning, she also pushed Wonder to release a hit piece video on myself and OT back in 2021. When Wonder left, she retracted her support by removing her comment under the video. Wonder has since then retracted the video and apologizes for the false insinuation it contained, and I hold no grudge against him. I wish him the best in telling his own story and living his best life. He's a sweet guy who got caught up with the wrong people. She deleted the Sadmilk community tab after my Twitter thread, where I referenced her manipulation of comment sections and vague posting in order to spread rumors or manipulate the public image of us on the collab channel. So here's the deleted community tab, and the older screenshots I have from the community tab look like this. Better without Click, and you can see them.
Oh my god, that is so dirty.
Multiple comments that ratio this. I mean, obviously the channel had a lot of my audience as crossover. And a couple hours later, oh my god, all the ratioing comments are just magically gone, so it looks...
He has the screenshots of her deleting the supportive comments. Better without Click, 2 likes. I disagree, 24 likes. Deleted in the next screenshot. That is so fucking filthy.
Looks like more people are hating on me than they actually are. Oh my god, how could that have happened? Oh, I guess we'll never know. I am worried I sense big drama, especially on Twitter. I didn't see the N-word in old videos, just saying. Oh damn. It's a little bit of sass, isn't it? And to clarify, back when I was a teen, I said some stupid things I'm not particularly proud of. Things I no longer support. The statement she vaguely refers to was me quoting and referencing a movie clip I liked 12 years ago. And at the time, I didn't really understand the concept of who can quote a bad word in reference to American culture. I am sorry about those statements, and I apologize to anyone who feels affected. I do not stand by it. I never intended any harm. I was trying, and failing quite miserably, to be funny. And to be honest, it actually feels good to talk about it, because she's held this over my head for 2 years. As people have started reaching out to me and other ex-members from Sadmilk, I now for the first time have gotten a proper look into the other side of this, and my suspicions of her being behind these rumors and smear campaigns is now confirmed. All these screenshots take place after we have left Sadmilk. We left in early October, and she posted about us leaving in early November. Here she is, hyping up people who simply got banned from, in this case, One Topic's Discord. They spent hours of their lives to help some YouTuber they love and look up to, the very least any
They spend an hour of their lives to help some YouTuber they love and look up to. The very least thing any content creator can do is give their teams the respect they deserve. We got thrown away for disrespecting the rules, which I understand, but it hurts because we just wanted OT to change. This OT Click shit has me heated, these stupid fucks. So here's her, once again, in DMs, shitting on him. He has... Now, this doesn't prove the full extent, but what this does do is grant credibility to his claim. We now have proof that she was using the community tab, that she was using the Reddit, that she was using the Twitter to either directly or indirectly disparage former members. So we have reason to believe his other claims. Again, it is impossible to prove every single thing that happens on the internet. It is literally impossible. But what we have now is multiple pieces of evidence pointing to the fact that she did indeed engage in this behavior.
content creator can do or should do is give the teams the respect they deserve. Mods have been the backbone of every YouTube community, and so on and so forth. Ah, this OT and click poo has me heated. These stupid fricks. Oof. How could you not care about the people who care about your community the most? How? I would like to point out the hypocrisy here, that in regards to my own Discord, she has been constantly suggesting me not being harsh enough. But when a staff member actually is kicked for breaking rules, she does this? Alright, here she is twisting the facts about the VC she had with OT around the time the PETA was banned around 2 AM. Note that the dates mean that she has been spinning this twisted narrative of what actually happened for a very long time, about 2.5 years. Here she is, still harping on the same Discord situations yet again, venting about it in some group DM. This is all.
In a group DM, she's pushing the idea that he didn't respond to the pedo, which, by the way, we know is a lie. It is an explicit, unequivocal lie. This whole thing, she not only told him that she was proud of him in real time, but also she's explicitly leaving out the timeline. This is a deliberate, like, this is about a smoking gun as you can possibly get to show that somebody is willing to fucking lie through their teeth to make him look bad. To random people, he's provided 3 separate examples. These DMs were provided to him, probably, I mean, obviously from the people who she was talking with. So he was able to get multiple pieces of evidence showing that she was indeed spreading the story around. This is about as lock solid of a claim as you can possibly get, and I think we have every reason to believe that Illuminaughtii has indeed engaged in attempting to destroy and damage the reputations and careers of her former collaborators.
After I had left Sadmilk, venting and nitpicking my wording in a DM. At this point, the argument isn't even if the situation was resolved or not. And to clarify, yes, I do think there is a distinct difference between personally targeting a minor with nudes or extorting them for nudes versus posting some random lewd artwork from Twitter in an inappropriate chat room. Both are bad, but they are not in the same ballpark. Me clarifying that is a very odd thing to nitpick and vent about. Here's the same chat room again, twisting a joke from a collab video from myself and OT. Trigger warning, pedo stuff. We were watching an old video from OT and Click last night, and part of the discussion, they were discussing OT memes, and they made a driver of the free candy van joke. Holy poo! What the frick? Ah, really? A white van joke is your banger evidence? I mean, as if the Discord stuff wasn't already misinterpreted and overhyped enough. What is this? Are you serious? Here's the same chat room again, in what I'm assuming is suggesting that my my god, I'm so down with the kids boomer joke from Twitter has pedo implications. Oh,
Jesus Christ. This is so bad. This is so fucking bad.
The uglies think I'm so cool.
Oh my god, if straws were growing on straws, this would be the straws that were being grasped at, man. What the hell? Here she is, leaking and nitpicking a message from me to my staff, proving that she did indeed have insiders in my mod team after she and I had parted ways and the crossover staff had officially left. She says, yikes, and here is me saying that, oh yeah, you noticed the staff has left again. Basically, what happened is that OT and I left Sadmilk. It was becoming an increasingly tense environment with the group, and at the end of the day, we had no real option but to take a step back. With that change, not surprising that staff from Sadmilk was asked to leave, and I hold no grudge over it. The positive side to this is we will have more freedom within our own ranks to form this place as we want it to be without too much influence from outside parties. Paired with that, I will now have more time on my hands and I can help with day-to-day tasks. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in staff chats or DMs. I apologize for this rocky road, and I hope it will be easier in the near future. I will also book yet another meeting, Lama, in the near future. Love y'all. He just lied to his staff about what really happened. What, I just said that people left. They did, though. They weren't asked to leave. Oh, wait, I read that wrong, but he's pinning it on me. What?
Oh my god.
Why are you spying on my Discord, man? She's just...
Critical Revolt, have you watched this before? Yes, I have. I watched this back when it first dropped. It's been a long time since I've watched it. But I'm watching this specifically back to back with the other video just so that we can have her claims put next to his claims, her evidence put next to his evidence, and it is fucking shocking.
Spying on private conversation I'm having with my like 7 mods, nitpicking specific wording. Yeah, I said she told her staff to leave.
Yes, I should be clear. I almost always pre-watch when I'm going to do a drama takedown like this. I do not do, I very, very much try to avoid doing unprepared reactions because I do not like jumping onto serious drama without preparation. I've been thinking on this one for a long time, and it took me a long time to decide whether or not I really wanted to get involved and make my voice heard on it. But I think it's important, given the degree of heinous lies that have been pushed forward. I think that this is a really important and educational example, especially, well, I think, not, I shouldn't even say especially, on two different fronts. First of all, we see an example of how you can use a lack of context and incredibly manipulative messaging to push a completely false narrative that can severely damage someone's reputation to an enormous platform. And we can see how important it is to pay attention to receipts and evidence, lest we fall into just believing any fucking abuser's lies about any other person. It's not good to fucking lie about people. It's especially not good to lie about people with severe allegations like this. And it's especially not good to lie about people with severe allegations when it can directly and severely damage their ability to actually have a channel that's successful. Again, I said this earlier, I'm gonna say it again. A lot of YouTube is unfortunately a reputation game. If big enough content creators want to lie about you, they can pretty severely hurt you. I have experienced this myself. It's something that I stand against very strongly. I think it's disgusting when large creators use their platform to push disgusting misinformation or explicit lies for their own gain. I think what we've seen here is a pretty disgusting example of that. And what we're going to see in a little bit with the Wonder situation is a very different perspective that is fucked up for a completely, totally different set of reasons. We have a lot to talk about with that situation as well, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. By the way, if you've been enjoying this drama deep dive and analysis with all the receipts, going through all of the threads and evidence in one place, takes a lot of work from me to do this. Streaming is not easy. It's tiring, and I like to have nice things, so consider supporting my channel by donating on my website, demonmama.com/subscribe or /donate, and by subscribing to my YouTube channel, which is free. Just press that subscribe button and press the like button while you're at it, okay? It means the world to me. Seriously, I really, really have had an uphill battle, but my channel my channel is thriving nonetheless, and I would love to see it thrive even more. Thank you all very much. Let's continue. Let's continue.
Because their staff left in the middle of the night without explanation. Nobody told me anything else. What exactly should I have assumed? All I had was this when I specified to the staff that they were still friends. I want to let you know that one topic and I are leaving Sandmilk. There's no bad blood, but the project is moving in a direction I simply cannot follow. I know this might cause some conflicting interest for the staff that are both here and in Sandmilk, and if you want to talk about it, I'm always open. In my book, you're welcome independent of what projects are happening. And they're saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna stay here, I'm your friend, blah blah blah. But when I took the screenshots, the names were already white. They left in the middle of the night, and the only context I had to this was a random piece of a no mic VC chat that read like this. What the, of course, I'm just confused, understandable. Has everyone left Click already? Okay, I'm gone. Team Blair all the way. F those dudes? Of course not. The Click is gonna be interesting from now on. Good luck with that. It's gonna be interesting. Any coffee for this Click was my original home, but still F him. So I don't know exactly what was said about me, but I suppose her telling her mods how horrible I was, just as was done in her video, isn't technically asking them to leave, I guess. It's probably worse.
I'm back.
Going back to the rumor machine, here's the same chat room again. Digging through my very oldest content looking for dirt. Let's play Minecraft with Crazy Part 2. Minecraft Alpha 1.2.6. Ah, the R word is here. Minecraft Alpha 1.2.6. Jesus Christ, I was a high schooler in like 2010 playing Minecraft for my like 12 followers. Oh. And here's the chat that keeps going. Ever since she made some announcements, some fans are putting it together. While I am mostly the big bad bish, some are figuring it out. Listen, I have Click on video saying the F slur and R slur. He will put himself up with his own ego like I won't have to do anything of that. He's gonna muddy his own hands and unravel it himself. Oh yeah.
It's in his old, this is insane. He has evidence of her plotting in private to take him down after he left the team. Why? Why? Just, I can tell you why. This is the type of behavior that fucking megalomaniacal freaks, control freaks use, okay? This is the type of shit that people who need to oppress and dominate other people use. This is the most red flag, fucked up, I want to own other people and make them bend to my will, and if they don't, I will punish them until they cave so that no one else will dare defy me. Have you noticed something, by the way? Have you noticed that every single one of her former collaborators so far, all of the people involved with this project have explicitly and independently expressed feeling fear at the repercussions that they would face, that she would use her money, her power, and her connections to damage them? All of them. All of the people whose accounts that we've read have expressed that in their own words. Interesting. Almost like that's why people do this shit. That people who have the need to control and dominate others want to make examples so that other people won't step out of line.
It's in his old videos. They are still live on his channel. Hobbies are a good way to spend your time? What the hell? And this is her just hyping people up to be more hateful towards me because of my old bad jokes when I was a teenager. So much for this just happening to come out when I left Sad Milk. This, to me, looks like a very planned smear campaign, and she had a very big hand in it. Here is her talking again. I'm a level with y'all here, reading through the things and seeing this person in the chat excusing Click saying the R slur because it was 10 years ago, and it's irrelevant is super yikes to me. Again, I'm the same age as Click, and that word wasn't even in my vocabulary. Not 10 years ago, not now.
And by the way, here's her contradicting what she said in her own video.
Because it was never appropriate.
Hunga Master 420 says, I think once you finish covering Click and Wonder's videos, you should talk about how Lance is refusing to acknowledge Illuminati's abuse or condemn her. Maybe. I would have to look into that. I saw one tweet from Lance defending Illuminati, but I haven't seen anything else. Yeah, I would have to see more evidence of that, and I don't know that I'm actually interested in doing that sort of thing. I'm just making this video so that I have my say on it, okay? Not to be too repetitive, but I am a small voice in this space, but nonetheless, I have a voice. As many people probably recognize, my chat is often full of content creators of all sizes, large and small, who often come by my channel because, as it turns out, despite the false reputation that was spread about me by people who really didn't like me, I'm actually fairly good at maintaining healthy connections with other creators, despite the fact that I am more than willing to criticize other creators. As a result of that, I do want to make sure that my voice is heard, and I know that some content creators are going to listen. This type of behavior is not okay. This type of deranged, abusive behavior should not be acceptable in our spaces. But with all of that said, I am not particularly interested in hunting down every other content creator who has a difference of opinion or who differs on it or whatever. I'm not closed to the idea that some people are going way too hard on this, but I'm gonna have to think about that. I can't commit to anything, and I don't think, I don't know. It seems unlikely that Lance would knowingly like double down to protect Blair, but maybe. Yeah. Anyway. He has a vid on her, but I thought people said that he deleted the video. It sounds like, I don't know. See, this is This is beyond the scope here. Let's not get distracted. Let's not get distracted with the stuff that's happening off the mountain. As your hike guide, as your mountain guide, let us focus on the trail and the beauties around us. We are about to pass a mountain spring, and then we are going to go into what is often known as the jagged valley portion, which is when we are going to get into the hardest part of the hike. Okay, everybody? Yeah. I have heard that Blair is planning a response, and I don't know how intense this is all gonna get. Are we gonna find remnants of the previous hikers? No. No one dies on this one. That also means we're near the top. We're getting there. We're getting there. We still have a ways to go. But I already said in advance that this is a long hike and that we might have to do it in more than one part. There's a very good chance that we're going to have to do this in more than one part, especially if we keep getting distracted by unrelated stuff. So let's do this, okay?
And here is the same chat keeping going, digging through even more of it. It's like, oh, here's another video where there was a bad word. It turns out even the random allegations against mine and OT's podcast we had to address last summer originated from this group, with the same people involved hyping up the person making the allegations both publicly and privately, at least according to people that have come forward to me. So based on what I have seen, she, along with some staff and others, would sit in this chat and just hype up each other's hatred for us, grasping at straws. And if this wasn't enough, here's a former staff member of hers getting paid to sift through raw audio recordings of me looking for dirt, more specifically the R word. I needed to work with this person to help me find clicks saying the R slur in Sadmilk's raw audio. I can do that, just let me grab a shower and I'll be down. She claims he said it in a Sadmilk video but can't remember which one, and she's over her head. I'll pay you $200 to find—
Oh my God! Oh God! That is pathetic. Oh, come on. This is for a former collaborator who's moved. This is derangement. Derangement.
Find it, and here's the payment. I mean, it's just an example. I'm sure there's more, which I don't have a problem with the word R, but she does for some reason, even though she uses it in private. Oh my God. Is this like serious drama at this point? It's like, am I supposed to take this seriously, man? And to be honest, I don't care if she uses the R word behind closed doors, but also to be this up in arms about it when others do it, that's just like rampant hypocrisy, man. Come on. She actually paid people to dig up dirt and run smear campaigns on ex-colleagues, specifically snooping through my oldest content, years of decade-old content, and compiling it.
Bruh.
I was like in high school and still learning English, playing Minecraft Alpha. Are you— oh my God. Some rounding off thoughts. If she genuinely was so concerned about me being harmful, why did she never do anything? If she genuinely believed children were being harmed in my Discord, or I was a rampant racist, a homophobe, ableist, why was the best thing she could do is start rumors, vent in Discord, and vague posts?
Good for Gabby says, this is a wonderful community and DJMuel is a trailblazer. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Thank you so much.
On Twitter. Why would she do this? When I left, I wrote out a pleasant exit message detailing I still considered everyone friends. In our last DM together, I wished her the best. Why? Why would she go through all this trouble, even spend money just to try to ruin myself and others? Why would she do all of this to someone who considered her a friend? Well, hello there. It's Click from the future here. I was just finishing editing this video where I got a few more things from ex-staff of hers and other people that have burned that bridge. The first couple screenshots is from one of her ex-admins.
Here's the stream. Here's the stream on the Babbling Brook on Drama Mountain.
showing that they did indeed reach out to me about the issues in the Discord, and here is me confirming that I did indeed address it. Here is that same person talking to Blair about the information in the Discord, claiming that I did indeed take action when the information...
Again, further proving that she knew exactly what she was doing, that she knew she was lying when she said the pedo shit.
...reached me. So that's all well and good. There is a second story basically confirming my innocence and that I'm not a horrific Discord owner. But what has me a bit surprised is the next few screenshots. Here is Illuminaughtii having a conversation with the same admin, sharing the same kind of, you know, dirt digging old videos that we've seen previously in this video. And she says, 16 seconds, the alt account is gonna love this. In the next screenshot, you can see her writing out a draft. I saw in the Sad Milk announcement of all the milkmen. Now I'm seeing the comments. We all agree it's obviously not on good terms. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, etc., etc. This draft matches with one of the posts made by an alt account called Doobie Schmertz on Reddit. And the
oh my fucking god. That is insane! That's fucking insane!
This is the entirety of the post. This is the truth about Sad Milk. It really looks like creative differences is dumb AF. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, one topic, leaving his supporter server, and then so on and so forth. And I was a big fan of the Click. I thought his streams were great, blah, blah, blah. But then I think Blair saw some of his streams. He did a stream where he watched some of his old videos. So this is actually Blair on an alt account making the claims.
Yes, I completely forgot about this part, trans girl Jade. I completely forgot about this part. Keep in mind, it's been a long time. I watched this video when it originally came out, which was what, like back at the beginning of this month. I completely forgot about the end of this video. The leftist mafia live chats tonight got really heated over this. The Doobie Schmertz account is still up. Jesus Christ. I hope you know Creepshow Art because you're going to hear that name come up. I don't know anything. What's Creepshow Art? I'm not familiar with that.
That Blair must have seen some of his old videos randomly. She totally wasn't paying people to dig up dirt. This is her on an alt account, spreading misinformation and trying to enhance her own image. Here's another little funny post from the same account where she forgot to switch accounts and interacting with the Animal Crossing subreddit, at least according to
okay, that's just
us. Here it keeps going. Hey, listen, Blair, I'm putting this all together. What kind of cover-up is this? Click was saying these bad things, creative differences. Click is a liar. And not to claim someone topic is friends with someone while pretending to be wholesome and good. This is all Blair replying to her own announcement under an alt account. And it keeps going. Click said the N-word and replies and claiming I'm not going to reply and I'm horrible. Here is a long post. I'm not gonna... You can pause it if you want to read the whole thing. I don't want to. Here is the same account, Doobie Schmertz on Twitter. This was an account I remember distinctly from 2020, 2021 that was relentlessly harassing myself, my friends, my colleagues, my streaming colleagues, past colleagues, ex-Sad Milk members, community members, you name it. You name it. At the time, I wrote it off as a disgruntled troll with a little bit too much time on their hands and tried my best to ignore it. This was Blair all along. She was making alt accounts to spread her stuff because she probably knows deep down inside that the stuff she was digging up on me and all the stuff she was doing was so petty that she could...
This is genuinely deranged. I forgot that this particular part was in this part. I remember this stuff. I remember the evidence I remember the first one where he cross-references the post, but the Doobie Schmertz thing, all these reveals of the Doobie Schmertz thing, I completely forgot about.
Never actually make a public statement of it.
It's actually disturbing.
Just...
Creepshow Art is a disgraced Storytime art YouTuber who was recently outed as a crazy stalker by her stalking victim, Emily Artful. CS Art, aka Shannon, was known to be a sock puppeter extraordinaire who frequented lolcow.farm and regularly used sock puppets to shit talk her friends. She was so bad she was outed by the mods of lolcow for how extensive her sock puppetry is. That is deranged, but totally unrelated. But still, holy shit.
To get back at an ex-colleague. She did this, she paid people to dig up dirt, make alt accounts, harass me for months. Why? Why? And it keeps going. Here it is on Twitter, tagging me, tagging herself. It's tagging Def Noodles. Here it's tagging Midnight Palma, Damien. It's tagging a bunch of people from the community and Salty. It's tagging Amanda the Jedi. We had her on the guest on the podcast, and you come after Amanda the Jedi?
All of this right here, by the way, is just hard evidence of what all of them claimed, which is that Illuminaughtii would go out of her way to destroy her former collaborators for the smallest perceived slights. This is a deranged level, going to as many large content creators as you can and trying to, even if you just seed doubt, what that can do is basically means that if another content creator was considering collaborating with you, they might just ignore your DM. This is the worst Whisper Network, reputation damaging, career choking insanity. Content creators should be insanely careful. In fact, I'll go so far as to say content creators should stay away from this situation as much as possible. This is the red flag. This is beyond a red flag. You know what this is? This is this. Hold on. What's the, yeah, this one. Hold on. This is the red flag equivalent. This place is a message and part of a system of messages. Pay attention to it. Sending this message was important to us. We considered ourselves to be a powerful culture. This place is not a place of honor. No highly esteemed deed is commemorated here. Nothing valued is here. What is here was dangerous and repulsive to us. This message is a warning about danger. The danger is in a particular location. It increases towards the center. The center of danger is here, of a particular size and shape, and below us. The danger is still present in your time as it was in ours. The danger is to the body and it can kill. The form of the danger is an emanation of energy. The danger is unleashed only if you substantially disturb this place physically. This place is best shunned and left uninhabited. If you're unfamiliar with this, this is a message. This is a theoretical message that would be easily translatable by any future civilization that was planned to be put on nuclear waste sites. It's a warning so that future civilizations don't get radiation poisoning by accidentally digging up nuclear waste, because nuclear waste will sit around for like 10,000 years. It's the don't touch nuclear waste warning. No highly esteemed deed is commemorated here. Nothing valued is here. What is here is dangerous and repulsive to us. This message is a warning about danger. That's how red flag this is, okay, everybody? Well, they didn't explain it very well. Okay, to be fair, if you all weren't listening to this on a stream with me laughing about it, you would be able to understand the meaning of that message. If you came across a big black obelisk and it said, "Nothing sacred is here. Run for your life. You will die if you go here. You will die from horrible cancer and radiation. It will kill you." You would get the message pretty clear, okay?
Here's Vamps getting the same posts. Here arguing with a bunch of fans. Here's one topic with his wholesome the Halloween special. Oh, doobie schmerz. Right there. Well, isn't that just wholesome and sweet? Here's Anne Mine with a cute artwork about myself, OT and Salty, and yep, Illuminautti's right there with her alt account, posting this slanderous video that she edited together, collecting all the worst things she deemed from stuff I said when I was barely of legal age. And it keeps going. Here it keeps tagging one topic. Here it's tagging Blair again. It goes on. It keeps going. This isn't some small YouTuber beef. This isn't people being angry at each other because, ooh, someone did a bit more work in a project or not. I need a break, man. I need a break. I'll add this part to the video, and I'll let the rest of the video play out as it was originally.
Here's her talking about the Doobie Schmertz alt. This is a dead shot. Please fucking stop what you're doing, says Oz. Illuminaughtii says, okay, I cannot fucking handle this. Okay, let's let it die. I'm not able to record because of the stress. Okay, I'm pulling back. Work with him. Okay. So this is Oz begging them to stop because it's stressing him out so much. Remember what Oz said, where Oz said that he participated in things that killed his soul? That's very sad.
Chapter 5, some other comments. Content warning, self-harm and depression. Her video goes into a few more topics, how she wasn't paid, even though her own screenshot shows me resolving the payment.
Yeah, we talked about this. The only screenshot she showed of the very serious allegation that people functionally stole from her company, what proved that it wasn't true.
After I had issues with a credit card.
Wait, also, I didn't know Oz was Blair's fiance. When were they engaged? Was Oz Blair's fiance? Yeah, now's the time when we want to switch back, because this is going to talk about the Wonder stuff, but we're not into that yet. And Wonder did his own video, which we'll get into. As I understood, Oz was her fiance. I know that it was implied because I mean, you'll see in a second. Let's get there. Yes, Oz was Blair's fiance. Okay. None of them say it explicitly. However, as we are about to see in a few minutes, there is a very weird portion that's going to come up. But we're gonna get there. Oz stated it in a chat. Okay, if anybody has any evidence of that, that would be great, but yeah. I know that they live together, but I didn't know that. I didn't know for sure if they were fiance or anything like that. It was in both of the videos that we're about to watch, the rest of the Illuminaughtii video and the video from Wonder, it was heavily implied they had a very tight relationship, that they had some form of relationship. And also they did live together. Oz was as far as, according to multiple people, Oz was the actual owner of the house that they all lived in. And also, I believe, the technical owner of the vehicle that we're about to hear a whole bunch about. But I want you to understand, we have now seen the Click completely and utterly orbital laser the entire narrative that Blair presented. The Click's video really proves that there should be serious concerns from any content creator or viewer with Blair's comfortability with lying. All of the evidence provided, and a lot of evidence was provided in the video that we just watched, indicates that Blair is an extremely untrustworthy person. And that's really unfortunate. As I mentioned at the beginning of this video, I've actually quite enjoyed a lot of Blair's videos. But seeing this level of dishonesty makes it very difficult for me to feel confident trusting anything that she does. If she is willing to lie to this degree, to go this far to do a disinformation campaign against a former worker, what other things is she going to be willing to lie about when it suits her, when it benefits her? I think this presents a serious vulnerability in the way that Blair functions. That Blair is a deeply dishonest person who appears to be, from all the evidence that we've seen so far, at least comfortable with lying to a great degree when she believes it benefits her. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about the fact that she deliberately, repeatedly, for the course of years, lied about what happened and alleged that the Click seemingly for no real reason other than the clique didn't want to work with her anymore, that the clique was some kind of pedophile defender and was facilitating a dangerous environment for minors. That's very, very extreme. No, and somebody mentioned, have I been blocked? No, I haven't been blocked, and in fact, we're still mutuals on Twitter. I remember being excited that I got a follow back from Illuminaughtii. But I have to say, I really don't fuck with the whole lying about pedophile allegations thing. It's a really bad fucking things to do. It's a really fucking bad thing to do. And not only that, but it's something that's been done about me. I want to believe that there will be some sort of, okay, so on the click situation, I think the only thing that can fix this situation is a complete and utter, admitting that she was wrong and apologizing. Like, I really think that that's the only thing that can fix this situation. So I'm hoping that her video that she makes will just be a flat apology to the clique, because this is dirty. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is fucking filthy. This is a horrible thing to do to somebody. It's a horrible precedent to set for your behavior with other creators that you've worked with. It is just a morally and ethically reprehensible behavior. Not just because it's lies, but because of the nature of the lies. You think an apology would do it? No. I don't mean, I mean as far as social media is concerned. Obviously, I think that, I don't know how you would fix this otherwise, besides like committing to doing everything in your power to fixing the misinformation that you spread, like I don't know, like a My Name is Earl type situation or something. But I think that I think it would be the start. Like, I think she would have to basically say, just come clean and say, yes, I did all of these things. It was really fucked up and wrong of me. The alt stuff was the point of no return for me in regards to her. Well, we have to get to Wonder. We haven't gotten to Wonder yet. Let's not think too far ahead, okay? We're just about to do that, all right? It's about to get really, really, really weird. Okay, everybody? Now, I need a glass of water real quick. So I'm gonna go and get myself a glass of water. Don't go anywhere. I'm literally only gonna be gone for a few seconds. And then we're about to get into the weirdest part of this entire drama. And to be fair, this is also going to be, this is the Razor Canyon. This is the fucking jagged canyon portion of the hike. This is the part where it gets the hardest of all. We had the click hike where we ended with a little stream at the end that was deranged, but that we could laugh at. But what we're about to get into is some of the most wild shit, and it is going to become very, very difficult, okay? The reason why I say this is the Razor Canyon part is because what the stream of allegations that are going to follow are going to get very confusing, and it's going to take a lot of effort on all of our parts to keep it all straight, because this is the part where it gets truly, truly messy, okay? But I'm telling you, it's worth it to go through this, all right? There's a reason why I decided to do a DramaMama on this particular drama, okay? All right, I will be right back. I'm just gonna grab some water. Don't you go anywhere. And don't forget to press like. It means the world to me. I'll be right back with some water. Give me just 1 second. Okay, all right, okay. Whoa! Whoa! What the fuck? 100 people left? Really? 100 people tuned out for me to go get water? Jesus Christ. I knocked one of my sound panels off the wall. Dude, being a YouTuber is so fucking brutal. Yeah, literally 100 people tuned out. God damn. Being a YouTuber is fucking brutal, man. Seriously. Just saying. It's alright, they'll be back. It's okay. I mean, I'm still killing it. We still have had, this entire stream, we've had over 500 viewers for almost the entire stream, which is awesome. We're still killing it. I'm just saying, it's fucking brutal. What are the pink triangle things? They're little patches that say queer, F you. It's awesome. These were made by a fan. All right, let's do it. Let's fucking do this, okay? Let's do this. What we are now about to get into is what is called the Razor Canyon, AKA the Wonder segment. This is about to get very weird, okay? So let's chill and strap in for the strangest and most intense part of this ridiculous hike. Let's do it.
When it comes to discussing Wonderstruck, his actions are some of the most confusing I've had to deal with. I'm going to address his concerns, though a lot of it is fairly tricky since he hinges his accusations on anecdotal commentary. In responding to his baseless claims, I will provide evidence as necessary, as well as point out when things I mention are anecdotal, so I completely understand if you choose to dismiss my anecdotal commentary as it arises.
Which
His thread on Twitter makes many—
No offense, but given what we've seen so far, given the fact that we have had explicit disproving of what she has brought forward so far, that almost every point that she's brought up has been proven unequivocally false, you should doubt if you are a wise viewer, it would be wise of you to doubt any anecdotal evidence that she provides at this point. Now keep in mind, we have the luxury of having been able to watch the click response in between. A lot of her viewers did not, seeing as how the click, of course, most of the viewers did not, because the click video did not come out until after this video came out. Werewolf Jester says, oh, I love the hairstyle. Thank you very much. At this point, I'm feeling a little bit, I'm feeling like it's a little bit messed up and that it was looking better earlier. But thank you very much. It's so hot here right now. I feel like, God, it is so hot. The weather has gotten so hot. Anyway, thank you very much. Let's continue.
He claims about who I am as a person and how I've treated him. I hope to come at this with a level head and a very thorough explanation of events. With that being said, let's start with Wonder's accusation of wage theft. That's a big one, and it's important. I talk often about how paying your people is important, so I know how ironic it must look to have that accusation thrown back at me. To begin, let me explain Wonder's employment history with me. During Sad Milk, all of us were contractors to that channel. We were paid as contractors so we could handle taxes in our respective countries on our own, as not all members were American citizens. As many of you are aware, video editing is largely considered gig work, and in the industry, most folks are contractors and work on a variety of projects for different clients at the same time. During December 2020, like all of the members of Sad Milk, Wonder was considered a contractor. On December 24th, 2020 at 5:39 a.m., I received a message from Wonder letting me know that he took a shot at reworking a video that had already been edited by a different contractor. I want to clarify, I did not ask him to do this. This was something he did of his own accord. I responded to him letting him know that his edits would go live at 1 p.m. on December 24th, 2020. I don't want to claim to know what goes on in Wonder's personal life, but claiming that he missed Christmas with his brother and father, I just don't know how that's possible when the video was finalized early morning on Christmas Eve. And Wonder, I do want to thank you again, as I previously had verbally done so, for editing that video. It was great to have a video go live the day before Christmas. As for his claim that he didn't get paid for his work for more than half a month—
Is she lying again? Well, I don't want to spoil.
I would like to let everyone know that Sad Milk's payroll was on a bi-weekly schedule. That simply means that there is a payment every 2 weeks, which is essentially half of a month. This is something that I have continued within my own channel to this day. Both salaried and contracted employees are paid every 2 weeks, and to further add to that, most companies, at least in the US, pay on a bi-weekly schedule, so this is not anything unusual or uncommon. To continue the discussion of his employment with me, I will have to give some much-needed context. For this section, I will be providing screenshots where applicable, but some of this is anecdotal, as much of our conversations were either over voice calls or in person. Further corroboration of the anecdotal evidence will be provided in the Google Drive. Wonder and I were still friends throughout the end of Sad Milk in 2020, as well as into 2021. During this time, he would often tell both Oz Media and myself how living in Austin, Texas was a nightmare for him. He would often complain about his roommates being terrible people, his friends being mostly terrible people and unmotivated to do well in life, and how his car was always breaking down and how his channel was not going in the direction he wanted. And then he talked about that last—
Now, you might be wondering right off the bat, what the hell is going on here? Why is this being talked about? And the answer is apparently because at one point Wonder mentioned living with Blair. But so if this seems like a weirdly personal way to start this section, you would not be mistaken in feeling that way. However, it is unfortunately going to get very weird.
Bit of family that he had moving away, and he was essentially alone. I won't speak on behalf of Oz, but I know I was moved by Wonder's stories. Without going into personal details, I was pretty horrified by what he had explained happened in his past. I was saddened by how he constantly talked about how bad his life was and how he felt like a failure. He said he felt alone, depressed, and uncertain of the future. And at that point, I knew I wanted to help him in whatever way I could. At the end of 2020, I paid for his tickets to visit Oz and me in Colorado. During this trip, we discussed the possibility of Wonder moving out to Colorado due to his discontent with his life in Texas. Oz Media and I had just moved into his newly purchased home in April 2021.
See, so Oz Media was the one who owned the home. Keep that in mind.
And he decided to welcome Wonder into his house. Unless Oz Media was doing so without my understanding, Wonder was not charged any rent, utilities, or internet for sharing our living space. Later in May 2021, we welcomed Wonder into the house. Oz even personally drove down to Texas to get Wonder and his dog, James. I want to explain my perspective a little bit here. At this point, I was finally starting to feel comfortable with my channel, and I felt that I was in a good position to be able to help somebody out and truly change the lives of one of my close friends. I was in what I felt was a privileged position, and I wanted to share that with someone I cared about and wanted to see succeed. With that in mind, I decided to hire Wonder to do some editing work for my channel, and now we can get back to the continuation of discussing Wonder's employment. Wonder was hired on June 7th, 2021, and was salaried at $50,000 a year. To be frank, I just really wanted him to have an easier job so that he could focus on his personal channel, as he had told me numerous times that was his ultimate goal. His only task was to edit short clips from any live streams that I did so that I could post them onto my secondary channel, Iilluminaughtii. In addition to his salary, he received all benefits that I have for all of my salaried employees, which include a 401k, full health insurance, and an internal benefit I created for my team called an LSA. The LSA stands for a lifestyle spending account, and it's essentially more money to put on the table if you as an employee want it. It allows you to submit receipts for things that you've purchased, and I've seen things like groceries, pet supplies, books, new tires for cars, massages, mortgage payments, and so much more. And essentially, I'll reimburse those into more income. During his employment, he never took advantage of any of the benefits that were made available to him. The content for Wonder to edit was dependent on me being able to live stream. During this time, I unfortunately only had 2 streams for him to work on, which Wonder would have been able to produce about 4 videos from. Wonder did not meet the deadlines for either stream. Despite this, I kept him on payroll. I continued his pay, even though no work had ever been completed. Although there was only a minuscule amount.
Now, there's a lot of allegations being put forward here, isn't there? There's a lot of details being put forward here. And it is all, of course, anecdotal, which is interesting.
Amount of work for Wonder to do, he still managed to.
I don't want to spend too much time interrupting this portion because we are going to jump into Wonder's video after this. But I want to point something out, which is there are a lot of ways to help people, okay? There are a lot of ways to help people, okay? And there are a lot of ways to help people where on the surface you're helping somebody and at the end of the day you're not really helping them, okay? And there are also there is nothing wrong with helping people if they need help, but keep in mind that not every like opportunity or anything like that is actually helping people. It's not, you're not just helping somebody by signing them onto a work contract necessarily, okay? You might be doing them some kind of a favor, but ultimately you're paying somebody for being your employee. And as we are going to see, this situation got very complicated very quickly. We now know that Wonder was being asked to move in with Blair, that Blair was having Wonder sign on as a contracted employee, as a formal salaried employee while living in the house. And we also know, according to Illuminautti's own words, that apparently Wonder was in a bad life situation. Let's just keep that all in mind. I don't want to spend too much time. I know roasting leftists for being rich is cringe, but this is the most capital ass shit someone who claims to be a lefty has ever done. I will say that signing somebody on to a $60,000 a year contract to do work for you as a way to help them is definitely some small business tyrant shit. Giving somebody a job or whatever is totally fine. There is nothing wrong with that. But it does seem weird to simultaneously sign someone on to a salaried contract work and want to get them into your house, and as we're about to see, so much more all at once. In fact, it almost seems like there's a deliberate attempt to try and, well, let's just get into this. I don't want to be too uncharitable. Let's go.
Act up within company spaces. He made inappropriate...
Was it 50K, not 60? Sorry, I thought it said 60K. Yes, and for context, he was 19 at this point. 19 years old, okay? This is a 27 to 28-year-old taking advantage of a 19-year-old. Well, let's get there, okay? I don't want to get too far ahead. Let's go.
Comments on forms that were visible to other employees. He didn't complete tasks that were assigned to him, and he failed to follow company protocol. I have a strict policy regarding formal disciplines, and within his short time of working with me, he had already met the criteria for termination.
Yes, I agree.
Now, let's move on
somebody
to
says that the LSA thing is super sus, like just pay them more instead of signing off on everything they buy. Well, you see, an LSA, see, stuff like that is how employers get more control over the people that they employ. By making you submit receipts, you can sign off on an LSA on your taxes because it's going into an account. This is the way that businesses make gajillions of dollars, because they work out all of these convenient and technical paperwork loopholes that allow them to claim things as taxes whether or not they're actually spending that full amount, that allow them to have control over their employees, that allow them to direct the behavior of their employees. I do agree that the LSA thing, the lifestyle spending account, is just a weird way of basically putting the onus on someone else to continually submit their receipts to you, and I think it reeks of small business tyrant bullshit. Personally, I think that it would have been better for her to just continue paying him as a contractor. Being salaried gives you a advantage when you're filing for your taxes, but being a salaried employee also puts you in a more vulnerable position than a contractor, because a contractor can walk away at any time. Let's continue though. An LSE is useful for control and to decrease how much you own on taxes. Correct. Correct. Wait, that's pretty invasive, because then she would know what all her employees are buying through the LSA. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Legalities that Wonder brought up in regards to how he claims that he ended up with no car, barely any clothing, no money, and no...
Cave Boy, thank you so much for joining the channel as a chonky imp. We love our chonky imps. Welcome, Cave Boy, and thank you so much for supporting the channel. It means the world to me.
Home. Which leads me to one of the stupidest mistakes of my life. After repeatedly hearing Wonder say how desperately he needed a car, and after believing what he said about how miserable he was, I decided to try and help my friend in a way that I now realize was pretty idiotic. I look back at this decision with regret and embarrassment. This part will get a little nitty-gritty with the details, but I believe I need to fully flesh out all of the information to give you the full picture. After many in-depth discussions with Wonder, I made the decision to purchase a vehicle that he had already agreed to enter into a rent-to-own contract with said vehicle. On June 20th,
here we go. Okay, I want to be clear about this. We're gonna get a lot of, okay, right here. Look at what's on the screen. The vehicle was a brand new BMW, okay? A brand new BMW on a rent-to-own contract. So she purchased the car and then leased the car on a rent-to-own contract to Wonder. All of this, by the way, is a tax write-off, which is a pretty major tax write-off. A $60,000+ fancy luxury car is a pretty major tax write-off if you're making a ton of money from your YouTube channel. Now, helping somebody by letting them stay in your house is one thing. Helping somebody, quote unquote, we're going to use her terminology, helping somebody by giving them a job with favorable pay and favorable standards, okay. Signing them into a bunch of contracts that bind their behavior, including ones that are all designed to specifically give you complete and utter control over the vehicle, over their spending, over their life, and also that you can write off on your own taxes, begins to become very, very sus, ridiculously sus. And let's just leave it at that. When I heard this, my jaw dropped. When I heard that she not only helped her coworker, who was 19 years old, by having them move into her house and sign a salaried contract for work and sign a rent to own on a 2021 BMW, and had an LSA. The BMW was what made me go, holy fucking shit. What the absolute fucking shit is going on here? On a rent-to-own contract. So she's not even actually, she's able to claim this on her taxes, but is ultimately going to get the car paid back to her in the end. And keep in mind, she owns the vehicle on paper. So as we're going to find out as this goes on, there is a contract that binds the use of the vehicle as well. I didn't catch that it was a BMW. Yeah, it says right here on the screen, the paperwork she provided. That year, it was a brand new BMW. Tipster says, just got back. This Illuminati drama is wild, right? It's absolutely deranged. This is deranged. This is where it's going off the cuff. This is, when I first saw this video, when it first dropped, I watched this video and my jaw dropped and I was just like, oh no, oh God, no. This is where I knew it was gonna go so far south.
Twelfth, 2021, Oz Media and I collectively—
Did she get him a car or herself a car? She got herself a car, which she then leased out on a rent-to-own basis to him. Where he would have to pay $600 a month for the car. In addition to insurance. Now real quick, hold on. So if you're making $50K a year, that's about $4,000 gross per month before taxes. Then you got to pay taxes, which is going to vary depending on where you live. And then you have $600 in monthly pay going back into the pocket of your boss, who is also your landlord, who is also your car holder. Do you see where this is going? Do you see where this is starting to go? This is why I was shocked. I used to sell cars. I used to do rental sales. So I actually did rental contracts, not dissimilar to this. They weren't rent to own. And yes, those cars, by the way, when I did rental sales, those contracts are insanely binding, but that's because you're renting a car from a company. Yeah. And I hated it, and that's why I don't do it anymore. I fucking left the sales industry. Hopefully not as invasive as this shit. Well, no, obviously, because you choose to walk up to a rental car company. You don't, I mean, to be fair, there's choice involved in this, but this isn't an employer who's like taking advantage of you as a 19-year-old. Anyway, yeah. I didn't hear what? What didn't I hear? Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. We gotta continue.
I decided to take out a loan together in the amount of $42,359.69. Additionally, I brought $28,346.79 in cash as a deposit. Wonder did not contribute to the deposit on the car. With this rent-to-own contract, I agreed to only charge Wonder the cost of the loan and not
2021 BMW M235i X-Drive. Wow.
The full value of the car itself, meaning within a 24-month period, he would have only paid $14,120.12 for a car that, when purchased, went for a grand total of $61,386.23. And let me be clear here. Aside from him accepting my job offer, this was the only legal documentation.
Not just a recent car, a brand new luxury car for a 19-year-old.
Between the two of us. I will have all of the stipulations of our rent-to-own agreement on the screen now, but just know that the most important thing was that after 2 years of consecutive car payments and following all of the stipulations, the vehicle title would be transferred over to Wonder, with the amount that we put into the car as well as payments on the car that I continued to make monthly. He would own the car outright with no lingering auto debt after that 24-month period. In a DM with me, Wonder later told me that if he hadn't accepted my job offer and my rent-to-own agreement, that he would still have an apartment, a car, and close to $10K in his bank account. I'd like to reiterate that unless...
So, I gotta talk about something here, all right? This does not sound like somebody who feels like they were being helped. It is indeed possible, okay, for things to fall out between people who are helping one another, okay? I mean, I've had that experience. It can happen. Sometimes you help somebody and things don't work out in the long run. However, this is a lot of contracts that the person you're trying to help is being brought on board for with a very little amount of power that they actually have. And it really seems like they did not conclude that they were feeling helped. This clip that she is choosing to show, you think you're the only person who's wasted money? Even Blank himself said you were using me as a scapegoat and accusing me behind my back of brewing to give information to commentary channels. If I hadn't taken this job in car, which quickly showed to be beyond disorganized, I'd still have an apartment, a car, and close to $10K in my bank account. Try that on for embarrassment. This does not sound like somebody who feels like they were even close to helped.
Oz was charging rent without my knowledge. Wonder was living rent-free while earning $1,923.08 every other week, and would have to pay only $588.34 once a month. I don't claim to know the ins and outs of his finances whatsoever, and I very much was not involved with what he was doing with his bank account.
I'm not saying he's bad with money, but he's bad with money. This is manipulative.
But I fail to see how I could possibly cost him $10,000. In reality, the agreement I made with Wonder would have me lose $47,266.11.
Wrong! Liar! Don't be a liar! It wouldn't make you lose shit! This is a vehicle that you could put on your fucking taxes! It probably made you money in the long run! That's a fucking tax write-off! Liar! Why is this shit so fucking gross?
And again, looking back at this, I feel extremely foolish for
super leftist though, guys. Super leftist.
Ever even agreeing to such an arrangement. There were 2 outstanding instances that voided our agreement and constituted the repossession of my vehicle. The first was the proof of insurance that Wonder never provided. Insurance that is something federally required of.
This is such a weird change of tone. Why does the voice change? Why does her voice change so much here? This is so weird.
Any vehicle on the road in the United States. The second infraction on our agreement occurred when Wonderstruck left the state of Colorado to go back to Austin, Texas. You can clearly see these stipulations in the document on the screen right now. Due to multiple
So, we now have, by her own word, that she repossessed the vehicle. So I want to point out what happened here. Just real quick, from her own admission. She brought a 19-year-old kid into her house, signed him up with a work contract, signed him up to a rent-to-own lease for a vehicle that she owned and would be collecting money on and could write off on her taxes. And then, when he left the period, or when he decided he didn't want to live in that house anymore, she immediately, as far as we can tell, repossessed the vehicle. Which means she got the BMW and the tax write-off in the end. And it is pretty weird that you would have a contract that would limit you from leaving the state.
Faults by Wonder in our contract, I felt that I had no choice but to repossess the vehicle, which was my property because I am the one who owned it. When I landed in Austin, Texas, I called the non-emergency Austin PD.
See, she says, oh, I bought him a car. No, you bought yourself a car, and then you rented it to somebody else, your employee, who you also brought into your house, who was 19 years old.
311 number to explain the situation to them. I told them that I had all of my title documents on me, I had the extra key, I had my insurance cards for the vehicle, and I asked them how I should proceed. They told me they were unconcerned as I was well within my legal right to collect my own property. They furthermore offered me a police escort for the repossession if I wasn't able to collect the car on my own. So on July 29th, 2021, I was able to get a hold of my vehicle and I took back my property. I would like to take a moment to bring up the condition of the vehicle upon its repossession. Within 1 month of using the vehicle, the car was visibly soiled,
What's this supposed to show? There's 2 pieces of trash, 3 pieces of trash, a shoe, and a sock?
Trash was littered in the car. It contained dirty clothing, which consisted of I think 2 pairs of dirty boxers and maybe 3 mismatched socks. There was also a huge crack that went across most of the windshield and...
Okay, a crack? I don't know if you guys know this, but cracks in the windshield are literally one of the most common car problems, right up there with a popped tire. When I used to work in rental car sales, we would have a cracked windshield every other day, if not every single day. Cracked windshields happen so constantly, especially in America, because the road infrastructure is absolute trash.
For some reason, the glove box compartment in the front passenger seat was somehow broken. The state...
Wow. Damn, this car is... It's very weird that she tries to make this sound super ominous, but none of this is severe damage. A glove box handle breaking is a $15 repair. Even on a BMW, that's a $20 repair. A cracked windshield is a $100 repair. Trash in the back seat is 2 quarters at 2 quarters at a local washing thing.
The state of the vehicle was shocking, to be honest, but at this point
Why would you say the state of the vehicle is shocking? This is blatant manipulation in real time. We are watching the most manipulative bullshit. This is, oh God, it's so infuriating. I'm having trouble keeping my cool. Given that we've watched the beginning of this video and how she even misrepresented things that we had looked at right before the video began, given how much she misrepresented what happened in the click situation, this fucking shit is infuriating. This is not a shocking state of a car. There is a little bit of dirt in the car. There's a couple of pieces of trash and 2 minor damage. Extremely minor damage.
Was just happy to have my car back and know that it couldn't be damaged any further. And Oz, I want to thank you again for helping me throughout this entire situation. You knew better than anyone how much this situation affected the both of us. And
just remember, Oz has completely disavowed this situation. We read Oz's statement earlier, which came out before this video.
I can't express how much your support meant and continues to mean to me. I know he yelled and screamed extensively at both of us. You didn't deserve that, and I didn't either, but I'm still sorry that this hurt you too. I just want to give a quick...
Wonder's mental health. Now, this is a weird one to move into, isn't it?
Trigger warning here for the mention of suicide and suicidal intention. After the car was back in my possession on the 29th of July.
Trigger warning, it's about to get absolutely deranged, okay? Trigger warning for everyone who wasn't paying attention before when I said we were going into Razor Valley.
Oz and I received numerous messages from Wonder, which will be available in the Google Drive.
Yes, like actual trigger warning. They're about to talk about suicide.
What I specifically would like to highlight is that he insinuates that he had intention to and was taking action to arm himself to end his life. In a message directly with me, he explicitly told me that, quote, I was legit trying to get into my dad's gun cabinet to fucking kill myself. Either way, out of concern, I called the Austin Police Department non-emergency line to ask for a wellness check. And when I explained to the operator what was the situation at hand, they immediately transferred me to the 911 dispatcher. I then read the messages to them, and I gave the 911 operator the last known place of his residence in Texas, which was his dad's house, to perform a wellness check. The operator then told me not to arrange anything.
Why is this relevant? Why is any of this relevant to anything that she was responding to? Why is she talking about this at all? Just why? Why is she talking about how she called the cops on a guy who was having a mental emergency, a 19-year-old that she roped into 2 enormous contracts?
Unless the police force is present. In his messages, Wonder states that he received a call from his therapist, which ultimately pulled him out of his intended plan. And let's take a moment to discuss the therapist. During his time in Colorado, he expressed that he wanted to seek therapy, and I think that's a fantastic decision. To help him with his process, I messaged my old therapist, who I did a lot of EMDR therapy with and helped me immensely. On screen is me reaching out to her.
You go to Blair's therapist. You drive Blair's car. You live in Blair's house. You work full-time on a contracted salary position for Blair.
To see if she was accepting any new clients. Confidential details are going to be censored in order to keep Wonder's privacy and integrity. Looking back, I probably shouldn't have recommended a therapist who was so life-changing for me to somebody else. Therapy is a continual journey. You can come in and out as needed. And unfortunately, after I recommended Wonder to this therapist, there began a conflict of interest, and I could no longer in good conscience see her for her services. Wonder, I am so incredibly sorry that I unintentionally created a conflict of interest between the two of us in regards to this therapist.
Non-apology.
I did not mean to make that
a complete non-apology. Complete and utter non-apology.
An issue between us at all.
Wonder's dog.
When Wonder arrived in Colorado, to say he packed lightly would be a bit of an understatement. He arrived with barely any clothing, no food for his dog, not even a collar for his dog, just a bandana. As Wonder mentions on Twitter, that short amount of time we lived together was absolutely a nightmare. The tension began with our dogs and his unwillingness to help ease the situation between our pets. I did everything I thought of at the time.
No evidence provided. Have you noticed that most of this has absolutely no evidence despite deeply divulging into their personal lives? Interesting.
To introduce James and Casper in a way that facilitated a good relationship between the dogs. They met on neutral ground at a dog park and only had supervised play at the house. Wonder did not want to facilitate the dog play, so this really only happened under mine and Oz's supervision. And when both myself and Oz would leave the house and Wonder would stay home, he has multiple times locked Casper away in an empty room while James got free roam over the entire house. I don't want to claim that I'm any sort of dog specialist, but I do know that James was the new dog in this house that Casper had already been living in. And dogs are territorial by nature, that this was Casper's house and now suddenly he was being locked away. Additionally, James had multiple accidents in the home and Wonder would not clean them. It was Oz who ended up taking on that responsibility. During Wonder's stay in Colorado, his actions and...
I just want you guys to know, I don't want to spoil this shit. I just feel like it's really easy for all of this to get lost. This shit is contested. All of what she just said is contested, not only by Wonder, but by Oz as well.
Inactions regarding the care of his dog James were a main cause of tension in the house. Not only did it seem like James was receiving inadequate care due to the lack of identification with a collar, lack of food, lack of toys, and more, but Wonder was unwilling to do his part as a pet owner to keep the peace between the dogs too. Wonder's lack of responsibility led to multiple incidents in addition to what I've previously mentioned. Firstly, James bit Casper, and bit his ear so hard that Casper bled. At this point, I took Casper to live with my sister as I no longer felt comfortable having Casper alone in the house with Wonder and James. I reached out to my good friend who's also a dog trainer to see if he could help me with the situation. The second incident occurred on June 24th, 2021. On the night of the 23rd, Oz and Wonder went out together. I was exhausted, and so before they both left, I let them know that I was going to bed, which is exactly what...
Why are we listening to dog drama? Isn't that an interesting question? It's almost like Blair is going way out of her way to basically destroy any idea that Wonder or his dog could be a good person. It's almost like Blair is continuing in the established trend that we have so far in this video of basically trying to make these people seem like they are the worst, most unreasonable people on the planet, and that she is the goodest, most pure-hearted, never done anything wrong except for when you insert a fake apology to make it seem like you're humble. Because that apology about the therapist was a total non-apology. There was nothing that was actually being apologized for there. I'm sorry that I created a conflict of interest by recommending you my therapist when I was your, like, what's being apologized there? It's oh my God.
I did. I was woken up at 2:30 in the morning by Oz because Wonder was panicking because James was gone. Wonder admitted that he took James outside to go potty, then having forgotten he had done so, he left James outside while Wonder left the house with Oz. That means that he left his own dog outside unsupervised for hours on end in the middle of the night. If I was aware that James was outside unsupervised, I would have done everything to ensure his safety and brought him back inside. There was unfortunately nothing I could do as I was already downstairs in my room sleeping by the time this was all unfolding. When I was woken up by Oz, I got on the Nextdoor app and I immediately made a post to try and locate James. Got a response around 10 a.m. the next day with a call from someone who had thankfully located James.
We'll get to all of this.
The only evidence I have of this series of events is photos of James that Wonder sent to me at 3:05 in the morning on June 24th, because I needed some photos to post on Nextdoor. As for the photo that Wonder posted claiming that I live in a hoarder home, I want to clarify that, as previously stated, Oz and I had only started moving into the home around mid-April 2021. I still had my room from a shared lease with multiple roommates until June 1st. During Wonder's stay, I was still in the process of moving in and unpacking. Furthermore, the photo he shows is a photo of a room that wasn't lived in by anyone in the house, and it was being used as a temporary storage and unpacking site while everyone was moving in. To further exemplify this, I would like to show you some photos I have of Casper in my room from that same time. And I would like to highlight a couple things, which I feel this is very nitpicky, but because this was brought up in such a manner, I feel that this is kind of the way to dispel this. And again, normally I wouldn't point out small things like this, but I really feel as I need to. If you go ahead and look at the sheets on the bed, it's not the same ones as the one that are on the floor in the photo he took. At the time, Colorado is still very cold in April, and I had a full goose down comforter on the bed. And as you can see with photos of literally Casper's Instagram with the tagged dates on it below as well, you can see that my bed also, albeit a bit gaudy, has a silver headboard with little little crystals and mirrors and silver tuffeting. I feel the need to point out these minor details since the out of context photos of the house being moved into are being used as a way to show that I'm a supposed monster and that, quote, my home is a mess, like hoarders bad. And just, what was the point of this, Wonder? Why would you even bother posting something like this except to humiliate me? This was a room that we told you we were using to move, and we let you know it was off limits to you. That photo alone shows your consistent lack of respect for Oz's and my boundaries. And Wonder, I am sorry that I was ever friends with you. My short involvement in your life clearly caused you so much harm and emotional distress.
I'm sorry that I was friends with you because you couldn't handle being friends, and it clearly I was just, what an insane thing to say. What an absolutely insane thing to say.
And I never want that for any of my friends, past or present. And for that, I again want to apologize. I hope you find peace.
God bless your soul. Oh, God bless your soul. I hope you find peace. Remember how I said that when Christians say God bless your soul, they're actually saying they're doing the LTG kill yourself now meme? Yeah. You know, just throwing that out there. Just throwing that out there.
This final section and this final person will be the hardest for me to address, so I plan on keeping this brief. Oz, you were right. I am afraid of looking stupid and weak online, and yet I am those things right now. You've been with me through a lot of really intense and personal situations in my life. You were there throughout the entire process of my mom's cancer diagnosis, her various treatments, and hospitalizations. And I know there were many times when I had to run out the door suddenly because there was a crash cart in her room and they didn't know if she was going to make it. And you said you'd stay at the house and watch Casper so I could go to my mom. You were there for Casper's various hospitalizations when he would get sick throughout the years, and you helped me through a very difficult surgery recovery. I just want to say thank you for always being my support through all of my ups and downs. I know that a lot of these personal situations in my life left me very thin and sometimes irritable, and I want to say thank you for supporting me through it and talking me through some really hard times. Your support and your friendship meant more to me than I think you'll probably ever know. I'm gonna miss all the fun things we used to do, eating way too much cheese at the melting pot. I'll miss you teaching me how to play Command and Conquer and playing it, and how you've always obviously been Casper's BFF, and you know how Casper is not afraid of Oswaldo. We're both gonna miss you a lot. The truth is, like we've privately discussed before, I always hoped that we'd be able—
This is a really, 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 really fucking weird thing to put in a public video that you send out to your 1.5 million subscribers. When I originally saw this, I just did not understand what was supposed to be going on in this portion of the video. She doesn't address any of the things that Oz brought up. We read Oz's thread here on stream right before this. Most of what Oz said was that she was very manipulative and that she would destroy people's reputations. The Click provided us a screenshot of Oz saying, I can't do this shit anymore. I do not want to participate in this harassment campaign shit. This is so strange.
able to reconnect again in the future and mend our friendship. I meant that when I said it to you, and I believe—
Dark Excalibur says it's not about addressing anyone, it's to get the viewer emotionally invested in her side. I mean, yeah, but this also seems like a very pointed and public way of trying to pull someone who was, by their own admission, involved in your heinous bullshit back onto your side. Like, Oz explicitly said, like, I was involved in a lot of this horrible shit. It made me feel like shit. I have regrets. I explicitly regret, and I'll never be able to make it up to people that I helped with this garbage. And now, you know, almost 2 million subscribers are being served this video. Well, how many viewers? Almost 1 million viewers tuned in to see this extremely, extremely hyper emotional, very, very personal shit. It is a very weird and, in my opinion, very inappropriate thing to put in a video.
When you said it back, even after everything that's happened, you were the one person that I always thought we could just get it and pick back up where we left. And unfortunately,
see what I mean?
I think that ship has sailed. Oz, I miss the friend you were to me, but I think this makes it clear that we finally need to cut all ties.
You said that I was manipulative, which proved to me that we need to cut all ties. I find this to be incredibly uncomfortable. Remember the thread. We read the thread. Do we want to go back through the thread again? Should we do that real quick? Let me just bring it back up again real quick so we understand exactly what this is in response to, because it doesn't respond to, this doesn't respond to basically anything. Here we go. Here's the thread again, just real quick so we can remember this. I think it's time I actually speak out on the current Twitter threads regarding sad milk. I cannot express how scared I am to do this, the fear I have in my gut to even speak out. However, I do feel it's important to say my piece on this subject matter. It's a mess. The tweet threads posted by Wonder and Click and what they have stated about sad milk is the truth. I will be adding those threads below. The whole project was a mess from start to finish. I really wish I didn't need to do this, but with the flurry of DMs, I don't have a choice but to speak out. Blair, I'm sorry, but you have hurt me. I need to speak out without being told by you, oh, I'm just the villain, I'm always in the wrong, or something along those lines. Words I have heard from you consistently. I want to be heard for once. I need to clear my mind and conscience after hearing this for 2 years. Forgive me, but that's what needs to be done. When looking at the whole of the project, it was mostly controlled and run by Blair. Her main worry was that because of her words of lack of personality, she felt as though her contribution to Sad Milk needed to be the managerial bureaucracy behind the scenes to justify her presence. This led to a defensive approach where when anyone would attempt to assist with the nitty-gritty behind the scenes, despite her claiming that no one wanted to help her, one of the factors she claims to be the final nail in the coffin of Sad Milk. We've seen all of this. He's just correctly reporting what she said and his side of it. Blair was indeed the aggressor. She always has been. This is his opinion. As an example of this behavior, look at the Legal Eagle situation. Blair has a habit of starting fights, but will almost never publicly apologize if proven wrong. She will instead hide behind a private apology. We know that's true. She apologized in private, and she didn't take down her tweets until she didn't publicly apologize until somewhere around 10 days afterwards. From my perspective, act as though this makes everything better. After all, she would express to me that admitting error would only make her look stupid and weak. This will be followed by her blocking people, silencing her detractors through YouTube channel bans, deleting comments, and putting her accounts on the download to prevent interaction. For example, on Sad Milk, she would blacklist former collaborators from being mentioned, but manually approve hateful comments towards them, which in my opinion, were specifically ones which instead praised her or the remaining members, including me. This is her MO. It has been for the 4 years that I've known her. It actually perfectly ties into how we first met and began to be on speaking terms in April 2019. Sad Milk was very much like this. At the first sign of dissonance, her response was to have me confront OT and Click with this list of talking points and attempt to show them how wrong they were, which I accepted. This brings me to, well, me. What's missing from both Click and Wonder's threads is the fact that I acted as Blair's frontrunner. Are we remembering this thread in full? Anything Blair needed to say went through me first, essentially act as a spokesman. This was a common factor in our relationship. I would act as a filter to keep her out of drama or from saying things which could be seen as offensive or kindle a larger fire. I stopped doing this in January. This does not excuse me from protecting her for this long, but it's the truth. I could take the approach and say that I was manipulated, which perhaps I was, but I still know what I was doing was wrong. I always did, and it always hurt. It left a huge black mark on my spirit and my ability to feel comfortable in my own skin. I had moved to Colorado, got a house, and lived with her at the time. She was in my life every day, and I would hear these theories and villainous explanations that directed at anyone who wronged her. It was hard to avoid, let alone not fall for them. I believed it was my responsibility to protect my friend from something that in my view was clearly hurting her, something that I felt was eating at her and making her daily life worse. Things which in hindsight could have been solved with a conversation, but she was unwilling. Instead, conspiring, backstabbing, and rumor machine were put into full swing. I, as much as Wonder or Salty, were forced by Blair to choose between her or Click and OT. Of course, I chose the person I lived with. What was I gonna do, move again? I mean, I could have. Once I chose my side, I was met with praise and adoration from her and her mod staff. At the time, I felt like I was making the right decision. Fuck man, boy was I wrong. I've lost so many friends, isolated myself, been at her side despite feeling like my connections to the world were being severed. I always acted as her talking piece, from yelling at one topic to berating Click and other things I did in service of someone who at the time I believed every word of. I trusted Blair to hell and back and thought I was doing good. I have learned since then through both self-reflection and conversations with old friends just how much I was unintentionally, hopefully, used. There, of course, is much more, or much more than I could ever hope to cram into this stupid fucking Twitter thread that I know I'm gonna get angry DMs and phone calls over. Blair, I need you to know that you hurt me more than you realize. I know you're scanning this and having your team read over it, maybe even looking at sending me a legal threat as you parade around to do so. But I want you to apologize for once in your life and take accountability. Please, Blair, you would rather paint the world red than admit that you have a fault.
Said it to you, and I believed you when you said it back. Even after everything that's happened, you were the one person that I always thought we could just get it and pick back up where we left. And unfortunately, I think that ship has sailed. Oz, I miss the friend you were to me, but I think this makes it clear that we finally need to cut all ties. So, to finish out this very difficult video for me, I want to once again just say, I take accountability.
I don't know, man. That whole last segment feels really fucked up given the total context.
For my actions. There are absolutely some stupid and dumb things that I did, and sometimes I do react a bit impulsively, and that does tend to backfire on me. I am disappointed in my
Also, real quick, I need to just address something in chat. I have not seen much of this, to be fair. I've seen very, very little of this, but there are a few people in chat who are speculating to mental conditions, speculating about BPD, speculating about narcissistic shit. Can you stop, please? Just stop. There is literally no need whatsoever here to fucking armchair psych, okay? And also, with all due respect, that shit's ableist as fuck, okay? There are lots of people who have been diagnosed with BPD or NPD who actually take accountability for their emotions and their actions and do not engage in harm, okay? It is fucking ridiculous to just say, oh, somebody has BPD, well, bad people, people with BPD are bad people. Bad people have BPD. That's fucking stupid. And I would appreciate if people would fucking cool it, okay? Not just for personal reasons, but also because it's fucking stupid. BPD is a diagnosis that helps you understand the extreme emotions that you can experience and helps you become a better person, can help you become a better person by understanding and learning how to check yourself. Same thing goes for NPD. I understand that there is a colloquial use of the term narcissistic, and it is different than talking about narcissistic personality disorder. But the armchair psych stuff, gotta stop, okay? As it turns out, bad people do bad shit. Bad shit is not tied directly to any disorder or anything like that, okay? Let's just fucking chill. Again, Again, I didn't see a whole lot of this, but I just want to, you know, put the kibosh on that, so to say. Stop talking about narcissism as a personality disorder. When it comes to abuse, it's called narcissistic abuse. Yes, I understand with the term narcissism that there is a colloquial and a clinical term. Most people do not understand the clinical parameters for narcissistic personality disorder. All right, let's continue, okay? Let's fucking continue. Like I said, I didn't see a whole lot of people doing that or anything. I'm not calling anybody out. I just don't want that, okay?
Behavior, and I hope that I can learn from all of this. I want to own up to my faults and take responsibility for my actions. Furthermore, I want to take responsibility for my own involvement with a crowd I am happy to no longer associate with. I did make bad decisions, I've made bad friends, and there will forever be a bad taste in my mouth regarding some of the individuals I've spoken about today. But finally, I want to apologize to my audience. I owe you better than this, and you deserve more from me. I let you down, and I am sorry. I hope that in time you can see that I mean everything that I've said here today. And I am so excited.
Another non-apology. Saying, I am so sorry, I let you down, I failed you because you were bad friends, is the biggest non-apology of this entire video so far. It is not apologizing for anything specific. It is just a vague appeal to the audience of almost 1 million people who watch this video. It is very, I do not interpret that charitably.
To be able to prove you right.
Okay. All right, everybody. So, we have reached the end of the Illuminati Blair video, okay? That was a wild ride, and certainly there was a lot of stuff that was brought up about Wonder. A lot of really weird and personal stuff that was brought up about Wonder. And we have one last piece in this hike. This is the latter half of Razor Valley, okay? This is the part that is going to be probably the most challenging to get through, okay? And it is a really long video. Oh, we didn't click. Oh yeah, we have to finish the last bit of Click's video. That's right. Hold on, let me bring up the Click video real quick because we have to finish that last little bit. Yeah, you're right. It is a good idea to do that last bit now that we're gonna do that and then we'll do Wonder's video. This is quite the mountain. I warned you. I did indeed warn you. I warned you, okay? Let's watch the last bit of Click's video real quick. Here we go.
Chapter 5, top thread issues have car leader just buy a used one and write over ownership of his landlord, and is at the end of his address along with offering.
Here we go. Sorry.
Chapter 5, some other comments.
This is
content warning.
Okay, so this is the part that we can watch now that we've watched the part that it refers to. Let's do this.
Self-harm and depression. Her video goes into a few more topics, how she wasn't paid, even though her own screenshot shows me resolving the payment after I had issues with the credit card, along with offering to help out further, and also some out-of-context schedules, which I have no idea when the screenshot is taken or of exactly what. I have no real interest in addressing it, to be honest. It's just he said, she said stuff, and I think I've shown enough in this video to clear my name and show that she has consistently presented half-truths and twisting events to their worst possible interpretation.
Not just half-truths, she has explicitly lied. Like, that's very charitable of him, but let's continue.
My intention is that this is my last address of this situation. But I would like to quickly comment on other parts of the video. What she did to Wonder is the most gross expose I have ever seen. Not only does she openly share his potential suicide note, she also shares images and talking points suggesting this man is at the end of his rope. Kicking downwards is an understatement. Some people are commenting how she bought a nice car and leased to him and gave him a job. And I would like to point out that this in of itself is quite charitable. However, it comes with the cost of full control of his life. She is not just his friend, but his landlord, car leaser, and boss. Any conversation or disagreement would be very far from a peer-to-peer interaction. And if she really wanted to help a friend who needed a car, why not just buy a used one and write over ownership of it? It's cheaper, less dependent, and the wear doesn't matter. The whole thing seems very fishy to me, but I will let Wonder.
Yes, if you wanted to give somebody a car to help them out, you buy an old beater, okay? A working beater, a couple $1,000s at max. You buy an old beater that they can drive around town that doesn't have super high insurance costs, you know, a reliable, safe, an old Camry or something like that, and you sign it over to their name. And it's funny that she said, oh, well, I was gonna lose $41,000. Why didn't you just buy an old beater and lose $2,000 and not lock him in? Unless you wanted to have a giant fat tax write-off and also have control over your employee live-in 19-year-old's car situation.
Speak for himself. She also dodged Oz's entire statement, which, yeah, I'll let him tell his side of the things too. My only personal wish is that she just stops. Stop obsessing over people in Discord. Stop trying to spin a narrative or dig up dirt just because someone left your collaboration channel. We just want to be left alone. Finally, I would like to thank my community for being respectful and patient, both towards myself and others throughout this whole ordeal. And I'm looking forward to getting back to business as usual and posting my silly videos and streaming video games. And as a small side note, just to address potential comments that might come up, yes, this video is monetized to ensure it's not throttled by YouTube, because I actually want people to see it. Now, I am gonna go get drunk, and I'm gonna touch grass. Take care, and have a great rest of your day. Mwah.
All right. That's that. Okay, everybody, we have now finished the Click video, and we will be going into the Wonderstruck video. So Wonder's video, Wonder has a very small channel, and this video has not been out for as long. So this video, this video does not have nearly as many views. Also, unfortunately, this is a very long video. And, well, we have no choice but to listen now to Wonder getting his opportunity to respond to this video. 1,112K is small. By comparison, The Click has 1.2 million followers and Blair has 1.5 million. So yeah, 112K is small by comparison to the people that Wonder is batting alongside. Good night, Tipster. Thanks for coming by. Massive word of warning. This video is very triggering, okay? I mean, or potentially very triggering. As this video goes on, I will try to warn again when we get to that point. But yes, there is a very explicit discussion of child sexual assault in this video. So, and suicide. So just be aware. Let's do this. Here we go.
Hello, my name is Wonder, as I'm sure many of you know by now. Whether you've known me in the past from my content or a friend or neither, you're probably here to watch and hear the other side of a story involving me and my former colleagues that came out this week. I won't try to show face or sugarcoat anything in this video, as that would honestly be a disservice to myself. As you can already tell, my eyes are very much drifting off the screen. That is because I have put together a script so I can kind of keep my thoughts in line. It's not to say I don't feel genuine about any of this, it's just I need these kind of things to keep my brain from being erratic and going anywhere. So if it looks kind of odd and like I'm looking away, that's the reason why. This type of stuff makes me highly uncomfortable, but it is something that needs to be said. A couple days ago, a creator, a former friend, and an employer named by Blair, aka Illuminaughtii, made a video discussing a few controversial topics she'd been the spotlight of. After discussing her first two controversies in her video, she moved on towards another topic, a group channel by the name of Sad Milk. Accusations against a former member, and lastly, me. And as you may have noticed, I take up a fairly lengthy portion of her video. Now, I would like to say that the beginning of the Sad Milk discussion does begin with a former member known by The Click who came forward to express his experiences with Blair and how he did not want to associate with her. Upon seeing a former member come forward, I felt the strong emotional urge to speak out on my experiences with Blair. I had kept quiet for 2 years out of fear and NDA threats, but seeing Click come forward and kind of stick his foot in that pool and that fear allowed me the emotional strength I needed to come forward with a story of my own. I'll have my thread up on the screen here, but as you can tell, I was initially pretty emotional. You can also find a follow-up twit longer after she had made her video in the description, as well as a Google Drive where I'll be providing my evidence as presented in the video. It brought a lot of pain front and center. One thing you might notice in my thread, and that Blair rightfully points out, is that a large portion of my thread is in fact anecdotal, aside from the one image I shared of her living conditions. A photo in which she claims I took myself in a room that was strictly off limits due to it being for unpacking. A room in which I actually never set foot in once, and an image that was sent to me showing the living conditions of the house that she was subjecting my friend to. There will be more on that later in the video. So yes, I did not
K the Otaku says, I've stopped watching and unsubscribed after years of her videos. Yes, a lot of people have, I mean, we can just look at her social blade. Hold on. Hold on. A pretty steady decline. In the last 30 days, 150,000 subscribers lost, which when you have 1.7 million followers, well, when you had 1.7 million followers, that is not that big of a number, but it is a huge amount. It is a absolutely massive amount to lose at one point. To you lose 150,000 subscribers all from one incident is a absolutely massive amount to lose. And there's no guarantee that that's not going to continue depending on how this situation continues to unfold. I will say that her channel is centered around debunking and exposing like misbehavior, like corporate misbehavior. So I do have a feeling that a lot of people are going to feel very unhappy about this situation, given the nature of what's going on, given the fact that like there's such dishonesty here, and her channel is centered around being an honest source that's able to dig into the dishonesties of others. There's going to be a lot of people who are not going to take kindly to this. That said, I don't think that sub loss necessarily means that her channel is going to suffer in the long run. And what I will say is that her losing subs is not going to help any of the people who have been lied about in this particular situation. So keep that in mind, please. Yeah, just keep that in mind. Let's continue.
Receipts to back my claim. This is not by accident or an attempt to tell lies about my story. My first reason was so Blair couldn't pick apart my records and falsify the truth. The second reason is due to some of the information regarding the car and my employment and its repossession. Some of that information is part of a pending legal matter, and I did not want it to become front and center online. But since Blair has made this information known, I will be providing receipts for that topic as well. So while initially I was anecdotal, today I'm going to show you every receipt I have that not only combats, disproves, or proves my claims, but also debunks her narrative that my friend, Oz Media, has been supporting her throughout this. I'd like to note that in Blair's video, she does not show or touch base on the majority of Oz Media's Twitter thread, unlike The Click, One Topic, and I. I'd like to keep these screenshots up for a moment for you to read at your own discretion. There will also be a link to it down below. I believe
we read this thread twice. So
when you want people to know the truth and form opinions of either side, you should come forward with both stories. It's why I don't harbor any hatred or resentment towards anyone who holds a negative opinion of me after watching a video. I've been there. I've done that. We all have probably done that once or twice on the internet. It's literally the internet. And even after this, if you don't like me or agree with me, I have a personal bias, obviously, because it involves me, but I'll respect your opinion nonetheless. But before I say anything, I'd like to state a few things. Something else that I believe is very important important. Whether you hate someone or not, to bring up someone's personal mental health as an arguing point is quite frankly a low blow, and it's not your story to tell. If anyone's going to explain my mental health, it is personally going to be me.
That is true. It was very, very weird of her to bring this stuff up.
You can argue I was doing the same when I revealed the state of her home, but I'd like to note that Blair has a dog named Casper that suffers from a disease known as pica. Blair has mentioned on numerous times that she takes care of a special needs dog. I'll have the definition here on the screen, but essentially it's...
Yeah, pica is like basically when a dog will eat things like it'll eat like objects compulsively, like shoes or like pieces of metal. And she has mentioned multiple times, although it also does provide some interesting context as to why when she, if it's even true, when she said that Casper would be, you know, confined to a single room at times, it kind of makes sense why that might be the case, especially if you live in a very messy house. However, there was no evidence provided for any of that, so I don't know if it's even worth spending time talking about. Personally, I don't know.
It's a disorder where a dog grows anxious at times and eats random objects. This is not a safe environment for a dog to live in. Before I speak further...
Not just chewing on objects, pica usually includes like swallowing and eating things. And in fact, humans can have pica. Humans who have pica, like, sometimes will like eat screws or dirt or all kinds of things. It's a compulsive disorder, and yeah, it's wild. Yeah, some dogs, dogs chew on stuff all the time, but they usually don't swallow the stuff that they're chewing on unless it's like actually edible stuff. Like obviously dogs love to chew on bones, but they can swallow and digest bones. Their bodies can do that, you know. But some dogs will like literally eat shoes and wires and marbles and anything, or homework. Yeah.
I'd like to provide a trigger warning involving the topics of pedophilia and harm towards children. If you're not comfortable, you may click off or head to the timestamp provided on screen. I will not be going in depth on that.
We are going to skip the click stuff because we already watched the clicks video on it, and we don't need to hear this version of it. We already saw that video. We're gonna skip that one just so we know.
Time we set the record straight on the matter. As stated before, my name is Wonder, and this is my response to Blair's Illuminaughtii Exposed. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear both sides of the story. In Blair's video, she mentions how she bore the brunt of a lot of the behind-the-scenes works to Sad Milk due to nobody stepping up to the plate to support her. One specific issue she brought to the table in particular was late payments on behalf of the contracted talent of Sad Milk. As I have seen other milkmen and their bank statements, I'd like to focus on her allegations directed towards me in regards to delayed payments. Here is the precise quote referenced.
And I also got stuck footing the bill too. What quickly transpired was that members either couldn't or wouldn't reimburse me for the editors.
I'd like to state that this quote is both chronologically and directly false, and it paints me as a rather greedy and avoidant person, which is not who I am. As I stated in my Twitlonger, which once more you can find in the description, in my span of Sad Milk, I edited roughly 3 to 5 Sad Milk videos. Sad Milk was a channel that lasted almost over a year. I was not an active editor, so to say I paid editors via my own edits is inaccurate. I did not become an editor to cover my share of the joint editing fees. During the time in which Sad Milk became a project, I was living paycheck to paycheck in my first apartment. I was barely 19 and food was pretty much an every other day kind of deal. I'm sure anyone who has had an apartment or been young or on their feet working 2 jobs, you know this life, you know this story. It's been said and done a million times. And yet I always paid my share. I put Sad Milk above my own health because I truly believed in the project. How I came to even edit a single Sad Milk video was when I was in a Discord call with the Sad Milk members, and while we were all chatting, having a good time, I, in my free time, edited a small little demo using all of our sprites.
Everyone, welcome to Sad Milk.
Download today. Oh, sorry.
No!
Welcome to Sad Milk.
You can pay, you see the bank statement where $70 is sent to pay. So here's evidence from 4 days after the video where Sad Milk was sent to Sad Milk, which would show that yes, the bill was paid. Now keep in mind, when we watched Blair's video, I noted that there was no evidence provided, despite her accusing the entire Sad Milk team of never paying back what they owed to the company. In her own words, she provided no evidence for this. Honestly, this is above and beyond. All he had to say was, you didn't provide any evidence, you don't have any evidence of it. Why did an editor pay to edit? Because, as he said, he only edited sometimes, and they would often hire other editors.
I was then offered, hey, if you want to edit a video, we'd be happy to pay you. I was such a new creator and I was so new to contract work itself that I personally thought $20 was fair pay for my work after my initial payment that I asked for was Burger King because I just wanted dinner. Obviously, I was compensated more than that for that video. After about 3 months in, Sad Milk became profitable though. So
no, he thought 20 was like a fair pay. It's not.
While yes, Blair did pay for edits, she was always reimbursed for this. As you can see stated on the screen, you will find bank statements I made.
Money sent to Sad Milk, $150. Money sent to Sad Milk, $20. Money sent to Sad Milk, $70. So it does absolutely seem that he was regularly reimbursing money to Sad Milk.
Directly to Sad Milk during its infancy. Blair's response to this and her closing thoughts on Sad Milk are quoted as the following.
To all of the members of Sad Milk, I just want to say that I'm very sorry that I caused you stress throughout this project.
I'd ask that you remember this quote as I believe, through my own biased lens, that this apology contradicts itself several times throughout this video. But with that, we wrap up the mention of Sad Milk and we now move on to the mention of me, Wonder.
Is
DJMuel looking for the spider? Yes, I've been periodically checking for the spider because I've seen the spider crawling around on the ceiling a couple times and now I don't see it again. So yes, I am occasionally, I am a little it distracted me a little bit. Forgive me.
Very convenient series of videos resurfaced with him saying some not so savory things after he left Sad Milk. I was actually unaware of those videos at the time of our friendship, but had I been aware of them, that friendship would have likely ended sooner. When those videos surfaced, it wasn't really all that shocking to me, as Ozmedia and I had actually talked about how Click had been using the R slur while we played games together.
Now, I feel the best way to do this would be to start with some quotes and I'll shed light on my thoughts on said quotes.
A lot of it is fairly tricky since he hinges his accusations on anecdotal commentary. In responding to his baseless claims, I will provide evidence as necessary, as well as point out when things I mention are anecdotal.
After hearing this part of the video, I'd like to note a few things. Yes, my original tweet thread was very anecdotal aside from the photo of the living conditions, which as I mentioned, we will touch base on later in the video. And as I stated before, I felt holding the cards in my hand, as well as not speaking on something that could very well encroach into legal matter territory, was in my best interest. I had been Blair's friend for years. I expected her to try to do something where she would try to twist the narratives. At least, in my experience, that is what I have seen in the past. So while yes, I was very word of mouth, however, it was not my intention to remain word of mouth. That is untrustworthy, and never in a million years would that back up any of the claims that I am here to bring forward. Moving on to the next section I'd like to touch base on, we are going to go over her discussion of my employment. Now, I'd like to note that the discussion of employment will come back around as she gets into another section surrounding legalities, which ties in towards the end of my employment.
Yeah, I think he overuses the term anecdotal here, but I understand what he's trying to say. He's trying to say he didn't have hard receipts, and that's true. But to be fair, like I noted at the beginning of this video, most of the allegations that he made did not demand hard receipts at all. Most of them were him saying, I had a really bad time. In his initial thread, most of what he said was, I had a really bad time. Living with Blair was really bad. I don't trust Blair. I don't think other people should be trustworthy of Blair. And I was witness to Blair smearing, using the official accounts to smear the Click. That was all that was in the original thread. It was basically him saying, I had a bad time with Blair. Here's some things I didn't like. He didn't make any allegations of like impropriety. He just said that I feel like Blair is a manipulative person. I didn't get along with Blair. Blair was mean. the only hard claim he made was to give his witness a testimony of having seen people shit on, or having seen Illuminati go after former collaborators. Anyway, yeah.
Start with Wonder's accusation of wage theft. That's a big one, and it's important. During December 2020, like all of the members of SadMilk, Wonder was considered a contractor. On December 24th, 2020, at 5:39 a.m., I received a message from Wonder letting me know that he took a shot at reworking a video that had already been edited by a different contractor. I want to clarify, I did not ask him to do this. This was something he did of his own accord. I don't want to claim to know what goes on in Wonder's personal life. Claiming that he missed Christmas with his brother and father, I just don't know how that's possible when the video was finalized early morning on Christmas Eve.
You claim you don't know what goes on in my personal life, but you go in depth about my living situation, my views on life, my depression, my car, my dog, and my mental health. I don't mean this in an
Correct. It was very weird of her to do that.
antagonizing manner. Let's just call a spade a spade. As for missing Christmas, you raise a very good point, and without context, I can understand where your confusion would arise, so hopefully I can clear this up for you. I'd like to paint a picture here if you allow me to do so. December is one of the most important months as a creator. For those of you who don't know, there are better or worse months to post to YouTube due to when advertisers are most willing to pay, and most advertisers are wanting to put their highest performing ads on videos during the holiday months such as Christmas. This equals a higher CPM, which for those of you who are in the creator space, it will all just kind of water down to this. Higher paying ads plus more videos equals more push equals more money in your pocket. It's a lot of boring stuff. Puts food on the table, pays your bills. That's all you need to know. At this time, I was a full creator. I didn't make crazy amounts of money, but I made enough to live on my own terms. During December, I was churning out content from my own channel. I needed it as a small growing channel and as someone who needed to pay his bills. However, our editors were short in the month of December, so what Blair fails to mention in her video, I will clarify. December 21st, I had just completed a SadMilk video that took me 16 hours give or take to make. I had pulled an all-nighter to do so, as we had discussed trying to have a stronger pull for the holiday months. A few days prior, I had just pulled yet another all-nighter to get a video out for the 19th on my own personal channel. We had an editor who had been tasked to complete a SadMilk vlog that was intended to go up December 24th. Blair had hired this editor. She never once, as far as my knowledge, checked in on this editor to see his progress with said video. Where I grew worried is that as far as I knew, I had never seen this editor do any work for SadMilk, and we were really coming up on the deadline of the 24th. On December 23rd, after starting another project and working...
Something to note here that I think is important to pay attention to is that SadMilk was a collaborative process. While Blair allegedly was trying to constantly take charge and manage the back end, it was a collaborative process. All of them had a stake in it, and all of them were doing work. It is completely reasonable for any of the members to be concerned if a video, an important video, is not showing up in their inboxes. It is completely and utterly reasonable. So her story, which is that he just kind of went and did this out of nowhere, doesn't really provide any context, which is now being provided for us.
Through the entire day, putting a dent into my own personal edit, I got into bed only to find that Oz had received the video from the editor. I took a look at the video, asked an unbiased source their opinion, and we all agreed that the video—
Here is a receipt showing that they talked about this video. I think 10 minutes with a change of music and such would work best. We are just getting this out. As it is, we are just getting this out last second. I could ask Blank for what he has already and to just send me the file with no music and such, and I can try to shorten the video itself down, probably 11, but 16 is way too long for this. Oz Media says this is not a bad idea. This is on, as you can see, the date 12/23/2020. I'm unsure how to word that without it seeming word, but from a business standpoint, there is a deadline.
Had major issues for a supposed finished product. These issues included scuffed audio, poor audio leveling, unnecessary edits that made relatively no relation to the edit itself, followed by long periods of dead air for an increased watch time push. I do not mean this as an insult. It resembled a home movie gone bad rather than a fleshed out project for a channel that had almost 200,000 subscribers. I knew this was—
See, if I had a video, like I run a simple channel that doesn't have 5 creators' names involved in it, and I would never want to put out a video with that many errors in it. it is completely reasonable if you receive that video to do an emergency edit at last minute without managerial approval. But keep in mind that Blair wasn't even the manager. Blair was just trying to fill that role. This is what he did here is completely reasonable in my mind.
A severe problem for two reasons. First, the deadline for the upload was the following morning. Second, this video was expensive and intended since November to be a Christmas Eve video. The video in reference was a Sad Milk gingerbread house building competition where we all flew out to Colorado. Blair purchased a large amount of items for said video, such as microphones, gingerbread houses, and Santa hats, all that material you need to make a gingerbread house. I'd like to add that Blair intended to use these expenses as a tax write-off, so it wasn't a total loss. We were all contracted for an entertainment company. In order for this to be a tax write-off, we would need to produce a video to prove as such. So now we have to think of the perception of Sad Milk, a project that represented all of our names. This puts us in a position with very limited options. We either let down the audience and post a very scuffed video that would exhibit a lack of care for the content we were making, which was not ideal given we had just lost half our members. We delay the video, which ties in with the first issue as our Christmas Eve video, which would either get out the 26th or the 27th at the earliest due to our available editors. Or we scrap the video, which leaves Blair out of money regardless, but now we have also wasted an entire trip visiting another state, and there are a bunch of expenses that can't qualify as a tax write-off. So I got out of bed after working all day, and I took...
What this reveals is not only is Blair a giant asshole for misrepresenting this situation, but that Wonder literally saved her butt on this. If Wonder didn't do that last minute edit, they would have put out a bunk ass video that would have absolutely sucked, or they would have had to take a giant cost hit because Blair would not get a tax write-off at the end of the season. Interesting how that works. Interesting how that was twisted to make it seem like he was just a loose cannon, just acting crazy. He was just crazily deciding to edit a video randomly.
Took my best shot at reworking a video in a style I was not familiar with. I was up roughly until 5 a.m. working on that.
Here we go. Here's the, hold on.
Reworking a video in a style I was not familiar with. I was up
Hey, so I saw the video that Blank did, and I'm worried about some things that could be changed by the deadline. So I went and reworked the video with the short time frame we had. This is on December 24th, using a video of a version of the video without music. I have never done a video in this style. I tried my best. I don't know if you had time to see how the video went. He knows how to edit. It just wasn't right, and Blank said as a viewer, it was static and dull. I know with time he will get it right, but for the sake of time, this is the link to the one that I reworked. We still need a thumbnail and title before it's uploaded.
Roughly until 5 a.m. working on that video, and I waited to make sure it was good to upload and that we had the okay. I did this to avoid those negative outcomes I just listed. My sleep schedule was beyond screwed, so by the time I went to bed later that night, I slept due to pure exhaustion until well into the early afternoon of Christmas Day. To add to this, my family does not see each other very often, so for us to be in one room is a very rare thing. I had not seen my brother in almost a year, and I know Christmas is important to my father, since we can't all spend an entire day together as we all have our own various...
Editing fucking 3 gigantic videos on all the way up till Christmas Eve would indeed be fucking exhausting, okay? Let me tell you from experience, I can't handle editing, okay? Editing is like, it is so much work. Editing is so much work, which is why I pay my editor very well. Drabtooth with the incredibly generous tier 2 sub. Thank you for supporting this viewer-supported show. Drabtooth says, just got off work and wow, am I glad to see a DJMuel stream. DJMuel is for the people. True, blasting out the signal so that you can hear it. Dust Aeon says, the stupidest thing is that Blair tried to claim that the other people involved in Sad Milk didn't show interest on working harder or investing more time in the project. She contradicts herself. She says that none of them gave a shit, and then she shows them giving a shit.
Lives, we plan to spend the morning of Christmas together. Obviously, it did not pan out that way. I'd like to add that no, Blair did not directly ask me to make this rework. However, Blair had made it clear in the last few months, especially when Click and OT left, that she felt she had no help with the channel.
Yo, Hellhound with the incredibly generous tier 3 sub. Here's to good editing and a well-paid editor. Thank you very, very much. That is unbelievably generous, Hellhound. You rock. Thank you so very much.
That she felt the responsibility fell onto her. This was me helping her. Not just her, but a project I dearly cared about. I'd like to now focus on my pay. I said I was not paid until half a month after. This, I will admit, was anecdotal mostly. Blair said I was paid on a bi-weekly Sad Milk basis. At this time, Sad Milk was making money, just not a whole lot of it after editorial expenses. So typically I could see a check for 80 to 140 every month. As for editing, I had negotiated $500 per edit as Oz helped me realize my worth as an editor, and as for compensation for me not being a full-time editor. I'd like to add that in part of what I agreed for edits, I would do additional sprite movement, motion, and scene creation. This was painstaking to do, but this was also a...
This type of stuff is really intense editing, and this is way more than the type of editing that I pay my editor for. My edits are fairly straightforward. When the types of edits that I have to do as a streamer are, you clip the segment, you add the little intro, you add the little thing. Occasionally there's something we have to insert for clarity or whatever, but pretty rarely it's fairly simple editing. This type of stuff is a crazy, crazy amount of work. But even the editing that I need for my channel is still a lot of work. Like, editing is a very mentally taxing thing. I just wanted to say that. Let's continue.
Quality result I would bring to the table of this channel while also working on my own channel. The editor we hired to the vlog, to my knowledge, was to be paid $200 for their edit. However, since I reworked the video last minute, I was to be compensated with $100, which I believe was fair pay. So I'd like for us to view the following bank statements, two in particular, one on January 29th, 2021 for $100.
So January 29th, 2021, $125.
$125, and another on February 29th, 2021 for $600. Now, I tried to dig deeper, but this just says a transaction from a bank occurred. I'd like to state that at first, I believed I was receiving Sad Milk payments via PayPal, so I tried to find an old email. Since I was making a fair amount of money, I would usually just let money stack into my PayPal and I would take it all out at once. And you can see right here that this is what a statement like that would look like in my bank account. At this time, I worked full-time, so my only income was from Google AdSense, Twitch, and Sad Milk. While it has been a long time, if I remember correctly, these payments would numerically and chronologically line up with Sad Milk and editor payments. It is the only possible source of this income that makes sense, which then shows me for the month of January, I actually only received one Sad Milk payment.
So $100 on the 4th and $125, but he did 2 edits that month, which should have been $600.
If that's the case. And it also distinctly shows that I was in fact paid separately as both Sad Milk talent and an editorial talent. I'd like to note that these payments are over the
True, because he was also supposed to be paid as talent.
Course of 1 to 2 months, not a month and a half. At the beginning of January, you can see I was paid $100 from this income source. That would make sense given half of the $200 video would, yes, be $100. However,
this part, I find this part very difficult to follow, and honestly, I don't feel that this is an amazingly valuable part to go in. She was bullshitting. He's dumping so much of his personal information to try and debunk a claim that she just literally fucking, she straight up just did
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Like, she just said, oh, nobody paid me back, and now he's trying to back this up with all of this to try and show, hey, there was a bunch of delays in the payments. Now, to be fair, this isn't a great type of evidence. I want to be 100% fair here. This is not great evidence because we don't know what type of filter, like if you guys have ever used a banking website, you can type in all kinds of filters. We can't actually rely on this in any meaningful way, unfortunately. I think that this was a bad decision on Wonder's part because it just needlessly divulges personal information, that this is the sort of thing that should have been left for a legal issue, if there is ever going to be a legal issue. There's not a whole lot that an outside observer can make from this, and it doesn't really do much because Illuminaughtii didn't provide any evidence for this information either. So there's not a whole lot that we can do with this.
However, if you look at the month of December, I did not receive one payment from Sad Milk.
But it is true that at least if we can trust these banking statements, which there's no way to verify that this is actually true, we don't see any payment from Sad Milk here. We see a Twitch payment, and the rest are all charges. So there's, as you can see here, there is no payment from November all the way to the middle of December. And Blair did claim, I want to point out, Blair did claim that they were supposed to be paid on a bi-weekly basis, which means there should absolutely, somewhere in here, there should be a payment from Sad Milk, but there isn't. Now, again, we can't be 100% sure this is accurate, but barring him engaging in totally fraudulent, fraudulently tampering with these bank records that he's showing on the screen, it would seem to support the idea that he was not paid on the basis that Blair claims in her video.
However, if you look at the month of December, I did not receive one payment from Sad Milk.
The math part of this video just makes my brain hurt. It's not very helpful. And I don't think that he should have done it. Personally, I think that this would have been something to not put into your video. That's just my personal opinion. This is divulging personal information in a way that it doesn't need to be done.
So I would assume, unless Sad Milk just did very poorly that month and we made absolutely zero income, as I did not manage these channels' finances, this payment would be the Sad Milk payment for December. And if it was for fixing the video, why was I clearly paid the 600 here followed by the prior regular Sad Milk bank statement, 500 being for the original video I did and 100 being for the video I corrected? I had someone else take a look at the calendar.
Plus no talent. Yeah.
And if these payments were bi-weekly and I had a pay period beginning on the 1st, my pay period should have seen payments starting from the 1st, followed by the 15th, the 29th, which is correct, but we were missing a pay period, the 12th, then the 26th, but I was paid on the 19th. You can argue that Sad Milk was performing bad financially, which resulted in delayed or no payments by this time, as we had not uploaded since December and views did in fact dwindle. But that begs the question, if the pay...
But also, I just want to point out what a situation this 19-year-old is in. He's in a situation where he has no control over his job, doing a fuckload of work for a channel he has no control over.
Payment of $600 is an editor payment, which I'd argue is because Sad Milk itself and its contractors never saw an amount that large in its history. Why am I being paid for it not half a month late, but almost 2 months late? My only other theory is that these payments were in a source such as PayPal, where I could allow the funds to store up then deposit. However, it would still be delayed and show I was paid separately as an editor and contracted talent for Sad Milk.
During this time, he would often tell both Oz Media and myself how living in Austin, Texas was a nightmare for him. He would often complain about his roommates being terrible people, his friends being mostly terrible people and unmotivated to do well in life, and how his car was always breaking down and how his channel was not going in the direction he wanted. And then he talked about that last bit of family that he had moving away, and he was essentially alone. I won't speak on behalf of Oz, but I know I was moved by Wonder's stories.
So I'd like to clarify here. Yes, I didn't like living where I lived. I live, as Blair stated, in Austin, Texas. And I don't mean to be humorous here, given the severity of this video, but it's like, man, the people who live here hate living here. It's just like a thing. Like, I'm gonna maybe go get some groceries today. You gotta wait like 5 hours in line behind rows and rows of traffic. You wanna go to the park, you gotta drop like $15 just to touch grass because you gotta pay for parking. It's like a meme here that if you see a cardboard box, like any person who's from come here will point it and be like, oh yeah, that looks like it would go for $2,300. There's many great things about this place, but it's for a very niche particular crowd of people, which I do not fall in line with that. As for my roommates, I only had one roommate, and he's one of my best friends who I would do literally anything for. Have I gotten annoyed with him? Yes. Who hasn't been annoyed with any friend in their life? I'm sure I've done plenty of things to piss him off. Is he a terrible person? Never in a million years, so I don't know why this is even really being brought up. I think the times where I got most annoyed was where there were
Windleby with the unbelievably generous 6 tier 1 subs. Holy shit, that is so generous of you. Some lucre for after you get off the mountain. We're getting there. We're getting there. Thank you very, very much for the gifted subs, Windleby. It means the world to me. This has been a intense hike on Drama Mountain.
2 incidences where I accidentally got locked out of the house, and he sleeps like you could probably fire a ballistic missile next to this man and he would sleep through it. So I ended up having to sleep in my car twice, and there was dishes out and stuff we've all made the same mistake of in the past, okay? He's not a terrible person, and neither are my friends. And no, I wouldn't say that my friends are unmotivated in life. I would say that during this time, I was really wanting to move forward with content and really get into creating full time, which I was already doing, but I wanted to take it a step further. I wanted this to be my life. And my friends, obviously, because everyone has different goals and dreams, do not share this sentiment. It wasn't that they were unmotivated, it's that I just was—
Maki Pocky with the unbelievably generous $5 donation. Haven't been able to catch many streams lately, but I've been catching up on the VODs. We love our VOD watchers here. Thank you to whoever does the timestamps because they're endlessly helpful. Great work as always. Gayfesh is paid to do the timestamps for this channel. I am I'm a huge stickler about timestamps, but Gayfesh absolutely is the best timestamper that I could ever ask for. So huge shout out to Gayfesh for being the absolute sickest timestamper that we could ever imagine. It makes our VODs a step above the rest. And all of you who watch this channel, you don't know how good you got it. So few channels actually do timestamps, and we have a banger timestamper. There you go.
Losing that connection of, hey, y'all don't really get what I'm doing, I don't really get what you're doing, and it sucks, but that's just how friends are, you know? You're not gonna relate forever with every single thing you and your friends do. As for my car was not breaking down constantly. I had a 2011 sedan. The only thing I didn't like about it was that somebody rear-ended the—
Dust Ann says, I love the mental image for this DramaMama, the image that DJMuel leads a group of imps? What's this? What is this word? I don't know what that word is. What's this word? I don't know what that word is. What's that word? I don't know what that word is. A group of imps up a mountain trail while pointing at stuff saying, isn't that fucked up? True! True! We have literally had around the average of this stream has been approximately 500 viewers. It has been a drama slog, and yet I feel like you all are getting a very accurate representation of how this drama unfolded. And by the end of it, I feel that you all are gonna walk away knowing above and beyond. And everybody's still fucking talking about this, so don't pretend like people aren't chatting about this. But you all are gonna be the most informed, and you're going to be the least likely to fucking jump on board to some bullshit, okay? Because let's just say there's a lot of people biting the bullshit. There's a lot of people just thoughtlessly repeating what they heard in one video or what they saw on Twitter, but that's not gonna be any of you.
Back, and it looked like it was dented in. It looked like someone took a massive fist to the back of the car. I have never had one maintenance issue on that car. In fact, my brother still owns the car to this day. My channel was actually going in a really good direction. At this time, I was starting to pull a lot of steady views, but the narrative behind the closed doors and sad milk was that we should all be moving away towards Reddit content and getting into video essay type content like Blair. It was a very known thing behind behind closed doors where we would insult and belittle anyone who still did Reddit, while Oz and I actually were still doing Reddit. So it developed into a resentment towards my own content, which my audience liked, but I now was finding that I despised what I did.
Without going into personal details, I was pretty horrified by what he had explained happened in his past. I was saddened by how he constantly talked about how bad his life was and how he felt like a failure. He said he felt alone, depressed, and uncertain of the future. And at that point, I knew I wanted to help him in whatever way I could.
I feel this is very contradictory to say without going into personal details than to turn around and spread personal details about my views towards life. Again, these were very private things I kept between you. Yes, I suffer from depression. A lot of people do, and oftentimes that can skew your view towards life itself. The only time I ever really felt like a failure was when I constantly was compared via Social Blade, etc., and told how much better I could be doing if I did XYZ. It made me feel like I was underachieving as a small channel.
At the end of 2020, I paid for his tickets to visit Oz and me in Colorado. During this trip, we discussed the possibility of Wonder moving out to Colorado due to his discontent with his life in Texas.
Hold on a second. We got to read these real quick. Hold on.
And with his life in Texas.
This is by a small editing critique to Wonder. These things are up way too quick. The trip was not to discuss me moving out to Colorado. This trip was for the Sad Milk Christmas video that we filmed in November. Evidence was already provided for this. Me and another member had talked about potentially moving to Colorado due to us wanting to do live Sad Milk content. Blair had been speaking of getting into real estate and wanted to build homes for us. This did not extend to just me either. She wanted to build a home for another member and I, as well as one for Oz to have a separate recording space. Wants to get into real estate, wants to lock you into a contract. Oh boy, here we go. Gets you locked into a car lease. This means Blair would have been the landlord to 3 of the other Sad Milk members, not just me. After our final member left at the end of December, I was the last person on the list to become a tenant. Here's proof of the trip being for Sad Milk and the existence of the cul-de-sac for Sad Milk members. Here's the video, the flight, which lines up with the dates that they were shooting the video, which was shown before. Here's the posts about the video they were filming, November 11th, November 14th. Observe the home plans and decide, since the cul-de-sac plan is out.
Oz Media and I had just moved into his newly purchased home in April 2020.
This is straight up, this is, again. Oh, God.
And he decided to welcome Wonder into his house. Unless Oz Media was doing so without my understanding, Wonder was not charged any rent, utilities, or internet for sharing our living space.
Yes, we had actually discussed a payment plan for rent. What Blair leaves out, and what I find very perplexing as to why she left out in her video, is that the reason I didn't pay rent was because I was going to become Blair's tenant. Not once does she mention throughout this video that...
So... that was the original plan. So what he's saying here is that the original plan was not just to move him out, but was rather to move him out and then move him into a house that Blair would own, so that Blair could have a starter tenant or something like that. I don't know, man. Blair herself admitted that she controlled his car, that she controlled his housing situation, that she controlled his employment, and now we're seeing that she had not just had personal benefits from the car situation, not just had personal benefits from the job situation, but that the housing situation was also being set up so that she would have a safe tenant.
When I first had this
literally tried to make him into a serf
of moving to Colorado, it was because Blair wanted to get her hands into the real estate market and wanted to...
he was 19. Remember, this was when he was 19. Between the ages of 19 and 20 was when this was all happening.
build a home, something she had discussed with other former Sad Milk members. It wasn't just me. I made a reasonable first tenant. I was someone she knew, and I obviously made
People keep saying 19. I believe he said that he was 19 when this happened.
So kind of put 2 and 2 together.
I may have misheard the age, and I will make a correction if I'm wrong about that. Regardless, he was very young. Very, very young.
You can say this is a good deed on the surface, and it most certainly appears that way. I'll get into how over time Blair would have controlled every aspect of my life, via transportation, income, and housing. I sincerely do not understand why the conception of this home was never presented in the video. It leaves out a massive gap of context. The home I was told would be finished by August and that I could stay the summer. And the last month before moving to Colorado, after finalizing my lease, I was informed that the home would be pushed back until December. It's made me highly uncomfortable, which you can see.
Here's his DMs. This was in May of 2021. I know I said I was cool with it, but if I'm being real, I am somewhat uneasy about staying here until December. I didn't want to say anything since I was worried I'd sound rude since you two have been nothing but generous to me. I'm just worried that I am in a place for 6 months that I'll be hella distracted. I'm an independent person, so it'll feel weird to be downstairs in someone else's house for so long. It's probably just something I need to work through. I do still want to move to Colorado, just letting you know where my head is at. Oof.
The dates in these private DMs between Oz and a friend of mine who will remain anonymous. I have always been a very independent person. I have never had someone else pay my rent once in my life, and I have been living on my own since I was 18. To try to paint me as a freeloader when you also leave out that I was originally only supposed to stay until August, you were supposed to be my landlord, and that I only stayed 30 days in Colorado feels like a contorted attack on who I am as a person.
Not only that, but I feel bad because he's underselling what was done to him here. In his attempt to like show how good faith he was, he's underselling the fact that he was being roped into numerous contracts whereby Blair was the only beneficiary. He would be paying Blair for the car that Blair ultimately owned and ended up repossessing. He would be paying Blair for rent. He would be working on Blair's projects, on multiple of Blair's projects. He was a member of Blair's other project.
While I was in their home, if I didn't know how to help, I would oftentimes clean their home. I wanted to help Blair with her recording space as she felt stressed in her little office. I wanted to buy us plants to liven the place up. I tried at every possible turn to earn my keep. And when I felt alienated, I tried—
Just making sure the flavor was correct because I think I've had it. Yeah, Blair said she didn't want to talk to me about any of it because Colorado law and something about involving our personal lives, and worried I'd go out of my way to sue her. I don't know. That's just a bit much to me. And being told I'm taking advantage of them when I've literally asked nonstop for tasks to do, so it doesn't seem like I'm freeloading or just getting paid. I think they are going through a lot. This is referring to Blair and Oz, but I can't be used as a stress scapegoat. They need their own space and I need mine. This is, wow. This is, wow. Poor guy, man. This sounds like the most stressful situation to try and deal with.
To actively find an apartment in Colorado Springs to give them both the space, as I felt horrible, seemingly—
I tried to go out of my way to not bother them, and I was looking for apartments today so they could have their own space. And when I got told I felt like I was taking it, when I got told that it felt like I was taking advantage of them, I was just like, bruh, excuse me? You've been doing anything but taking advantage of them. That is some raw manipulation there.
Never being able to help in any way at all. It was beyond unfair. I made every effort to not be a burden, as it is quite frankly one of my biggest fears in my entire life.
I'm Oz. Y'all know me as Oz Media.
Now, during the month of June, I stayed with you, Oz, and Blair. During this time, did Blair provide work to me as an editor? If this wasn't a case, did you ever witness me personally trying to assist Blair in anything else?
Like, yeah, I mean, you weren't provided work for like a majority of the time that you were actually employed. I think we were also working on like Thinkology at the time.
So remember, Blair accused, in the other video that we watched by Blair accused Wonder of not doing any work for her. But what we are now finding out, or barely doing any work for her, but what we are now finding out is that Blair didn't give him any work to do.
But like nothing really came out of that besides a couple recordings, and you ended up not really wanting to pursue that. So there wasn't like any work that she had actually given you part of the company. You were kind of just literally being paid to like stand around. I might be wrong on this, but you actively did try to like assist her with her like the candle shop that she was just starting up. And I mean, she didn't like that, but you were actively trying to seek out and find work. So it's not like you were just like freeloading off of it. You, from my memory, you were trying to actually earn your keep.
Blair proceeds to go on an explanation as to how well her channel was doing and that she felt grateful to be in a position to help someone she cared deeply about. On June 7th, 2021, I was hired by Blair starting at $50,000 a year as she stated, which was a number that seemed rather life-changing to me. At face value, I'm sure anyone who saw this viewed me as someone who had to cut a few clips together and everything was happily ever after. That is what I personally expected. However, I will explain that this was not the case regarding my employment, as I was soon to find out.
During his employment, he never took advantage of any of the benefits that were made available to him.
The reason I did not use any of these benefits was because I was employed for roughly 60 days. I had just moved to another state. I barely even knew the roads and where to even go to eat. I wasn't focused on doctor visits, the dentist, and unless I turn 85 years old, I can't really use my 401k. The only thing that I can think of was the groceries that the LSA covers, but as I stated before, I'm a rather independent person, so I didn't need Blair to particularly buy me groceries. I also find it unnecessary that she goes out of her way to explain the volunteer reimbursement program she has. If I didn't use any of the benefits, why is it necessary to go into detail about them?
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about that.
I expected to, in the middle of moving to a new state for the first time since I was 7, volunteer at a soup kitchen to pass the time.
The content for Wonder to edit was dependent on me being able to live stream. During this time, I unfortunately only had 2 streams for him to work on, which Wonder would have been able to produce about 4 videos from. Wonder did not meet the deadlines for either stream. Despite this, I kept him on payroll, I continued his pay, even though no work had ever been completed. Although there was only a minuscule amount of work for Wonder to do, he still managed to act up within company spaces. He made inappropriate comments on forms that were visible to other employees. He didn't complete tasks that were assigned.
Let's find out. Was she fucking lying?
To him, and he failed to follow company protocol. I have a strict policy regarding formal disciplines, and within his short time of working with me, he had already met the criteria for termination.
After hearing this, I'd assume you'd attribute me as someone with a very poor work ethic, and I honestly would not blame you. However, while Blair is being very anecdotal here, I'd like to provide receipts that prove the following. Proof that I was not kept on payroll and I was fired before my deadline even happened. These were not short clips. The comment that I made on a forum that was grounds for termination, Blair leaving out how long it took her to actually provide content to edit, Blair leaving out that I had asked for work and various other aspects, my deadline extension due to my computer editing software corrupting, not me being lazy, me flying to another state to meet said deadlines with plane tickets provided, and again, proof that I was fired before my deadline.
So here we go. Hold on. Let's take a look at this.
Plane tickets provided, and again, proof.
I processed your final check to be mailed out to the address in Austin that you provided to me. Friday, July 30th. Okay?
That I was fired before my.
You have until August 2nd, so don't rush the project. We plan to put out the Blizzard video first, doing it to be more of a hot topic. I made sure you had plenty of time to get the issues worked out, which is why we moved the deadline the last time we talked about it. Oh, I was still under the impression you wanted the first video completed by this upcoming Monday, and then the pet finder portion by August 2. The Blizzard thing is kind of a big mess right now. Nope, I need JRC part 1 on August 2nd. I'm assuming you can get roughly 3 videos out of it, and then the pet finder is the 4th. So, fired on the 30th of July, before the deadline of August 2nd, where this manager here that he's talking about explicitly said August 2nd. So Blair lied again.
My deadline even happened. Before we begin, I'd like to state that I was informally fired on a phone call July 27th, and that I received my final severance letter July 30th. But as you can see here.
Also, NDAs. That is some wild shit to be signing for editing work. Fucking having people sign NDAs for fucking clip editing is What the absolute fuck? That is so motherfucking sus.
In private DMs with an editorial manager, my deadline was extended to August 2nd. I was fired within my deadline. To add context, Blair had not streamed for the entire month of June, and come the further end of mid-July, she had finally streamed. I was given one stream that would result in 2 videos having 20-minute plus durations on both videos. So for context, these were not short clips, rather 20.
Isn't it a non-disparagement agreement, not a non-disclosure? That's even more sus. Was it? It just said NDA. Is it did he say it was a non-disparagement agreement? That is even more sus.
20 to 40-minute chunks of content, which is exactly what I signed up for. This in itself was not a problem.
A non-disparagement agreement basically says you can't say anything bad about your former employer. And usually they're very broad in what it means to not say anything bad. It means you have to be nice about the people that you worked for in the past. Usually they will give you jobs. If you're working a job that has a non-disparagement clause, it's usually because you're doing some stuff that would look bad if it got out to the press. So you're not supposed to say anything bad at all. But I'm not sure if that was the case.
However, upon getting far into making the video,
Maui says, yes, there was a non-disparagement clause. At least that's what the lawyer who threatened him said. Okay, I guess we haven't got to that part yet.
My editing software corrupted.
Said in a statement.
Sorry. Oop. Hold on. I wanna go back here real quick.
Statement.
Editing software corrupted.
Hey, I'm having a severe issue with this laptop. My software keeps freezing and crashing. I'm unable to edit at the moment. There's something where the software crashed and now everything is screwed up. Oz is still fixing my current desktop, and I hate to even ask. Wait a minute, hold on. This is July 22nd, right before he was fired. So at this time, Blair controlled his car, Blair controlled his housing, Blair controlled his job, and Oz controlled his computer. And he was on a loaner laptop. This is fucking deranged. This is an absolutely deranged amount of social and career control. This is an attempt to completely and utterly control this person's life. This is like some nightmare relationship shit. This is some full-time kink nightmare shit, but it's not. It's just good old-fashioned role-playing as a medieval lord. Do you think Illuminati got fucking prima nocta too? Weird Hive with the tier 1 sub. For a fellow birder, I kind of wish you'd play Wingspan on stream sometime and comment on the birds. Great work with your channel. Thank you. You know what? I will play Wingspan on stream at some point. I absolutely fucking will. That's a great idea. Thank you so much, Weird Hive. And I wish you the best in all of your bird spotting endeavors.
Said in a statement that it was pleased with the ruling, which would allow it to continue to use.
So this is a screen cap of the broken thing.
Treatment. So that's from this article.
Oh yeah. Also, Weird Hive, you should go check out my Wingspan video. I have just search DJMuel Wingspan and you'll find it. I do actually play a game in that video, but I'll do it again in the future. I know I have played Wingspan before, but yeah.
I was staying with my dad in Texas, which we'll touch base on why in a little bit here, and only had my laptop, which had never had an issue before. I had had this laptop for roughly, I want to say a year at this point. Never once had I run into a software corrupting issue. So I reached out to an editorial manager explaining the situation. They asked that I take PTO, but instead I held off because Oz Media said he could get my PC fixed. I was running out of time, but my deadline initially was July 26th. So last second, I flew to Colorado to get my computer just so I could turn around and fly back. It was at this time I had noticed I was locked out of the editor files, which I found odd given that I was still within my deadline, but I didn't exactly know what was happening. I just had figured it was an error at the time. I'd like to make note that the other editorial manager explained to me that my deadline at this time had actually been extended to August 2nd. Editorial manager reached out to me on the 26th saying we needed to talk. For one reason or another, this conversation got pushed to July 27th. I believe this was just due to a simple scheduling conflict. I believe by the time I was able to take a call, that like when I had seen the message, they were busy for the rest of the day. So it just got pushed over to July 27th. It wasn't like I was like ducking the calls like, oh my goodness. It was here on this call that I was fired for explicitly not meeting deadlines, which I find highly confusing due to once more, I must reiterate that my deadline was August 2nd. Not to be redundant, but I'd like to remind you that I flew—
That's some fucking dirty shit right there. That is some fucking dirty bullshit.
—to another state just to meet this deadline for my boss, who was constantly subtweeting about me. You can see is acknowledged even by one of her own managers, and they told me specifically that this was not okay behavior. A few days later, after being fired on July 20th—
Welcome, biceps and bikinis. Yup. I said this was gonna be a hell of a hike, and we still got a ways to go. Honestly, I'm thinking about bumping this up to 1.5 speed. Let's see if it's audible at 1.5 speed, because there's still a lot to go through.
7th. On July 29th, Blair came to Texas to revoke a car in the middle of the night.
No, that's too fast. 1.25.
Which she claimed I breached contract, which we will get to in a moment as to how this was not the case. But first, I want to just take a moment that I hope this sheds light into just how far I was willing to go to ensure that these video deadlines were met.
Okay,
I was
actually
willing
1.25 is much better in my opinion.
To fly exhausted and tired and not on great terms with my boss to fly to another state just so I could meet a deadline. I sincerely cared about my job, and I feel it is just extremely wrong to paint me in a light as some lazy—
It is unfair. She went out of her way to make him seem like a total slob and a loser. I understand the desire to respond to all of this. Anyway, let's just continue the hike. Honestly, there's not much I can add to this. I feel like he's going way out of his way to try and prove her wrong when she was just dumping out spurious lies about him.
Who just didn't care at all. It was extremely hurtful after showing the links I will go to just show that I am a good employee.
Wait, was that where the no disparagement was? Did I miss it? I'm sorry. Oh, here we go. Please be careful on Twitter. You're under an NDA and you can't say disparaging things about the company or associated channels without legal action being taken against you, and I don't want that to happen to be enforced. I know a lot of shit is going on. I know there's two sides to everything, and then the truth, but then the last thing I want is for you to get in trouble for violating your NDA, and if I can say anything to prevent it. You're a really sweet person. Also, by HR standards, Blair can't vague tweet about me either, which I have numerous screenshots over the last 2 months. I'm going to talk to her about that because I don't feel it's appropriate. But it doesn't matter because these people are below Blair, and this guy is bound by a non-disparagement clause. This is fucking insane. This is fucking insane. Okay. Educational moment, okay? Okay, educational moment. I know there's a lot of young people watching this. Never, ever get yourself into a situation like this if you can avoid it. It's not your fault if somebody takes advantage of you, but learn from stuff like this. If people are trying to rope you into a bunch of contracts that all sound too good to be true, do not sign them. Consult a lawyer. I know that the idea of consulting a lawyer is very intimidating, but I assure you there are lawyers who are ready and willing to help you, who are going to be on your side because they are going to be your lawyer. Usually, just to consult a lawyer, you don't have to pay very much, and you can actually, many universities, or many law schools, sorry, which are part of universities, often have free legal advice that you can access. If you are a young person and people are asking you to sign NDAs, contracts for company cars, contracts for your living situations, please, please contact a lawyer. Do not go this alone. Do not get abused in this way if you can possibly avoid it. It is very clear to me that Wonderstruck was taken advantage of while he was young, being promised, he was excited about working for YouTube, working on a YouTube job, and he was taken advantage of on almost every level. Blablato says, I assume this video is what pushed you over to talk about this drama. Yes, it was. This video is what pushed me over to talk about this drama because I think that this part in particular is people need to be careful about this. There are a lot of young people out there who really want to work in the modern show business of YouTube. Please be careful. Please get a second opinion. Get people to look at the stuff that you're signing, because unfortunately the legal system is not super friendly to you once you've signed a contract. Once you've signed those dotted lines, there's not a whole lot of options for you sometimes, okay? And did you know that you have rights? You better call Saul. I fucked it up, but whatever. Yes, seriously, please. You have rights, but also talk to a lawyer before you sign away your rights, okay? And also, beware people offering you things that seem too good to be true. If some benevolent leftist debunker channel comes up to you and says, hey, you want to come live in my neighborhood that I own? You can be my tenant. I'll give you a great deal on rent. I'll even give you a BMW. Just sign on the dotted line. Every red flag in your head should be going off, and you should say, let me get back to you after I call Saul, okay? Hellhound says, judges will do anything to get out of making a real decision. So if there's an agreement, a contract on paper, they will defer to it no matter what it says, okay? That is very true, okay? America is the country of devils. Everything is contract based. If you sign a contract, you can seriously find yourself in a lot of trouble. So always be careful, okay? I'm serious. Especially if it seems too good to be true. Especially if a 30-year-old YouTuber with a lot of money is offering you to be her tenant and have her car, and she'll have control over you, and her boyfriend will fix your computer. Please, please, please. Okay? Let's go.
Okay behavior. A few days later, after being fired on July 27th, on July 29th, Blair came to Texas to revoke a car in the middle of the night, which she claimed I breached contract, which we will get to in a moment as to how this was not the case. But first, I want to just take a moment that I hope this sheds light into just how far I was willing to go to ensure that these video deadlines were met. I was willing to fly exhausted and tired and not on great terms with my boss to fly to another state just so I could meet a deadline.
Leftist serfdom, everybody.
Sincerely cared about my job, and I feel it is
2 days after firing, repoing the car. Insane.
just extremely wrong to paint me in a light as some lazy individual who just didn't care at all. It was extremely hurtful after showing the links I will go to just show that I am a good employee. I wish my computer still worked and that I hadn't deleted these files, because it just seems worse, because it makes it sound like I am being very anecdotal when it's not the case. My laptop literally just does not turn on anymore, and I didn't think I was ever going to need these videos in particular to prove a point online on the internet about my work ethic. As for the finalized video that I completed on the desktop after my laptop did not work, I don't have that either, because I have reset and rebuilt my computer I don't know how many times, and you can see photos of me right here.
Okay.
And tweets about me talking about how many times I have taken a swing at trying to fix this computer. As for the inappropriate comment I made on a forum, I have never heard of this. Blair claims to have a strict policy on discipline, yet why didn't she or her staff ever reach out to me about this problem? Why does she not provide evidence on this comment, and what forum? So I reached out to—
She did not ever provide any evidence. He's correct. There was no, we remember, we just watched this video, there was no evidence provided for this.
Oz, and I found the answer, and the comment I made was supposed to be grounds for termination. I'd like to reiterate that means a total loss of income to a person. This was along the lines of the comment that I made. If I could be an animal—
This is from Oz Media, who was in a relationship with Illuminati at the time, and owned the house and the car. The inappropriate comment you made, or sorry, technically Oz didn't own the car, Illuminati owned the car. The inappropriate comment you made was along the lines of saying, if I could be an animal for a day, I would be a furry, and that your favorite food was ass. That's apparently grounds for firing.
for a day, I would be a furry, and my favorite food would be ass. You can't make this up, man. Total loss of income because I said as a joke, I said I was a furry. I don't know. In regards to my pay on the surface, 50K a year sounds beyond generous for editing a channel. I'd agree. I was
furry rights.
Personally astounded. I moved my entire life to another state because of this number. I figured I could really make something of myself with this type of income. However, I'd like to go back where she mentions the benefits. Blair lists an array of many wonderful benefits that I could receive as an employee. I'd like you now to look at what I earned during each pay period here. Now, I'd like to reiterate, this is at face value. I'm more than willing to stand corrected if I'm wrong here with numbers. You can see here on my screen that the amount of money I made during each pay period.
This is another part I don't think that he should have put in the video. I don't think that it was necessary to try and contest her on this because she didn't provide any evidence, but I get the feeling that he's going above and beyond in good faith and sometimes making some foolish decisions.
It was $1,434.24. I made this twice during my employment with Blair. If we do the math on that, we can divide this number by 2 to see how much I made on a weekly basis. $717.12. Say roughly there's 4.25 weeks in a month, $3,047.76 per month. Okay, well that leaves a big question. Where's the rest of the money? So I did some more math. Let's say that everything had gone according to plan and the house Blair built was done in August like it was intended to be. I believe the range for the rent was $1,500 at the time, so around $300-ish for utilities. Now throw in a car that I have to pay Blair for the next 2 years. $588 a month plus $125 for insurance. Now let's add in say $100 a month in gas due to it being a car that relies on premium gas. So after all this,
premium gas is crazy price, by the way.
is said and done, my take home before food, clothes, leisure would look more like this every month. A grand total of roughly $434.76. However,
man was getting bled dry by this small business tyrant bullshit.
given that the house wasn't built, this wasn't the case and I was making about $1,000 take home. Well, maybe that isn't so bad. I do in fact have a car, I have a house, and I have a job. However, the one scary thing when you put all that on a spectrum is they are
Drabtooth with the unbelievably generous 5 tier 1 subs, the white name genocide. Clear out all of those boring no subs with the brilliant yellow sub name. Thank you so much. I'm seeing all these white names in chat. So much for the intolerant left. Thank you very much, Drabtooth. You rock. Thank you so much. Wow, damn, a lot of people who are here tonight got gifted subs.
all provided by one singular individual, Blair. She had a hand in every single aspect of my life, and at any moment she could take it away when she felt, which is exactly what happened. Where I could be wrong about the pay itself is where I received my final check at the end of the month for $1570.60. I was told this was my bi-weekly final pay, which makes sense, but when I signed a severance letter, I also received $1570. So this was either severance pay or this was the
base Dire Fox and deeply appreciated.
The allocated amount I would have made via the LSA every month if that was how that operated. Even reading this aloud, I am still highly confused.
Oh no, Maui Randall, these are gifted subs on the website. We actually don't stream on Twitch. It wasn't worth the hassle. Twitch is just not a good platform for me. That's actually on the website, DJMuel.com/live, which is free to join, super easy to join, and you get to be on the cool chat. Plus, you could get gifted a sub, which means you get all kinds of fancy emotes.
As to how this payment structure works, as it was never properly explained to me. But even if that were the case, it doesn't change that in order to keep a roof over my head, food on my table, and my dog's bowl and transportation, I had to be walking on eggshells 24/7 due to someone's unpredictable and erratic behavior. There is not, nor will there ever be, a price you can pay me to where I will put up with being a verbal punching bag. It will never happen as long as I live.
Dude.
So if I'm wrong,
Totally
sure,
fair.
I would have made some money. Probably net over $1,000 a month, which again isn't bad. But if my numbers are right, I'd be sitting at $717.12, give or take. Times that by 52 weeks in a year, roughly $37,290.24 a year, as I've stated, give or take. So I tried to dig a little deeper into this LSA Blair mentioned. Once more, I'd like to add that I am not entirely versed in legal speak, so I read through the LSA Blair provided in her video, and here is what I could personally gather. Each month, I was given a company allowance of $300. If I did not use this money, I would not be allocated these funds, which again, I'd like to note is stated to be entirely optional. If I purchased an item and submitted a receipt, I would be reimbursed this allowance, and if I bought something without the full allowance, I would be allocated, I believe, an additional $100. The smaller payments would appear on my paycheck within 30 days, but larger ones could take upwards of 3 months. But where I have a hard time understanding these numbers is if I use the monthly allowance of
Drabtooth with 5 more gifted tier 1 subs. Oh my god, y'all are whiny bitches. Here's more piss names. Thank you so much, Drabtooth. You are a fucking MVP tonight. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much for the support. It means the world to me. Today's been a grind. We're pushing a 9-hour stream. We're at 8 hours and 19 minutes and we still got stuff to go. I'm putting in the hours for you imps. So thank you for supporting me and you all rock.
Of the 300, waited and received 300 on my paycheck, my total income would be $1,570.60 if the $1,434.23 was due to me being a new hire. But where I'm having a hard time understanding these numbers is if I use the monthly allowance of 300, waited and received the 300 on my paycheck, my total income would look a little different. We're gonna go off the number of $1,570.60.
See, this is another example. He states, notice how tied up and confusing all of this contract bullshit was. Again, a 19-year-old getting bombarded with contracts that they can barely understand.
Since the $1,434.23, I believe could be due to me being a new hire, but I am not entirely sure where this number comes from and why it varies between this paycheck right here. $1,570.60 plus 300, that comes out to $1,870.60. But in Blair's video, it stated that I made somewhere near the high 1900s. Well, as it turns out, I was actually able to find a number in this ballpark. I was paid $1978.38. But if we zoom out, we can see that this was actually my gross pay. Meaning again, from what I can understand, my take home in reality was $1,560 per paycheck. So from my understanding, this would mean in order to come close to obtaining my full paid amount, I would have to rely on the LSA, and at most I would be reimbursed.
Good night, Keffals. Don't worry, we're not doing anything else after this, except for me doing my little summary at the end. That's it. I don't really understand what this is supposed to contest. I don't really know what this is supposed to contest, so I can't really comment on this. I think it's just supposed to break down what he was actually being paid, which seems very confusing and unclear given that he was also paying a bunch of money back to Blair. Beelzebub, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub. Math of the money? He's saying she was lying about his pay? Yeah, I would believe that. It's just very hard to follow.
To a maximum of $1,870.60 if I use the maximum allowance every month, then waited in upwards of almost 3 months to see this reimbursement. The only reasoning I can seem to wrap my head around for this would be so the company could have on.
So he's basically saying that when she talked about his pay in the video, she was including the LSA. But the LSA isn't raw pay, that's a benefit. It's not the same thing. His $50K was a sum of all possible benefits, even if he didn't use them. Exactly. Again, small business nobleman. Yes, oh, actually, I'm sorry, let me open my tome. It says here, by decree of the local lord, that your allowance of 14 stacks of corn would actually add up to a total amount of 25 gold coins. But there's a deduction for your use and tilling of the land for the fact that you own 2 goats over the quota. So in the end, we have to deduct you down to, it looks like 14 gold coins. However, you did not provide your daughter for use by the nobleman, so we're going to have to take another 10 coins out of that, leaving you with 4 gold coins. Ah, but you owe rent on your land, your regular tithe to the church, and, of course, the convenience fee, which means we will leave you with 1/4 of a gold coin. That's what this whole thing comes off as. This entire saga, after everything, just comes off as literally that. What a mess.
Paper that I made a salary of $50,000 a year, when in actuality, this technically isn't the case. After doing these numbers and re-looking at them again, I'd like to make a correction to my already made correction. So for my LSA, I would be paid $300 per month, not per paycheck, so my number of
I agree with, I saw a bit of President Sunday's stream on this, and I have to agree, this should have just been re-edited. Leaving in the double errors was a mistake. He should have just recut and re-edited this portion.
$1,870.60 isn't accurate. Well, yes, I could get paid that amount. The next paycheck would only be $1,570.60 again, as a $300 reimbursement is limited to once per month. This would allocate to a total annual maximum of $3,600. I'd like to bring up once more that the reason I didn't complete tasks was not because of me, but because Blair never provided work until mid to late July. And when I worked, I went above and beyond to ensure it was completed. And again, I was fired within my deadline. I hope this adds some context that was missing from the video. But moving on to our next section, let's speak on legalities. They proceed as such. Blair touches on the subject of a BMW she purchased for me due to my old car dying and wanting to help a friend out. I'd like to clarify I did not ask Blair to do this. In fact, I insisted on our first call the exact opposite. I am not a luxurious person. I like nice things like cozy homes, but the most expensive car I have ever owned was a $5,000 Miata, and that was a surprise gift from my dad after my first car got stolen. I do not desire expensive things as that just personally is not who I am. Also, as a person who does not like when people buy me things, I was extremely uncomfortable with someone making such a large payment towards a vehicle on my behalf. But in Blair's words, she had the money and insisted that I get the car. After a few more discussions, she eased me into the idea that this car was a good move and would really change my life. I never saw the paperwork on the car. I never did any of the work to obtain the car. The most I did was go to a call with Oz and Blair where I got to choose seat colors. I had no...
Never saw any of the paperwork. That is sus. And it is also weird that she was high pressure selling him into a car that she would be collecting money on, that she could write off on her taxes, and that she would ultimately be able to repossess.
No idea of the process or what I was really genuinely getting myself into, which I don't see how you could argue that I did. I was 21 at the time. I can't think of a...
Okay, so at the time of signing this, he was 20 years old. So 19 was earlier on. He had turned 20 at the time of this.
Single 21-year-old that I know that has gone out and filed paperwork for a $50,000 to $60,000 car. I did not know what I was doing. However, Blair would oftentimes tell me that she herself had enough money to retire at any given moment. Now, she was a very successful businesswoman, and from the surface, that did seem true. Blair even had a few BMW.
The leftist noblewoman. Yes, indeed. We shall graciously provide you with a luxury horse and cart if you simply sign on the dotted line. I, the leftist noblewoman, have more than enough for you and myself and everyone else. I could retire whenever I want to my castle in the Alps. And it is nothing for me to provide you with this luxurious car that I'm going to bind you into a contract and I can use to sign off on my commitments to the king. Jesus.
Years of her own as well as Oz at the time, so I trusted my friends who seemed to have it all, and I trusted the process, which again I found out was a very bad mistake. The car itself was delayed.
Yes, it is a bad mistake, but I can't really blame him. He was getting absolutely bombarded, seemingly love bombed by Blair at the time. But please, if you're a younger person watching this, be careful and don't sign things that you don't understand. Never sign a contract that you don't feel you fully understand, ever. Don't let anybody pressure you into it. Just talk to a trusted person, specifically a lawyer. If you're really worried, if there's a lot of money on the line, consult a lawyer. It's worth it. Seriously.
I believe by 2 weeks, so when it finally arrived, I was pretty happy. I felt like I was beginning life like my friends.
Oh cool, I actually have a new functioning phone, so I can actually do fun video stuff.
However, things in the house were growing fairly grim. I was in therapy at the time and trying to do what I could to help out and also stay out of the way. I felt my brain start to shut down. I could barely function as it was. I would just drive out in my free time to this little trail. I guess you could just call it like a private spot, not really because it's in the public, but it was a little nice cliffside, and I would just hang out there because I didn't have any work at home and I just was not wanted around. I explained my situation to my therapist. It was a pretty similar message I sent to my friend in private. I miss feeling independent, and living rent-free for 6 months, which I did not sign up for, is making me feel like a burden and sick. I really feel like I'm losing touch with myself, and I'm not sure who I am at the moment.
This is some more, more clips sent to a therapist, I believe. I feel like trash. It sounded like dissociation. It sounds like you were out of it for a bit. I've been like this for a bit. The night I lost James just kind of hit me hard. I kind of collapsed in a field and I didn't really feel anything. That's sad. And just like Oz and Blair have lots of stress on their plate and I feel like I am in the way and I can't tell if they're talking about me when I'm out of the room. Oof. Y'all knew it was coming. Here we go. The leftist noblewoman. Yes, indeed. We shall graciously provide you with a luxury horse and cart if you simply sign on the dotted line. I, the leftist noblewoman, have more than enough for you and myself and everyone else. I could retire whenever I want to my castle in the Alps. And it is nothing for me to provide you with this luxurious car that I'm going to bind you into a contract and I can use to sign off on my commitments to the king. True. Honestly, I think the first part that I did was actually funnier. You got to get that clip as well, and please post both of these clips into the Discord, please. You guys got to get the first one too. I actually think I did a little better on that one. It's already in the clip channel. Time to get out. That ain't cool, and she's your boss. She shouldn't be doing that for all the reasons. I'm having a late start to the day to find dog shit on my staircase and smeared in my basement, but Casper has been in my room with me all night. This is weird. This is a really fucking weird thing to tweet on your professional main account. Man, social media has completely broken people's brains. We live in a dark timeline. Being told I'm taking advantage of them when I've literally asked nonstop for tasks to do. It doesn't seem like I'm freeloading or just getting paid. I think they're going through a lot, but I can't be used as a stress scapegoat. Drab2, thank you so much for another gifted tier 1 sub. You rock. Thank you so much. Last one tonight for the funny man, Dust Aeon.
I told my therapist at this point that I hadn't felt real.
Levi Matthews says, cringe attempt at impersonating a noble British woman? No. That was a perfect attempt at impersonating a noble British woman.
In a while, which anyone who has suffered with dissociation and dissociative episodes can all but relate to. I also reiterated how everything was starting to feel rather pointless and I didn't know what I was, that's so lame. I don't like to get emotional, but I didn't know what I was doing wrong. After hearing this, she made it urgently clear that I needed to leave the house immediately, which again, sorry, I need to calm down. In hindsight, I didn't realize how bad it was getting at the time. Yes, it had just never been that bad. Oh, it's so lame. She said whatever I needed to do, I just needed to go. Though with no work, my only options were being in a home with someone who won't even speak to me, as I believe Oz had gone to visit his father at the time, or I could go visit my father and just spend some time with him. So I chose option 2. I explained the situation to my dad, and I ended up leaving to go see my father so I could spend the 4th of July with him and stay a while so I could mentally reset. I also did digital work, and this was not in violation of my employment, as I could work wherever I wanted via laptop. But before going, Blair had me sign her BMW contract she had.
Here's the rent-to-own agreement. This agreement on the 29th is to verify the purchase plan. 2021 BMW M235i X-Drive with the full title. Vehicle will be registered and reside in El Paso County in Colorado during the duration of the rental period. Renter will maintain physical damage and liability coverage. Renter will be responsible for insurance premiums. Owner will be listed on the casualty insurance at all times. Registration fees will be paid for by the owner until the title is signed to the renter. Any maintenance fees to damage will be paid by the renter. If renter does not maintain service schedule or causes damage to the vehicle, the renter will be responsible for the damages. So yeah. If following terms are satisfied and brought to term with a final payment on July 15th, 2023, renter will own the vehicle free and clear with no lien, loan, or tilting issues.
Had been meaning to get to me for a while. She was fully aware of my intent.
Lotta Apple says, I would have surely gotten lost on this treacherous hike without Mama's Sherpa skills to guide me. It's been such a long trek, I can barely remember our trailhead was an accusation of plagiarism by Legal Eagle. I told you this is one of the most demented dramas we've ever done. It is so convoluted and it became so fucked up. And it became fucked up because of Illuminati. Illuminati's own video is what made it fucked up. She had him sign the contract saying she could repo the car just before he left on a trip that it would get repoed on. Yes, you got the timeline correct.
To visit my father and stay a while, especially given that, again, I worked remotely. You now know the events that led up to July 29th, where the car was repossessed. You know the story of the deadlines, how I wasn't kept on payroll, how I flew to—
Socialist Kowalski says, Mama has been bringing joy to my night of sorting thousands of pieces of jewelry while listening to this. You're welcome. Happy to keep y'all informed and relatively entertained, as entertaining as this mess is. She could only take the car because in the process of her firing him, he violated the car's contract. This is the part that this is the part that I think that he should have kept this to a minimum, because this, I believe, is somewhere where he may have an actual case for legal action. It seems like he was made to violate the contract, like forcibly and on dubious terms. It doesn't seem to me, but I am only an outside observer. I think that he should have kept this short and simple. But let's continue watching because we still have a ways to go.
Colorado to make sure said deadlines occurred, etc., etc. We don't need to fully recap there. As Blair mentioned, she said I was legally bound to this car via contract. However, after I was fired and Colorado was said and done, I had my father, who is an ex-police officer and the former contractor, as well as a lawyer friend of the family, look over and review this legally binding contract. They both agreed that this was in fact not a legally binding contract. I'd like to state that I am not a lawyer and I don't know how that fully works, but let's say for argument's sake, the contract was legally binding. Blair claims I broke the contract by the following: no proof of insurance, cars to reside in El Paso County. Okay, well, here's my proof of insurance, and here's my official mailing address during this time. You can clearly see it states Colorado. Here again, you can also see that my mailing address has not changed after the repossession. This car was not residing in Texas, as I did not reside in Texas.
Yeah, I would find it very questionable that she would be able to limit him driving the car anywhere else. He didn't live out of the state. He hadn't moved out of the state yet. He was simply visiting out of the state, at which point he was fired. So this is a really fucking confusing thing, but it seems like he wasn't in the wrong, but who the fuck knows? Because at the end of the day, she's the legal owner of the car. So he's gonna have to take this up in court. And personally, I feel it would have been best for him to not dive into this, to simply assert his case, provide the minimal amount of receipts necessary, if necessary at all, and take it up in court. Everyone knows you can't drive a rental across state lines, but that's not true though. That's literally not true. People drive rentals across state lines all the time. To the degree that, oh, I know I'm shit posting. Yeah, no, like, I mean, even rentals like I used to do when I used to work as a rental salesperson, it was a huge part of the business.
I lived in Colorado. I'd now like to point to a conversation I had with Oz Media, because Blair and I were not on speaking terms at this time, which was something she herself suggested took place between us. July 28th, 2021, one day—
Sorry, I wanted to see
speaking
what that was.
terms at this time, which was something
just making sure. Oh yeah, Blair said she didn't want to talk to me about any of it because Colorado law and something about involving our personal lives, and worried I'd go out of my way to sue her. Dude, oh my God, you totally should sue the shit out of her. Get a lawyer, and oh my God, you were so fucking roped in and taken advantage of. Now, unfortunately, maybe there isn't a case here, but you should absolutely talk to a lawyer about it. Holy moly. This is just such a malignant situation. What a rotten, malignant, and manipulative situation. This guy got totally fleeced by Illuminati.
She herself suggested took place between us. July 28th, 2021, one day before the repossession, Oz and I had a phone call together where I stated I would not be moving back to Colorado. He agreed it was probably the best option for me, as he was still at this time sympathetic towards everything happening. Note again, the car did not reside in Texas, as I did not have a residence in Texas at this time. Upon hearing this, Blair informed Oz that she wanted me to pay something that is known as a depreciation value, which is essentially, it's like, okay, you can't pay for the car, so you're going to pay for the value that the car lost while it was in your possession. I agreed. I didn't want further bad blood. I just wanted this whole situation to be done, as it had caused me enough stress as is. Oz gave me a set of options as to what I could do with the car, and I picked option 2, where it was agreed I would bring the car back to Colorado, gather my belongings, and I'd pay the value via regular payments, etc. However, when I asked to see everything my name—
I will not be keeping the car. I will do option 2. I also need to see all the paperwork related to the car itself and a copy of the paperwork, what I signed, etc. I do not want anything related to that car with me at this point in time. He really should have had this paperwork on hand. All right, though, I'll get you a copy of what all you signed. I need not just the copy of what I signed, but that paperwork involving the car itself. No rush. So Oz committed to get the paperwork.
Was tied to legally with the car, which any person would do. I was met with a copy of the car contract, so name was tied to legally with the car, which any person would do. I was met with a copy of the car contract, so
okay. The car information saying total price, so I fully have everything my name is tied to. I need to know its value. I need it so I can spitball depreciation values, because depreciation is not the price of the car, including the tax or other various things. 61K with protection packages. We'd need to find the documents for all of that. That's true. Depreciation value is based on the core value of the car, not the other stuff.
I asked again to see the paperwork of the car. This was to ensure I was obtaining an accurate account of the car's value so I could legally assure what I was paying for. I believe that any person in my position should have done this. It is the only right thing to do to make sure you legally know what you're paying. After this message, I never once got a response. Later in the early hours of July 29th, 2021, Blair flew down to obtain the BMW. Hours after I agreed to pay for the car's appreciation value under the condition that I was paying what was accurate and visible to me. I did not have the text itself, as currently the phone I had at the time suffered. I believe it was a corrupted UI. All I know is I had a Google Pixel, and after some time, I believe last year, I plugged in the phone, gave me a big old question mark when I charged it. So I looked it up and I was like, what does this mean? Essentially, it just meant, yeah, your phone's kind of fucked, buddy. So if anyone knows how to pull images from a UI corrupted phone, please reach out and contact me, as I will happily provide these texts if I'm able to do so. At roughly 3 a.m., Blair sent me a text stating that I had breached numerous contract violations and that she was in Texas to repossess the vehicle. It goes without saying I was asleep at this time, so obviously I did not see a message that was sent to me at 3 a.m. in the morning. Once I woke up and I saw the messages, I asked Blair for an explanation as to how I breached my contract, to which I was ignored. However, Blair stated she would make arrangements for me to obtain my items.
Those texts could probably be obtained from the phone company. If you call the phone company, they usually keep an archive of texts, but it depends on the app. If it was an actual SMS, then that is definitely possible. If it wasn't an SMS, if it was like an iMessage or something like that, it's probably not possible.
This never took place. I took to Twitter where I made a tweet regarding what had just happened, and I was immediately reminded by one of Blair's managers that I could not speak out on the matter, and I was threatened with NDA. If I had to
a lot of apples with the incredibly generous 3 tier 1 subs, golden showers to 3 more imps. How generous of you. Thank you so very much.
Explain the feeling, I felt helpless. Again, I just wanted to do the right thing.
Yeah, this is by the way, all legality aside, this is a fucking insane and shitty thing to do to somebody. You fire them on extremely short notice after you treat them like shit, after you tie them up in a bunch of contracts, and because they feel really uncomfortable with all of this and want to go back home to visit their own family, you fire them and then show up within days to repossess the vehicle without giving them any chance to respond. Insane shit. Just beyond insane shit. And she doesn't even contest that this happens. She just thinks she was in the right, which is one of the most insane parts of this entire endeavor, is that Blair thinks that this was like a cool, rational, totally leftist thing to do. Just off the rails level of aggressive, aggressive small business tyrant abuse. It's not even like the basic level of consideration for another person you've been working with.
And do it the way I was asked. And now I wake up and all my belongings are gone. I cannot explain how weak that makes a person feel. It feels like just a massive, excuse me here, a massive fuck you for no reason. Blair puts in her drive that the car had bottles, a few wrappers.
That is the purpose of it. The entire purpose of acting like this is to make you feel weak and humiliated, to punish you for betraying someone. That is the reason people behave like this.
And some clothes. What she fails to show in her video is my skateboard, both my Sad Milk and Wonderstruck Guy play button.
Wait, hold on.
Wrappers and some clothes. What she fails to show in her video is my skateboard, both my...
So these are other photos taken by her that aren't in the video. His play button was in there.
My Sad Milk and Wonderstruck Guy play buttons, my $800 GoPro set, and a whole list of
a 4K computer monitor, the YouTube award plaques, a Minolta D90 camera, PlayStation game consoles, controllers, Minolta camera lenses. Bro, holy fuck, that is a lot of money. That is an incredible amount of shit that she stole. That's stolen shit. That is, I want you guys to understand, that is fucking stolen shit. Hold on, let's just look up. Minolta lens sets run Minolta lens sets run anywhere from, like, depending on the level of them, anywhere from like $200 to thousands of dollars. Getting your lenses and your camera taken, your computer monitor taken, your fucking YouTube, this is fucking insanity. This is fucking insanity. Yeah, this was before he even had a home. Now it makes sense, by the way. It really, really makes sense why all of her former collaborators said that they were terrified to even talk about this shit. When this is the level of aggressive, punitive behavior. Super leftist, by the way. Super, super leftist, guys. This is definitely the behavior of a super leftist individual. You know, forcibly fucking repoing your property that also includes somebody's personal effects, their literal tools for their profession, their YouTube award plaques. Yeah, she definitely wanted to help him. Oh, in the line of Marx and Lenin, in the line of the great communists of all of time, I simply wanted to help him by tying him into a landlordship contract, by tying him into a labor contract, by repossessing my possessions that I tied him into an economical contract. It was so beneficial. I was helping him understand. I was helping him understand what it means. You know, really, if you look at it, basically, I was helping him understand capitalism. I was doing him a favor, really. Oh, God.
Other items I was prohibited from obtaining, which I found out recently from Oz. These items were subsequently thrown in the trash after some time.
Are YouTube play buttons one of a kind? Yes, they are.
I'd like to touch on the condition of the cars.
I would love to get a play button someday. It would be awesome if I ever got a play button.
Well, it looks bad, and truthfully, if I saw that, I would turn my head as well. I would think this is a madman who owned this car. But I'd like you to remain open-minded that I was basically living in this car due to not being able to stay in the same house as Blair, as my therapist recommended specifically that I do not do that. I did not have a home to go to, and I was on my dad's couch most of the time. As for the cracked windshield, that was due to a semi-truck pulling out in front of me on the highway.
Oh, no.
There's a lot of people out there who have probably experienced it. Sometimes semi-trucks will get pebbles stuck in their flaps and they will fly and they will ding the windshield and it's a crack.
Again, he's spending a lot of time explaining himself here. Everybody on the planet knows that getting a cracked windshield is an incredibly common occurrence. It's a super, super common thing.
It sucks, but it happens. There's no way I myself could have pulled off this effect on this car. In regards to the glove box, I really don't know what happened. I went to get something out of the glove box and it just popped off. It's a small piece of plastic, and the BMW dealership in my town was more than happy to fix these issues when I visited them, which is a record Blair herself has. When I got the car, I was told it was insured via the BMW dealership, so I would have to have my own insurance, and then BMW had their own separate insurance. So if something happened with a car, I could go to the dealership, show the issues, and they would happily fix the issues for no charge at all. Which again, Blair has a record of me visiting the dealership due to the car blowing a flat due to a low profile.
Over-explaining is an abuse symptom? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I'm not blaming him for it. I do think that he should have had some help editing down this video, because I do think that there are parts here that he puts himself at risk. He overshares a lot in this video in ways that I think Blair is going to try to take advantage of. From what I have heard, just via the miasma, various people have said that apparently Blair is planning a response video, and I'm very worried that that is going to be a very cruel response video.
tires, and B, a pothole I didn't see due to nighttime and rain. They told me I could bring the car back whenever I please, and I intended to fix these issues before going back to Colorado, as returning it in such a condition would make no sense. After authorities were sent to my house the following morning, I explained the situation and the officers relayed their official opinion that I should cut contact with Blair, to which I did. I sent her one last text stating I would be ceasing communication and that she could reach me and make arrangements for my belongings via my father's number. Not one attempt was ever made. Legal demand letters were sent and signed off for. You can see the draft.
So he's got receipts that they did indeed send legal demand letters for the property that was stolen. This means that he might actually have a case. Now, it's not guaranteed, but this was a good move. This is probably the smartest move he's done this entire time.
Of such a demand letter and what it looked like on official paper in my Google Drive. After months and months of trying and receiving no communication or update, we were told by someone who represented Blair to back off or they would go after us for harassment. I know this is scripted, but I really want to reiterate here that I felt small. I felt defeated. I had literally left my apartment for this. I lost my independence for this. My belongings, either tech related or just memorabilia, were and are still gone to this day. I didn't want to upload because I knew every time I did, I knew Blair was probably checking my social blade, laughing at me, as I had seen her do to every single former Sad Milk member for months. I had no...
That is a fucking brutal situation. That is depressing, and I completely understand that.
Way to prove to my friends why I had seemingly high hopes for the future, and in the course of a summer I had almost no money to my name due to Blair's butterfly effect. None of the friends I had made would talk to me, and like OT and Click, rumors began to spread about me too. Admittedly on a smaller scale, but they were still about me nonetheless. I was fired. Blair had taken the car as well as my belongings. My life had been set back to square one. Which leads me to my next and most painful section, my mental health, which was proudly put on display for the world to see for some reason. Before I begin, I'd like to not so much trauma dump to a bunch of viewers.
Just a warning. This is where it's going to get. This is it, everybody. We are approaching the summit of this event, and it is a brutal hike up to the summit of Mount Iilluminaughtii. We are going to be clambering over rocks. We are going to be using our ice axes and crampons to hold on to the slippery conditions. And we are going to all need to make sure that we attach our oxygen. Everybody eat a snack while you can so that you'll have the energy to make it to the summit, because this is it, everybody. Yeah, this is about to get brutal. Huge, huge content warning. Okay, everybody. Content warning, we are about to discuss a very intense CSA situation. Here we go, everybody. Goggles on, let's go.
But rather give you the full scale of where my mental health arises and such. I feel it is important to share this context, not just for me, but truthfully because there are a lot of people out there who remain silent about these kinds of things, and I want them to know they aren't alone. I'd also like to make two more notes. First, there's going to be a trigger warning, one involving self-harm, suicide, and child. Another warning, this is probably going to be the section of the video where I don't know how to be very professional in this manner. I feel it is best that I just show you how raw this actually is, because trying to paint it in any other light just doesn't show the extent of how painful this actually is. Now, when I first saw Blair speaking upon my mental health, admittedly, I shut down. I was rightfully broken and disgusted that so many people could see the insight into my mental health, something very private and a lot of times met with shame. There were so many things I wanted to say when I saw that, so many nasty and vile words of venom I wanted to throw out into the void due to this becoming public on Blair's own doing. But it's not Blair's story to tell as to how
Yeah, keep in mind, Blair is the one who blew open his mental health situation, seemingly out of anger that he talked about any of his experiences at all. We read that thread together. We read his original thread together. We watched her video. She was the one who exposed this crap to the public eye, and in what I would consider to be a very, very cruel move.
I got to this point. It's mine. So when I was, I want to say 3 to 4 years old, I was assaulted by a family friend's son. This was someone who I trusted, someone who I looked up to as a kid. This occurred for months, and without going into explicit detail, my parents found out. I remember being a kid and just seeing the abhorrent look of terror and tears on my parents' face, not being able to understand why they were so upset. Over the next, I guess, year or so, court proceedings took place, and the teenager who had assaulted me went to juvenile detention. My parents never really explained well what happened to me, which I can't really blame them. I can't really imagine myself in their position trying to explain that to a 4-year-old. The family who we had once been very close with no longer spoke to us, which felt strange because I lived in the same neighborhood as these kids. So when my brother and I would pass them in, say, a grocery store or at the pool, it was always met with just like silence and stares. I didn't understand what truly had occurred or the extent of what had occurred. I just recall knowing that in my head, this was my fault somehow. And to clarify, I don't believe this was anyone's fault that I felt this way. My parents were just doing the best they could, and the rest of us were just kids. There was literally no way for any kid around me to know what I was going through unless they themselves had gone through the same thing. Even I myself at the time didn't know what was happening. Why am I telling you this seemingly dark and unrelated set of information? Because I feel it's important to the story in its whole as to show the context of where this began.
She knew all this. Remember, she knew all this.
My mom suffers from chronic OCD. The brain can develop OCD due to an early childhood trauma. This is known as post-traumatic OCD, but at the same time, I was also predisposed due to my mother. OCD has many forms, and it's sometimes hard to understand if you aren't suffering from it yourself, but in my specific case, OCD worked as such. I knew I had something bad happen to me. However, I didn't have a way to get a direct answer as a child. I just knew my reality was filled with a lot of questions and no real way to kind of answer said questions. This is where my brain started to fill in the blanks, as I guess you could say. It started setting me up with situations where I did have control over my surroundings. This could include an intrusive thought regarding, oh, if you don't write a sentence 15 times correctly, your parents will leave you. And if I ignored such an intrusive thought, it didn't go away. It persisted over and over, causing me extreme stress until I did the action, therefore validating it and giving me an answer somehow in my head. It's very confusing, but it's just how it works. Eventually, it got to a point where I could barely function throughout my childhood. I feared death from a very early age. I feared that my loved ones would get harmed, that people would hate me, and that I secretly wanted to harm someone and I didn't know it. During an already hard time in my early teens where my parents were getting divorced, I went on to take something known as fluoxetine. You might also know this as Prozac. It's a very popular antidepressant. For years between each household, I would have either one parent encourage me to take my meds, or I'd have another parent encourage me not to do so. I remember just how—
That's brutal. Having a parent like discourage you from taking meds. Well, I grew up in a cult, so I know what that shit's like.
Irritable and awful.
I mentioned this before that my dad was anti-pharmaceutical. He was anti-psychology. And so was the church that I went to, interestingly.
Felt on said medicine, but I also was going through a very hard and confusing time in my life as a teenager in a new city who was also going through a divorce. Like, needless to say, it was excuse my French here, a shitstorm of mental, whatever you want to call it. So when I was 16, I decided to quit cold.
Small side note, for some people, it is appropriate to stop taking antidepressants. You should do so very carefully and responsibly, ideally with consultation with your doctor or therapist. But don't go cold turkey, okay? Don't ever go cold turkey off of any SSRI. You will regret it. It is a very punishing experience. You have to taper down over a long period of time. I have had experience with this. I used to be on an antidepressant for a number of years. I no longer am. With the help of my doctor, I tapered off, and it was a very slow and gradual experience, and I had very minimal side effects, and I feel better not being on the medication anymore, even though it helped me at the time. So don't do it. Yeah, don't cold turkey that shit, okay?
Turkey, which is a massive no-no. It was hell at first, and it was not fun by any means. But after a few years, I really started to notice my symptoms had become manageable. This isn't to say you should stop taking your meds by any means. I just couldn't afford my meds, and my father at the time didn't think they were in my best interest, so I just personally would try to combat most of these things myself. I really hate bringing this up, but it feels like a cop-out on my part, but it's the turn of events that ended up taking place as to why this ties in to where we are at. About halfway through the pandemic, I was working from home. It was during this time that Sad Milk fell apart, and I hopped onto the bandwagon of witch hunting my former colleagues and friends, something I am ashamed I ever even took place in to begin with. Oz and Blair lived together for many months, so they both had each other during this time. Particularly post-December, it would just be me by myself in a room alone. I saw my roommate, who again I mentioned is one of my closest friends, but at the time he had a job as well, and it just was more or less short conversation of, hey, how's your day going? And that really was my social interaction for weeks at a time. Aside from that, I would just be in my room constantly editing. It was here in this environment that my OCD started creeping slowly and slowly until it grew into a full-on sprint. At this time, Blair had already offered me the job, but I was still debating if I wanted to go to Colorado. So I sat on it and I thought really hard. Thought about my dog and how I'd always wanted to provide a home for him. Thought about the pain of leaving my loved ones and my friends of almost 10 years. But I also thought about my future for the first time in a very long time. Thought about how I could afford therapy, something I hadn't been able to do for a very long time. How I could really maybe make a name for myself on the platform, and how I could maybe just for once have full control over my life and save myself from the constant cycle I had been stuck in since I was a child. And so,
all of this in context, with all of this in context, it really frames up exactly, and keep in mind, Blair knew all of this. She frames this as her wanting to help, but we can see by her actions that the actions she took were not actions of helping. They were actions of binding a vulnerable person into contracts of functional ownership. She knew all of this. This is, at least it seems to me, targeted. She saw somebody who was young, who really wanted to have some level of control over their life, and then she promised all kinds of things in exchange for a bunch of contracts.
I agreed. This is a part where it's gonna really suck if you get uncomfortable really easily. I took the job.
A traumatized young gay guy bound into 100,000 different contracts, all of which are mostly to the benefit of Illuminati.
Back on my meds, I said goodbye to my friends. I shared tears with people who had been family to me. I'm just gonna blur this out, man. I said goodbye to my dearest friends who I did everything with. I said goodbye to my home. I knew I was doing the right thing, and everyone with either open words of encouragement or painful goodbyes in private. So fucking hard to read, man. They all held the same sentiment to me. They were proud of me. For the first time in my life, I felt I knew my purpose. I felt I was more than a burden. I felt like I was someone who mattered. I felt more than my trauma or my past or my OCD. I felt like I was just me. Then upon moving, if you've watched the video up to this point, you already know everything that's taken place. So when Blair took the car, I knew I had nothing left but a few clothes on my back, and everyone would soon find out that the person they were so proud of just 2 months prior was back at home and broke. And for me, I couldn't really handle that. I had tried so hard to show every effort that I cared, that I wanted to do a good job, that I wanted to succeed, and it ended up with me having nothing. I truly was a failure now, and nobody could say anything else because I couldn't speak publicly or I'd be threatened with legal action. By this point, my mental health was in a full collapse. Everything was dark, and I felt I had nowhere to go, and that every exit just led to more pain. So while my dad was away, I sat at his kitchen counter, thinking, reviewing my options, whatever that even means, and I chose that I wanted to. So, as Blair showed, I started to look for a key to a... Now, I'm not religious by any means. I don't have anything against anyone who is, but sometimes things just work in really weird ways. I got a call from my therapist as I was in the closet looking for a key. I had entirely forgotten that we had scheduled an appointment that day. It wasn't really on my mind. Nothing was really on my mind. I just wanted to stop hurting. I answered and she asked me how my day was going, and I told her, oh, not much, I just want to end my life. And again, I don't mean to laugh, but she said, well, how about we just don't do that and talk? Which was just like, it was so crazy. It's just like, I can't even imagine. I mean, like, I guess they're a therapist, they deal with that, but I can't imagine what it's like. How's your Tuesday afternoon going? Oh, you know. But I listened and we did talk. I walked out into my dad's bedroom and I just cried on the phone for about an hour. And throughout it, I'll never forget what she told me. She said, you feared for the worst. You fought your whole life trying to avoid the worst possible outcome. And now the worst possible outcome has happened, and you're alive. You know, I'm still standing here, man. I personally had never thought of it like that. I truly didn't. So after our calls, I was still in a living hell, but the idea had more or less left my mind. And so yeah, I did send Blair that heated message because I was at the end of my rope. So when Blair claimed she sent authorities to my house for a wellness check, she didn't care about me. She put in her own Google Drive that I brought the mention of guns to the table and she was locking the cars away and was scared, leaving out that the weapon in reference was aimed towards me. I know I'm supposed to be professional here, but I believe that text alone only showed she cared about her narrative of herself being a victim. And by showing text with her therapist, she's trying to claim the Good Samaritan card, which is very contradictory given the tones of the perceived messages that I saw.
Hold on a second. I want to look at this real quick. Hold on.
Text alone only showed she cared about her narrative of herself. She was locking the car.
So he mentioned to me something about guns, and so the police are very involved. They told me not to arrange anything unless they are present. Jesus, says Oz Media. One of the texts mentioned his dad's gun cabinet. I told blank and said it doesn't matter why he brought it up. He brought the thought of weapons to the table, and I had to protect myself first. These are texts showing that her message of that she was trying to protect him is actually not true. That she called the cops to protect herself, even though he was clearly suicidal and not homicidal. So we now know that another part of her video is fucking twisted beyond all recognition, and we have Discord DMs to show it. That is not a wellness check. Saying that you are threatened by a guy with guns from another state is a absolute way to try and ignite the situation and make it as bad as possible. This is what I would consider, at least from my perspective, this sounds vengeful. Outright vengeful. She kicked up a Fortnite says, she kicked up a huge storm about the R slur, but this is legitimately ableist in a way even the worst slur is not capable of being. I 100% agree. This is deranged. This is just, it's deranged. I told you guys that this was the part where we get into the most grim and the most deranged parts of all of this. But I just want you to put yourself in Wonder's shoes. You're a young kid. You get bound up in all these contracts. Your boss repossesses your car. Your boss steals your shit. All of the stuff that you need to make a living. You haven't even gotten back to your home yet. You are ashamed from all of this shit that she's been doing. She's been pressuring you and roping her in to a bunch of other fucking abuse being dished out on other content creators. And then when you fucking have a mental break, then the cops get called on you to protect herself.
Hours away and was scared, leaving out that the weapon in reference was aimed towards me.
Oh, and a good point. And your boss is also your only friend's boss as well. Not your only friend, but your closest current friend to the situation.
Me. I know I'm supposed to be professional here, but I believe that that text alone only showed she cared about her narrative of herself being a victim. And by showing text with her therapist, she's trying to claim the Good Samaritan card, which is very contradictory given the tones of the perceived messages that I saw. Also, something I'd like to note is that I wasn't there when Blair called 911 to send authorities to my home, but depending on her wording, it could have gone very wrong. To tell authorities there is a mentally unwell man with a weapon, that can go so very bad, so very fast. So yeah, after this long, very drawn out...
He's right, and he's right to say it.
Explanation of my mental health. Yes, I did send Blair that heated message because I was indeed heated. And it wasn't a bluff. I had nothing to gain from this. I was at the end of what I could handle as a person. So to share this sensitive moment with the world, I don't understand what the end goal is with it. Now we're on to a bit of a lighter topic because
we are going to skip some of the parts about the dog because a lot of this is honestly, it is just back and forth about a dog. We're gonna watch a small bit of it because there's one part that I want to verify, and then we are going to skip ahead here. The dog stuff is just it's just a lot of dog stuff, okay? I'm serious.
Time I think of my dog, it brings a massive smile to my face. I love
absolutely cute puppy though. What an absolute sweet dog.
This dog with all of my heart. As we start to near the end of this video, I believe we have only 2 subjects after this. I wanted to touch on the claims made about my dog James and how I cared for this handsome individual. I love this guy, look at him. Blair for some reason brings up an entirely unrelated matter involving my dog James and I. She paints me to be a dismissive, uncaring father to a starving, aggressive, abused dog. This dog right here. This dog who's scared of fucking leaves. So allow me to shed some light. I adopted James back in 2019 from a small shelter in Central Texas. I remember seeing his cage and the information on it said class clown. So naturally, I had to say hello to this guy. Within the first 10 minutes of meeting James, I immediately knew that this guy was going to be my best friend. He was sweet, he was gentle, he was social, but he's very shy. Another fact about James was he was the dog that the staff would use at the shelter to introduce other dogs to see if they were friendly or not due to James' naturally calm nature. When I moved to Colorado, I did bring dog food. It was just about half a a bag though. James's brand of dog food is also specific to a store in Texas known as HEB. So I had to find him a new specific kind of dog food as he had a sensitive stomach and switching his dog food would result in messes. But upon arriving to Colorado, Oz and Blair wanted to see if James wanted to try Casper's brand. So we just switched over to that. He loved it, and Casper has been known in the past for making severe messes everywhere due to his very irritable stomach as he is a special needs dog. As for his collar, James did have a collar, but it was old and starting to wear. I went to PetSmart on my second day in Colorado and bought him a brand new dog tag alongside a red plaid collar. A collar which he still...
See, a lot of the reason why a lot of this stuff is literally just crap that Blair randomly said and made up just to be hurtful. Like, there was no receipts for anything in Blair's video about the dog whatsoever. It was just completely made up. She just, again, it was just another example of her saying, he's a total piece of shit. I'm a complete saint. He's bad. His dog is bad. His life is bad. Everything about him is bad. Everything about me is good. It was literally, again, yet another example.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Wears to this day. I also did not lock Casper in the room to keep James roaming the home. I would put Casper in a separate room sometimes so James could pee, as Casper would bark constantly at the bedroom door which James and I stayed in. Whenever James was out, Casper would gnaw on his ears, which is something Blair did not mention. This
is the part right here that I wanted us to see before we skip forward just a little bit, because I honestly do not think that most of the dog stuff is necessary at all. Blair did not provide any receipts. This is just back and forth on whether or not someone's a dog owner.
Like Casper. He made Casper bleed. But what Blair left out is that since Casper was a puppy, he has had a bad habit of gnawing on other dogs' ears. This is due to him being around another dog named...
Here we go. Here is Oz. Now keep in mind, Oz is the co-owner of Casper, as far as we can tell. So this is Oz talking about his own dog. Blair says James bit Casper, but leaves out that Casper tugs hard on other dogs' ears. Oz Media says, yes, Casper grew up playing with Percy, a dog that's in many of Casper's videos, who actively plays by pulling on ears. Now, I don't know if you know this. This is a piece that we have hard evidence for here, a testimony from the one of the dog's owners. A lot of dogs do not like their ears being tugged on. A lot of dogs will snap back if their ears are tugged on.
Percy, who exhibits this kind of behavior. And you can see this dog exists on Casper's own YouTube channel.
So there's actually videos with this.
So one day Casper kept chewing and dragging on James, so naturally he snapped back. James only did this because Casper wouldn't stop attacking him. It wasn't the other way around. As for James getting out and pooping downstairs and me not helping clean...
The pooping story... I don't care. The pooping story is very long, and I don't care about hearing a guy go back and forth about dog poop. Sorry, we're skipping it. We're taking, as your guide, I'm taking us a shortcut around the dog poop story, okay? It is a very tedious and there's no advancement on Blair's side or on Wonder's side. It's just trying to litigate when a dog pooped, okay? Let's go.
Doesn't he? All right.
Thank God you have a guide.
Last, we have reached the last discussion of this video, and this is probably just gonna go by rather quickly. When I took to Twitter in my initial thread, I posted a photo that shows the disaster of a room. When Blair saw this, she had a pretty convincing switch around for this image. She claimed I went into a room that was being used for storage after they moved into their home, and that I was told to not go into this room ever, yet here I was clear as day posting a photo to Twitter of a clearly off-limits room that I used to embarrass Oz and Blair, and that shows my clear lack of respect towards others and their privacy.
This was a room that we told you we were using to move, and we let you know it was off-limits to you. That photo alone shows your consistent lack of respect for Oz's and my boundaries.
She goes as far to even do an image breakdown analysis of the room itself to prove this image, which I found peculiar watching this for the first time, because if she took this much effort to analyze the image, I don't understand how she didn't notice that the bed on the bottom left was not purchased until 2022, a year after I left Colorado. How do I know this? Because I didn't take these photos. Oz did, and I held back.
Oh, okay, this was a slick move and a very sloppy move on Blair's part. These photos were not taken by him, but were taken by Oz, the owner of the house.
A year after I left Colorado. How do I know this? Because I didn't take these photos. Oz did.
So these are a whole bunch of photos. Now, some of you may have seen these photos elsewhere on social media. They have been posted elsewhere. This is where the allegations that she lives in a hoarder house came from, because Oz at one point posted about it and posted a fuckload of pictures showing that there was garbage literally everywhere in the house. There was mold growing on shit, and we're actually going to hear a little bit about it in just a second.
How do I know this? Because I didn't take these photos. Oz did, and I held back out of respect for my friend. If you look here, you will see that I actually never set foot in that room. These are the living conditions of Oz Media's home after Blair moved back in.
These are the various pictures.
Conditions he was embarrassed by: boxes, trash, cups of mold. All Media's home after Blair moved back in. Conditions he was embarrassed by: boxes, trash, cups of mold, all sent to me again 2 years after I left Colorado. And this is my proof that once more, I never set foot in that room, nor did I have malicious intent when I lived there. Blair embarrassed Oz, not me. In the video, I touch on an image I shared to Twitter involving the living conditions of your home while Blair was an active tenant. She claims these conditions were due to her being in the process of a move, and that I took these images with intent to embarrass the both of you. Would you be, in your own words, willing to shed light on these claims?
This is tricky to talk about, just because like that was like the condition of living with Blair. Like that's always how it has been.
Again, this is the actual owner of the house and Blair's former business and potentially romantic partner. I haven't seen full confirmation of that, but as far as I understand, I believe that's the case.
No matter how many times cleaning was attempted, it always ended up becoming that level of mess. There was no cleaning in that house. It was always a disaster. No matter how many times attempts were made, it would take less than a week or two for things to re-messify. I even remember on my 22nd birthday, I had asked, like, hey, can we please get like the kitchen and living room cleaned up so we actually have like a space to exist? And that was like my birthday present for that year, was cleaning the kitchen and the living room. Just because the house was always a mess. Yeah, some of it was mine as well, but the thing was there was never a home for it. Right now the house is actually, house is pretty clean right now. I can show pictures of that, but there was no clean. It was always like that. It wasn't just one room, it was every room. And I remember when I was messaging you, there was just a level of frustration because it felt like no matter how often I would actually clean and do stuff, it just always like re-messified. There was no cleaning. It just felt useless, and she would never help with cleaning. It was always me. I was always the one breaking down all 800 of her Amazon boxes. I was always the one doing anything cleaning wise. It just felt like I was there to clean up her mess.
I'd also like to note that
that fucking sucks.
You didn't ask me to post those photos.
But also, just so we note, again just shows that Iilluminaughtii was full of shit. Iilluminaughtii in her video said that was just a room we were moving in, and now the literal owner of the house has come forward to say, no, that wasn't just that room. Actually, every room was like this. So on basically almost every single claim in Blair's videos, we have either had a credible witness say the opposite of what she said, or verifiable hard evidence that she straight up lied.
And I, on my own accord, took to Twitter. So you can confirm that I never once was in there or took that photo. Well, I guess you can't confirm that I wasn't in that room, but can you confirm that I was not the person who took this photo?
For starters, the mess that I took the photo of wasn't even the same mess that existed in that room when you lived there. It was a very different mess. Just with everything that happened, the mess, it did get cleaned up, then it re-messified. So like that wasn't even the same mess. It was me who took that photo because I was trying to both, for my sanity, catalog.
And here's Oz confessing that he indeed took that photo.
What the house looked like before I started cleaning, as well as just for my sake, just like have proof that this was the case.
Which leads me to my final discussion. Oz and I used to be fairly close before Colorado. After the events that took place, we had officially turned against each other, and I didn't understand why he and Blair did what they did, because for 2 years I believed it was both of their doing as to why I went through what I did. I never thought I would hear about Colorado and that what happened would ever be rectified. However, one morning as I was getting ready for work, I received this message from Oz Media in the early hours of 2:35 a.m. January 6, 2023.
Wait, hold on. Here we go. I'm sorry for everything. A year and a half too late, I know. This is from Oz Media. And I'm next, apparently, and I'm sorry. Just for everything, man. I should have seen it. I should have seen this coming. I should have seen the writing on the walls, but I ignored it in hopes that I was wrong. I saw you unblock me, and I hope deep down that you knew this might happen and gave me a door to open. I might be wrong, but please, I fucked up. If you would ever listen to me, please hear me out. I would thank the world. I was an idiot, man. Blair played me, and I fell for it.
I was highly skeptical, which I made note of, but I listened.
Hey Oz, I appreciate you reaching out. I think I and a lot of other people know firsthand just how convincing and vile Blair can be. I'm sending this to you to let you know I'm not ignoring the message. I hope you can understand the sheer intensity of you reaching out, and I need time to think of a clear, level-headed response. Be well, I'll get back to you soon.
And as we began to talk once again, we started to connect the dots and find so much context that had been left out between us. I was still very much on edge with my trust, but over the last few months, Oz has made countless efforts to prove not only to me, but to every other former Sad Milk member that he truly was sorry for the role he played in anything that took place.
And it seems he played a big role. In all of the things that we've seen of Oz so far, Oz has gone out of his way to basically confess to what he was engaging in, which is a pretty serious thing to do.
Shows a tremendous amount of strength, and Oz will always have my respect as a person for what he has done. I don't blame him for his role. He was in an abusive situation and had every reason to fear Blair. I feared her too for a very long time. For over a year, I watched one of my best friends slowly wither and question everything and his work ethic for his beloved channel fade away. After everything came out, I now understand why this was the case. So to watch tears flow from Blair for 3 minutes after knowing what will always remain behind closed doors between those two, it personally sickens me. At the end of Blair's video, she has what appears to be a heartfelt cry regarding your friendship. This section is roughly 3 minutes. She goes into detail about you, Casper, better times, and involves hobbies, etc. Would you like to share your thoughts on what you felt or thought when you first saw this?
There's not really a nice way that I can actually say this. I've watched her build those tears up on multiple occasions, whether it's she forgot she had a prior engagement, so she built up tears and said, I have to take Casper to the vet and I'm very scared, so I won't be able to make it, or for talking to other content creators that she's had issues with, welling up those tears for apologies, for talking with employees, for talking with me or her roommates. It's something that I have watched her do on numerous occasions. If they were genuine, I mean, there's that, but I have a really hard time believing it with how many times I've actually seen her build those tears up. And considering when I did post my thread on Twitter and I did make the comments that I made, the tone that she had in messages was night and day. What I'm trying to say is that the tone that she had in the end of her video was not the tone that she had with me behind the scenes. The tone that she had with me behind the scenes was very much accusing. A few vague threats were thrown in there, which I don't want to go into details on because I just, for me personally, with how I see all of this, I don't want to make a response video. This might hopefully be where my response is within the confines of your response.
Personally, I think that Oz should make a response video. At least it's my personal opinion. Oz has the most witness of all of this and the most access to receipts, and I believe that it would help make things right to restore the reputation of the other people hurt if Oz made a video on this. I know that he doesn't want to be involved, but I do think that it would be a good move.
Response, just because I would like to keep this, I don't want to drag out Blair and I's personal life is the best way of putting it. I would rather try to keep that as private as I possibly can, because there's a lot of things I don't think is necessary to talk about.
I've seen and heard what this individual has put this man through, and it is simply unfair to have included this section in the video. I can only hope that from here on out, Oz can find the peace and passion for not only his work, but the life he so rightfully deserves. I'd like to say—
LB says, I gotta admit, when I saw Zan covering this a lot, I kind of assumed it was a less serious drama. I had no idea how serious this was. I feel terrible for them. We're going to talk about that in just a minute.
One more time, thank you for everything you made right, Oz. You are generally a really good guy. So, we've reached the end of this video, and if you made it through to the end, I appreciate your patience, as I'm aware this was probably very lengthy. I hope that what I was able to provide today brought some context and clarity for anyone who wanted to know the full scope and both sides of the story that was presented online over the last few weeks. I'm not going to tell you how to view what I've said here. I'm not going to tell you how to view me. I'm not going to tell you how to view any of this story. That is not my place. That is entirely up to you to decide how you feel. Before I leave, I just want to say thank you to every single person who has been supportive and reached out to me with kind words and support over the last week. I'd like to personally thank my boyfriend who has helped me keep my head on straight for this entire ordeal, as I know this has also been extremely hard on them to deal with as well. So if you already can't tell, I'm exhausted. It's 5:41 in the morning. I haven't been able to sleep in roughly a week. I just want to take some time to relax, take just a little bit of a break from content, and just spend time, I don't know, just doing any semblance of life. I want to spend time with my boyfriend, or go outside, or just anything that isn't this. I just want peace and to enjoy my life. So now I'm gonna go take a hot bath and pass the out, probably get some good sleep for the first time in a week.
My lovely imps, we have reached the summit, and now we will be crossing down the other side of the mountain together. We have hiked up the entirety of Mount Iilluminaughtii. I told you it would be a hell of a hike. I am actually exhausted. We got a over 9-hour stream. But I have one more thing I have to say. which is at the end of every drama stream, I try to share my overall thoughts, okay? As you guys know, like I said at the beginning, drama, I try to be very careful about when I choose to engage in drama, but there were two parts of this drama that I feel were very important to discuss. The first part, of course, being the absolute importance of having receipts, the absolute importance of establishing evidence when making serious claims, the absolute plague of people, especially people with large platforms on social media, making completely unsubstantiated and very serious claims about other creators with the goal of damaging them. This is something I personally have experienced to an incredible degree that has hurt me and made it very difficult for me to grow my channel. It has caused an incredible amount of pain over the years personally, and it isn't even, what I've experienced isn't even comparable to what has happened here. What we have here with the click section is unequivocal proof that Blair of Illuminaughtii completely manipulated a narrative, completely and utterly lied, and also was advancing a campaign of reputation damage that worked to a certain degree. No one will ever know how much it worked, but a huge channel was deliberately manipulating an audience to believe outright misinformation, outright disinformation about another content creator who had a relatively mundane falling out. That's the first part that made me convinced that this was a drama that needed to be talked about. And the second part, this horrific small business tyrant manipulation of Wonderstruck guy, AKA Wonder, into, as a young guy, a 19 or 20-year-old guy, being roped into a whole bunch of extremely slanted contracts that did not benefit him under the guise of helping him, which I don't even think that they were framed as helping him at the time, but post hoc, Illuminaughtii is saying, oh, we did it to help him, when it's very clear that they were basically trying to set up a little YouTube company town where she would control the housing, she would control the vehicles, she would control their benefits, she would control almost every aspect of their lives. And all that Wonder tried to do was get some distance from that because he was not happy in the situation, and she came down on him unbelievably hard. This second bit, I really want people to understand, to be very careful about this type of thing. There is a lot of abuse in the content creation spaces. Content creation is still a relatively young industry, and it is, let's just say, even in the best of circumstances, it is a very exploitative industry. Content creators, seemingly from the outside to a lot of people, are living the dream, especially the big successful content creators. They get to do fun stuff, they get to live their own lives, make what they want, do what they want. But that is not the reality for the vast majority of content creators. And people take advantage of people's genuine passion and excitement about the medium of making YouTube videos and streams, and this shit happens. So I want people to be cautious. I want people to be careful. I want people to recognize how easy it is for people to be exploited in these spaces, especially by established powers with a lot of money and a lot of influence, and that people need to be critical and careful about this. It's a wild west of an industry, and a lot of people get hurt as a result, as we've seen here. So those are the two reasons why I thought it was important. But my final takeaway is this. What went on here was unequivocally wrong. Blair's behavior, Blair's video, Illuminauti's video, was atrociously created. It was incredibly manipulative. It presented outright verifiable falsehoods. And it did so to almost 1 million viewers. Hundreds of thousands of people received a highly emotionally charged, highly manipulative message that was mostly designed to get vengeance on former collaborators. The allegations that were brought forward by Oz and the Click and Wonder were fairly basic and well and controlled. Most of it was an interpersonal, we don't like this person, we had a bad experience with this person. There was no call to cancel her. There was no call to damage her career. There was simply an outcry that we have been hurt, our reputations have been damaged, our reputations are still being damaged. And the response was a brutally cruel and highly manipulative narrativization. What this shows to me is that Illuminaughtii is not someone who can be trusted. That Illuminaughtii is not someone who can be trusted to tell the truth. That Illuminaughtii is not someone who can be trusted to behave according to her stated principles. That Illuminaughtii is somebody who is willing to bend the truth to an unbelievable degree, especially if it means getting revenge on another content creator. And I fully acknowledge that me coming to this conclusion could potentially put me in the crossfires. After all, I am mutuals with Illuminaughtii. I have been a fan of Illuminautti's work for a long time, but I can't trust Illuminaughti's work anymore, and I certainly would not trust Illuminaughtii as a person. I don't know where Illuminaughtii can go from this, because this particular incident indicated a level of cruelty and willingness to manipulate that I think is going to be very hard to recover from. And I would certainly hope that that anyone, including Illuminaughtii, who ends up watching this or hearing my conclusions would understand the incredible lengths that I went through in this entire endeavor to be as fair as possible. That I literally just spent a 6+ hour segment of my stream going through methodically all of the presented evidence so that everyone can have it in one place, that I'm not just jumping onto a dog pile or participating in any sort of outrage, but that I am rather trying to be as fair as possible in analyzing this situation. But what happened here was a real tragedy. The Click and Wonder and Oz, these people were treated very poorly, and the treatment appears to be ongoing. And I guess the only thing I can hope for is that people will take their energy and give some love to these creators who've been slandered so hard for literally no reason, and that Illuminaughtii will stop. That Illuminaughtii will pump the brakes and stop doing this nightmare shit. There is absolutely no reason for this level of prolonged cruelty. There is absolutely no reason for the video that was created. The Illuminaughtii cancellation exposed whatever video was totally uncalled for. I do not blame Illuminaughtii for wanting to respond to these threads, but the way in which she responded was completely and utterly uncalled for, and I think only made this situation truly toxic. So I hope that Illuminaughtii will just stop this shit. That Illuminaughtii will make peace however is possible with these people. That Illuminaughtii will take it offline and meaningfully apologize for damaging these reputations unjustly and will stop this sort of thing. I do genuinely want to believe that a peaceful solution is possible in some way. But I worry that this is going to be more drama, that the knife is going to be stuck, especially in Wonder. Wonder is the person I think who suffered the most from this because Wonder is the most vulnerable. Wonder has the smallest channel. Wonder was put in the most vulnerable position of all, and the video was unbelievably cruel to Wonder. Illuminaughtii's video on a segment on Wonder was basically just trying to make him out to be the worst person on the planet in almost every way, going so far as to even attack his ability to be a good dog owner. And I think that was beyond uncalled for. Remember, imps raid with love. That's all we do. So if you're motivated by this situation, I ask that you would please go and be positive towards Wonder and Click instead of engaging in negativity. But also, I want to encourage you all to adopt the practice of being very thorough with your evidence. Don't jump on board to dramas easily. Don't just take one person's word on a drama, especially a drama with the stakes that are as high as this. I have no doubt that a lot of people watched Illuminautti's video and never thought twice about the truthfulness. It was a very emotional video, and a lot of pseudo evidence was displayed. Things that were showed that didn't say what she said they said, things that were sort of sleights of hand, like for example with the click situation where she showed texts but didn't give a timeline for those texts. A timeline which completely exonerated the click, completely showed that not only was the click not in the wrong, but that she had previously said that he was in the right. Can you link his video in chat? Absolutely. One moment, I will link both of the videos. Here is the click video, okay? Here's the click. There's the click video. And here is the Wonderstruck video. There you go. Both of those videos have been provided in the chat, and I will also, they will be in the description of the video when this video launches. My lovely, lovely imps, if you enjoyed this incredibly long hike up Drama Mountain, please consider supporting the channel via subscription or donation on my website or via YouTube. Please make sure that you press the like button and that you leave a comment below. Comments mean the absolute world to the channel. It's how YouTube knows that you like my stuff. Any comment, your thoughts, your feelings, an emoji, all of them help. It would mean the world to me if you would support my work. I really try to do a good job with my channel and provide entertaining and informative content. And I also try to be very careful with dramas like this. All right, my imps. I am very tired. I have more streaming to do this week. We still got to do politics later this week, but I need to go rest right away because I've been sitting in this chair for a long time. I need to go stretch my legs. My back is starting to hurt a little bit. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the support. I'll see you all very soon. And remember, do not fucking die. See y'all soon.